just yet. Joan Bennett, ABC News.
Wednesday, give thanks for a marquee matchup. Served up NBA style.
Oh, beautiful move. Ain't going all the way to Jordan.
Two Western Conference title contenders collide at the high-flying Cliffs land in raucous Oklahoma City. Which dynamic duo will shine the brightest? In this NBA Wednesday showdown. Clippers Thunder at 7:30 Eastern, presented by State Farm. It all starts with Kia NBA Countdown at 7 on ESPN.
College football on ESPN Radio and ESPNradio.com. The storyline is simple. If Notre Dame knocks off USC, they are heading to the national championship.
Fires over the middle towards the goal line. Touchdown!
For USC, they'd like nothing more than to provide the Irish with their first defeat. Number 1 Notre Dame at the USC Trojans. Saturday at 7 Eastern on ESPN Radio. Thursday, the Jets spend Thanksgiving with the Patriots. Coverage begins at 6:30. WEPN FM, WEPN HD1, New York.
Dave Rothenberg with your ESPN New York Sports Center. Jets win 27-13 yesterday in St. Louis. Short week as they get ready for a Thanksgiving night game at home against the first-place New England Patriots. Rex Ryan said earlier today he's not stirring things up this week.
I'm not even worried about tweaking New England or anybody else. It's to the point where no, we have to focus on just us.
Now Rob Gronkowski won't play for them on Thursday night. The Patriots star tight end had surgery today for a broken forearm, expected to be out 4 to 6 weeks. Thursday night, the game gets started 6:30 right here on ESPN New York 98.7 FM. Eli Manning, his arm is a little bit better right now. He threw the football today at Giants practice, said it felt pretty good. Some injury news from the Giants as well. Keith Rivers was a no-show, suffering from a banged-up knee after a car accident during the bye week. NBA, Knicks off, Nets off tonight. Both in action tomorrow night. Knicks on the road in New Orleans. Nets on the road in L.A. to take on the Lakers. College news, Maryland to the Big Ten is done. Next up to the Big Ten, sounds like it'll be Rutgers as early as tomorrow.
What doesn't kill you makes you stronger. Stand a little taller. Doesn't mean I'm lonely when I'm alone.
The Dave Rothenberg Show on ESPN New York, 98.7 FM.
All right, now Vinny Serrato joined us earlier. ESPN New York NFL GM and insider said he thinks a 8-8 club from the AFC makes it into the postseason. I don't think that's the case. I don't think an 8-8 team from the AFC makes it into the postseason. I don't think that Pittsburgh's going to win only 8. I'd be surprised. I think that, look at these clubs right now. I honestly think that the Colts will probably get to 9. All the Colts need to do to get to 9 is go 3-3. If you're the Jets, you got to go 9-7. Now, I could be wrong. I've been wrong before, but I think you got to get to 9, which means that realistically, you have to go 5-1. Can the Jets go 5-1? I don't know. I don't know that you would consider them to be a really good football team right now. They had a good win yesterday. Follow up on it Thursday, Thanksgiving night at home, where the place will be raucous. People are excited. So I think what happened yesterday is it could have gone in either of two directions. The Jets could have answered the bell, and people would be excited about this team and what they're going to get done, in the coming weeks, or the Jets would have been done. There's no coming back from 3-7. Not that they wouldn't have played hard, not that they don't respect their coach. There's no coming back from 3-7. Coming back from 4-6 with the game at home against the first place club in this division, maybe. Maybe it's a possibility. Rex Ryan earlier today with the Pittsburgh and Indianapolis losses. Are you thinking maybe a little bit about the postseason?
Right now, we have so much work to do. All we can do is focus on ourselves. We're not getting into that now. We know we have to get better. We know the challenge that's in front of us, but we're just trying to punch our way out, and that's where our focus is.
Good for Rex Ryan. Let me give the guy credit. I'm always the first one to bash Rex Ryan and think he opens his mouth up way too often, has a lot to say about this club, and a lot of snippiness with the other team. But for the first time, it's like I'm not thinking about that. I'm not thinking about the playoffs. I just want to win one game at a time. We have a lot of work to do, and they do have a lot of work to do. And if the Jets had a Giants-like schedule or even a pretty good schedule, I don't think at all that you would look at it and say they have a chance for the postseason. But because it's so easy, I mean, this is as easy a schedule over a 6-game run as you can possibly get. And I think that's what gives you more excitement with this game on Thursday night than normal. Because you can envision it. You're a Jets fan. You can look ahead. Listen, as a player, you never look ahead, or you're not supposed to look ahead. As a fan or a sports talk show host or somebody of that ilk, I mean, that's what we do is look ahead. So you look ahead on the Jets. And after New England on Thanksgiving night, can it be easier than this? You got the Cardinals who have lost 6 in a row. You have Jacksonville who's now 1-9. You have Tennessee who's 4-6. You have San Diego who's 4-6, and you have Buffalo who's 4-6. You don't play a team that's even close to 500 right now if you're the Jets. So when you're a Jets fan and you start thinking big picture, you just won a game to go to 4-6. Now you have a really tough game on Thanksgiving night. If you can somehow win this game to go to 5-6, you can envision a big finish to the season. And I think that's why Jets fans right now have that sense of optimism, that sense of, you know what, maybe we have a chance. Did the win change the club's outlook? Here's Rex.
No. I mean, not at all. We're just, we know that we have to make up a ton of ground, and there's only one way to do it, and that's to get, to focus each day and try to get better, and that's where we're at.
Well, if the outlook is not changed, is there still that sense of desperation around this team?
Well, it's there. We put ourselves in this spot, and it's without question it's there. And again, it's not a panic thing. It's just a fact that, hey, we just got to be focused and tight and whatever the next challenge is to face it head on, and that's what we'll do.
And that's what they'll do, and that's what they'll have to do. Because you know what the nice thing about going up against the Patriots on Thursday night in a short week is? You're not going to learn anything new from these guys. You play them twice a year. You know them inside and out. You know how great Brady is. You know how their tight ends are so good. Now the advantage for the Jets now is that these two tight ends, certainly Gronkowski, maybe Hernandez is not going to play. They still have weapons. They still have one of the best quarterbacks in the history of this game. They run the ball pretty effectively. Ridley runs it well. We know about Danny Woodhead. The Shane Vereen is starting to run it pretty effectively. All right, Brandon Lloyd hasn't had the breakout season that a lot of people thought he would, but he's still a pretty talented wide receiver. Right, Julian Edelman had a big game yesterday. We know about Wes Welker. So they do. They have weapons on this club. Jets' long-term picture with a win, not such a horrible thought that maybe things will go in the right direction. However, do you look at this game against New England and think this is a game the Jets realistically will win? Or do you look at it, we were teased for a week, and we're going to go up against New England, and we're going to have our stuffing handed to us on Thanksgiving? When you look at this game against New England, do you think the Jets find a way to get it done? Basically, have they sold you off their win and their response in St. Louis? Yes or no? 1-800-919-3776. Will the Jets find a way to beat the Patriots? Yes or no? 1-800-919-3776. A key injury. Rob Gronkowski out for the game, broken forearm surgery today. Rex, earlier on today, the Michael Kay Show, discussing the injury.
I can sit back and say this, and this is, truly what I believe. Okay, I'm not disappointed that he's not playing. I'll just put it to you that way. For the game, you'd like to see your the great players play, but if he could take a week off, that's fine. But hopefully he'll be okay. But clearly, I'm not. I'm not disappointed we don't have to play him, and we'll see how big of an impact that is in the game.
He's almost unguardable when you look at Rob Gronkowski. He's almost indefensible, right? I mean, you can't defend the guy. He's 6'7", runs probably a 4.6 40. So here's the thing with a guy like this: you put a big player on him, a big linebacker, a big safety, right? Somebody that can at least physically match up with him. He runs by them. You put a guy that's fast. He boxes him out. I saw last year, I think it was against the Cowboys, right? They played the Cowboys because the Easts played last year. I think it was against the Cowboys. He basically went into the end zone, turned around like a rebounder, and just put the guy on his hip, boxed him out, and scored, I think, 2 touchdowns in that game. That's the difference that this guy is. So he doesn't play, which has to, from a Jets perspective, let's be honest. All right, you root for the Jets. If Rob Gronkowski's hurt, does that pain you? If their biggest offensive weapon is hurt, as a Jets fan, do you think, well, we're not going to beat them full strength, or you think to yourself, let's just go beat this team? I don't care if they have guys that are hurt, right? I mean, listen, nobody's sending sympathy cards to the Jets because Darrelle Revis is out or Santonio Holmes is out for the year. You beat the team in front of you. Do you expect the Jets on Thursday night, short week, at home, to beat New England? Yes or no? 1-800-919-3776. Now, one of the issues right now with the Jets, and it's happening week after week, and it has to have you remotely concerned, is special teams has been a disaster so far this year. Here's Rex earlier today, Michael K's show, on what the issue is with special teams.
We've had some miscues this year, and that certainly isn't the characteristic of a New York Jets special teams, and especially Mike Westhoff's special teams. But again, I believe we can fix it, and we just got to look at what we're asking our guys to do. And I know Mike's taking a hard look, and if that means we have to play some starters on certain teams, then that's what we're going to do.
First of all, that fake yesterday is an embarrassment. I mean, everyone saw it coming. Rams had their base defense in there. You're 4th and 5. You're having Tebow throw the football. Really, it was an embarrassment. The blocked field goal on a 26-yarder, you got to be kidding me. And the kickoff return for a touchdown. Usually, you make one mistake during the course of the week on special teams, and it can cost you a game. Jets made 2, and they're really lucky, really fortunate that it wasn't 3. Dave, Manhattan, you think the Jets have a chance? You think the Jets win Thanksgiving night at MetLife?
The Jets have no chance to win this game on Thursday night.
Why do they have no chance? Are you a Jets fan, Dave?
No, I'm not a Jets fan, but I'm a strong NFL fan. The Rams have the youngest team in the NFL, and as you saw from the Niner game, they find ways to lose. Winning in this league, you need experience and veteran leadership. It's harder than just having the talent. You got to find ways to win in this league, and the Patriots are an experienced veteran club with veteran leadership, a superior coach. The Jets have no playmakers, as we know, and that's not all Sanchez's fault. With injuries and Tannenbaum doing a lousy job, there's no way the Jets find a way to win this game on Thursday. Gronkowski, be damned. They're not winning this game.
Interesting. See, this is a 5-point spread. This is not a 2-touchdown spread. The Jets should have beaten them the first time with Gronkowski. Right? The Jets should have won that game up in New England and really fell apart to not win it. So I don't know that I agree with that. I don't know that I expect the Jets to win, but I think they can win, and I think they'll compete. I think they'll keep it fairly close. Look, if there's one club that kind of plays Tom Brady well, it's the Jets. Now, how do they do this? What do they do that gives Brady such trouble? We'll get to that next. Dave Rothenberg with you on ESPN New York 98.7 FM.
Let's go! Let's go!
Coming off their win in St. Louis, the Jets can give themselves a shot at the playoffs if they start a run. Can they continue it with a win on Thanksgiving against New England?
I'm not even worried about tweaking New England or anybody else. We have to focus on just us.
Jets-Patriots coverage gets underway Thursday night at 6:30 on ESPN New York 98.7 FM.
I'm Eric Carabao, and this is the ESPN Radio Fantasy Minute. If you own Rob Gronkowski, the awesome New England Patriots tight end, you're probably thinking your season is over. Well, maybe it is. He's probably going to be out 3 or 4 weeks here with a broken arm, but I do think he will come back before the end of the season, which is why I would not drop him in a standard league. Even if he only helps you in your championship game, that's still reason enough to keep him around. He's easily the best tight end in fantasy for this season. He had 7 touchdowns in his past 4 games. He's really, really good. Keep him around. But if you need to find somebody else, the guy I like is Brandon Myers of Oakland. He had only 3 fewer receptions than Gronk for the year. 3 touchdowns in his last 3 games. It's not quite Gronk-like, but still pretty good. And every game with Oakland is a shootout. Dwayne Allen of Indianapolis, 11 targets on Sunday, 6 receptions. No Coby Fleener, and I don't know when he's come back. Dwayne Allen's pretty good. And Kyle Rudolph, now I don't like his schedule. Chicago Bears twice in the next 3 weeks, but Rudolph's pretty good. Mercedes Lewis and Dallas Clark with 3 touchdowns in the past 5 weeks. There's options out there at tight end. Your season is not over if you own Gronk, and keep him owned. I'm Eric Carabao. For the latest fantasy news and to read my work, check out ESPN.com/fantasy.
It's time to get winter ready. Dick's Sporting Goods has more of the best brands to keep you warm as the weather gets colder. The North Face, Columbia, Spyder, Burton, Copen, Marmot, Mountain Hardwear, and more. Dick's has the widest selection in styles and colors in men's, women's, and youth jackets and accessories. And don't forget to grab a new snowboard. Dick's carries the snow equipment you need. Before hitting the slopes, stop into Dick's Sporting Goods today. Every season starts at Dick's.
I want to tell you about the game of football. It has its ups and downs and highs and lows. And you know what I'm talking about. Wins and losses, injuries, and great performances. Teams have no guarantees on whether or not they will make it to the playoffs. So that big bonus at the end of the season, it may not come. Now, I've got a little tip for all my professional player friends who may not end up with that big payday. You might want to think about switching to Geico. Geico has been saving millions of other people money, or like me money, on their car insurance for the last 75 years. I've been with Geico 33 years since I got my license. In fact, Geico is the #1 car insurer in the tri-state area for the last 2 years running. The truth is, Geico finds every way possible to save drivers money, from low rates to good driver and multi-driver discounts. In fact, you can save hundreds on your car insurance just by switching to Geico. I know I did. So give Geico a call. And I never switched. I started with Geico. So give Geico a call or go to geico.com. It only takes 15 minutes, and you could save 15% or more on car insurance. Just something to think about, my friends.
An ESPN Radio Mike and Mike Extra Point.
So let's go ahead, Mr. Golick. Let's give you a moment. Let us all say congratulations to the Irish and to the football family that is Golick, as Notre Dame is #1 in the land.
Pretty wild Saturday, wouldn't you say? I mean, starting, the Notre Dame game, obviously they took control of that game early, but before it was senior day, so having my son Mike is a fifth-year senior and Jake is a senior, so they were supposed to run out separately as the seniors do, but they told the people who were setting it up that they wanted to come out together, so they ran out together to meet us, as they did the other seniors as well. That was very, very emotional. A lot of tears shed as the last time they'll both run on that field. The game went very well, obviously, for Notre Dame, and then at night, wow. I mean, what can you say but wow.
Hear more from Mike and Mike tomorrow morning on ESPN Radio. The Dave Rothenberg Show on ESPN New York, 98.7 FM.
And looking ahead to Thursday night, you're a Jets fan. There's not a lot of time to celebrate. Good win yesterday on the road. You answer the bell. You keep your season alive. Thursday night, this is a monster game. I know people think you get in at 8-8. I think we can at least understand and agree that if you lose on Thursday night, you have your minuscule chance of this division goes to being no chance in this division, and you hand it to the Patriots. And let's be honest, the Jets should be going for the sweep against New England right now, not for a split. They should be going for the sweep, and they let Game 1 get away. What will they do Game 2? Short week after coming off a big win. Let's look at it from the New England side of things. Mike Reese, ESPNBoston.com, joins us. What's up, Mike? How are you, man?
Hey, I'm doing well, Dave. Thanks for having me.
It's always a pleasure. Really appreciate a couple minutes. All right. What's the sentiment before we start analyzing Jets and Patriots? The sentiment up in New England about Gronkowski being on for .59 on an extra point yesterday.
Yeah, disappointment among the fans up here. I think, some are saying why is he even on the field at that point? I think Belichick, gave his explanation. I think most people buy it up here, but there's some that say, what, we could have avoided this if we didn't have him on the field, and I think it's an interesting debate.
Yeah, Vinny Serrato, former Redskins GM, joins me on a weekly basis. Had him on in the first hour tonight, and he said it was ridiculous. He said, and I don't know if this is the sentiment among, NFL people, but he said the fact that Gronkowski was on the field for .59 late in the fourth quarter was ridiculous decision by Belichick and the staff.
Yeah, well, Dave, the one thing I would say on that is, the field goal protection team, that's not usually a unit where you're going to say, all right, let's get the backups in there, because basically you have all your offensive linemen that are dressed for the game on it. I guess in retrospect you can look at it and say, should they have put in the third-string tight end there? But Belichick's point, which I actually thought was a pretty good one, is, if that guy doesn't really do the job and doesn't know what he's doing, then your kicker or your holder could be getting hurt. So, I see both sides of it. And on this particular one, I think it's more of a freak injury than maybe negligence by Belichick.
All right, fair enough. Aaron Hernandez has been out the last couple of weeks with the ankle that's bothered him all year long. With Gronkowski out, do we expect that we're going to see him play in this one?
I think you got a good chance at this one. My sense is he's been pointing to this game in terms of getting back. Now, remember, he came back about a month ago and tried, to work on his ankle. I think the feeling was maybe came back a little too early or just never got that comfort level, that he hoped to have. So they shut him down, and basically the idea is we're not bringing him back until he's 100%. So they've taken sort of a long-term view with him, and I think he's very, very close. And maybe now with Gronkowski down, there's a little more urgency there to say, you know what? He's close enough to 100. Let's get him out there.
Absolutely. All right, I watched the game yesterday, and Andrew Luck, I think, first of all, he's going to be phenomenal, and he's got all the makings of what a big-time NFL quarterback will be. That being said, this Patriots defense, and you know them a lot closer than I do, but I watched this Patriots defense, and I know they had a couple turnovers yesterday, and they had the big play, but they have trouble stopping anybody, and Luck took the ball on those first two drives, and he looked like he was never going to be stopped during the course of the game. If I'm a Pats fan, I'm scared about this defense.
Yep, and most of them are. And this has been a topic of conversation here, not just this season, Dave. I mean, this has been years, the last few years, and that's probably one of the biggest things people say, hey, we love what Bill Belichick has done for this team, and we can't argue with the wins and losses, but why are we still watching a defense that hasn't decisively turned the corner? In fact, and this is a compliment to Rex Ryan and the Jets, so a lot of people would say, would love to have a defense like that, the way they play. So they thrive off turnovers, and the point that I've been making is, that's good to get you into the playoffs, but what happens when those turnovers dry up? And we remember it, Patriots-Jets a few years ago in the playoffs when the Jets had the big win after getting blown out in the regular season. That's exactly what happened. So I think still plenty of questions with this Patriots defense.
Did I see something that Chandler Jones got banged up in the game yesterday?
He did. He came out in the first half with an ankle injury, did not come back, and the Patriots on their injury report today said if they were to practice, he wouldn't have practiced. So that could be another good break for the Jets in terms of the Patriots' impressive first-round draft choice, playing more than 90% of the snaps at right defensive end, probably not going to play in this game.
For me, and you tell me if I'm wrong, he's the one guy that I think you have to really game plan for that puts big-time pressure on the quarterback. Outside of that, this is just a bunch of guys that are very average at best.
Well, I would caution you on one guy.
Ninkovich.
Sort of sneaks up on you.
Yep.
He wears Mike Rabel's old number. It plays a little bit like Rabel. 5 forced fumbles on the season, tying franchise record actually set by Mike Rabel. So he's a guy to look out for. And I think in the middle, Vince Wilfork, he's more than just the first two down run stuffer type, but obviously got a good center out there who that's annually one of the best matchups between those two.
Absolutely. All right, give me a couple of keys. We're joined by Mike Reese from ESPNBoston.com. A couple of keys for New England to win this game.
Well, for the Patriots, I would say, a pass protection with Brady. I think, you look at the defenses which have given, Brady and the Patriots the most trouble. They're really coached by someone with the last name Ryan. I just have to give Rex Ryan a lot of credit for what he's done because, you watch him roll up 59, and, I know not all those points are coming on offense, but, these teams like the Colts and even before them, the Rams, just no resistance, but I think what Rex Ryan's been able to do is disguise some stuff and give the Patriots offense some trouble. So pass protection and sort of figuring out what Ryan is, schemed up against him, I'd start there. And then defensively, I would turn it over. They thrive off the turnovers. They're first in the NFL in turnover differential. If they keep that going, they're awfully tough to beat because they're tough to keep up with, the number one scoring team in the league.
Yeah, absolutely. And part of that, which people don't really recognize, people very closely tied with the team do, is this team's running the ball very effectively this year, whether Stephen Ridley, who's been good, Woodhead, Shane Vereen ran pretty well yesterday. They do have a couple of guys that can run the football.
Yeah, and they've been more committed to it this year, Dave, in terms of, there's always been the idea, and I remember when Rex Ryan played 7 defensive backs one year against the Patriots, and it was almost like daring them. Hey, you try to run it on us, and the rules told Brady he should be handing it off, but there's a part of the Patriots at that time that was like, every time we hand it off, it's one less throw for our best player in Brady. But I think they flipped the switch a little bit this year, and they've said, you know what, we're comfortable living with that. The only thing I would say on that, short yardage, in close, at the goal line, to me, that's sort of what defines, a real running team, one that is, if you will, ground and pound when it's at its best. Patriots aren't there. They're struggling in the short yardage, at least over the last couple of weeks.
Looks like Julian Edelman is becoming a much bigger factor for this Patriots offense, right?
He is, and also as a punt returner, he'll be someone to watch out for, especially with Gronkowski out. The first thing you might say is, you lose a tight end, well, who's the next tight end to come in? But I think Rex Ryan made the point in the soundbite we heard, before this interview, that the Patriots do a lot of different things, and they might say, hey, we'll go with a third or fourth receiver over a tight end, a second tight end, and Edelman would be that guy, the third receiver in this attack.
So what do you think? I mean, this is a short week, which I guess both teams know each other very well, so probably isn't an advantage for one team or another. What do you think? I mean, Patriots, I thought, got very fortunate first time out against the Jets. Give us your take on this game number 2 of the season between these two clubs.
I do think, David, I think it'll be close. I think the Patriots are the better team. I still believe that. I think this offense, especially with Brady, is hard to keep down, but I give the Jets a chance, especially given that the game is, in the Meadowlands. So I'll pick the Patriots, but it's going to be within a touchdown. And as we know, anytime you're within that, I mean, one play can sway the game. But I'll go with the Patriots. I do think they're the better team, but I give the Jets a fair chance in this one.
All right, Mike, appreciate the time. Have a very, very happy Thanksgiving. I guess you're making the rundown here for Thanksgiving, aren't you?
That's right. Looking forward to it.
It's a working holiday for you, isn't it?
Hey, it could be worse, right, Dave? We could be...
We could really have to work, absolutely.
There you go.
Absolutely. Mike, appreciate it.
All right, thanks for having me.
Absolutely. Mike Reese does a great job on ESPNBoston.com. And listen, the feeling of this game is going to be a close game. And I think people, now maybe even overestimate it a little bit, but Gronkowski's a big, big piece to not be there. And Hernandez hasn't been there in a week. So you take, by far, the best tight end tandem in this league, and at a minimum, cut it in half, and at a maximum, maybe you cut it 80%, maybe even Hernandez doesn't wind up playing. Now, Rex Ryan was on the Michael Kay show earlier today. Should Belichick have pulled Gronkowski from that extra point?
Well, I think when you look at it, if in that particular play, I mean, it's field goal protection, or extra point protection, and we leave DeBrickashaw, Ferguson, we leave a lot of great players in there. That's
even in blowouts.
Well, yeah, I mean, who are you going to replace them with? And that's, you really only have one team. Maybe you have a backup at one of the lineman spot or wherever, but those are things you really don't think about.
What percentage? This team is now 4-6. They got the win. They saved the season. This is an easy 6-game run. You have one tough game. It's Thursday night. What percentage would you say that the Jets make it into the postseason this year? From 4-6, can they get to 9? And I believe they have to get to 9 to do it. Can the Jets go 5-1 in their last 6? What percentage do you give the Jets of making it to the postseason this year? That's the question. 1-800-919-3776. Dave Rothenberg with you on ESPN New York 98.7 FM.
Jets head coach Rex Ryan, weekly on the Michael Kay Show.
Is it hard to believe, Rex, you're 4-6, you hadn't won a game in 35 days, but let's be honest, you are in the playoff hunt.
We're so far from even thinking about it right now, to be honest with you. We just have to get better. We're so backed up that that's all we can do. We can't even look at the other scenarios.
Jets head coach Rex Ryan every Monday at 5:15 on ESPN New York 98.7 FM.
You can tell a lot about a store by the tools that hang on its walls. See a lot of Channel Lock blue flyers? You know it's a place that respects quality and good old American hard work. Yep, Channel Lock's been inspiring confidence for generations, in those who sell them and in those who use them. So next time you're in the tool aisle, get your hands on a true Channel Lock plier and get back to getting things done. Channel Lock, fiercely made in Meadville, Pennsylvania, USA, and proudly stocked wherever serious American-made tools are sold.
If you've got a business, you qualify for the official Mike and Mike office stimulus package. When you move from your office into a gorgeous Regis office, not only will you save a fortune, you'll get 2 months absolutely free.
Your Regis office comes beautifully furnished in a prestigious building. You get a receptionist, meeting rooms, and state-of-the-art video conferencing with no long-term lease. And you get 2 months free by mentioning Mike and Mike. All you have to do is call 1-800-OFFICES. That's 1-800-OFFICES.
A good one on Monday Night Football, and Mike and Mike will be the place to talk about it on Tuesday morning on ESPN Radio. Plus, Magic Johnson will tell us if he still thinks Phil Jackson is a better choice for the Lakers job than Mike D'Antoni. That's Tuesday. Mike and Mike, ESPN Radio and ESPNRadio.com.
Here's what Ben and Skin are talking about in Dallas.
In a game in which the offensive line probably set football back by about 19 years. I mean, that was bad. The Cowboys are probably going to face a fine from the NFL for just putting such an embarrassing unit out there.
Yeah. An ineptitude fine?
Yeah, an ineptitude fine. The commissioner's looking into it. My sources tell me it could happen.
Catch up with the latest from 103.3's Ben and Skin at ESPNDallas.com. Last week on The Sporting Life on ESPN Radio. Outside the Lines explored new information about brain trauma in the NFL.
If the NFL takes the position that they didn't know that concussions can cause total disability, permanent brain injury in 1999, that evidence trumps anything they say.
Plus the story of William Gay, who was just 7 years old when his mother was killed by his stepfather.
I didn't care what anybody told me at that point. I just was in denial, just enraged.
Then we learned of the most explosive tight end in the NFL and the moment that defined him.
I will not tolerate players that think it's about them when it's about the team.
E60 profiled Vernon Davis, the NFL's Renaissance man.
Everything, every thought, every emotion that I had about my mother, I turned into a positive by playing football.
Download this and every edition of The Sporting Life on iTunes and on ESPNRadio.com.
Norm Miller here, chairman of Interstate Batteries. Now, I don't mean to brag, but I recently learned auto technicians prefer Interstate Batteries 5-to-1 over any other battery. Oh, who am I kidding? Of course I mean to brag. 5-to-1, that's a landslide. All right, I'm done bragging. To find the dealer near you that prefers us, head to InterstateBatteries.com. Interstate Batteries, outrageously dependable. And that's not bragging, it's just the truth.
I'm Dave Rothenberg with your ESPN New York Sports Center. Jets with a big win, 27-13 over the Rams yesterday. Next up, short week as the Patriots come to town, 6:30 on Thanksgiving night. You can catch that game, of course, on ESPN New York, 98.7 FM. Rex, did the win change this club's outlook at all?
No. I mean, not at all. We're just, we know that we have to make up a ton of ground, and there's only one way to do it, and that's to get, to focus each day and try to get better, and that's where we're at.
News from the football giants. Eli Manning feeling better after taking a week off from throwing the ball, said he felt a little pop and zip on the ball today at practice. Keith Rivers, no show for Giants practice today. Turns out he was in a car accident, hurt his knee over the bye week. And Plexico Burress works out for the Pittsburgh Steelers. We'll see if they decide to sign him. To the NBA, Knicks and Nets both off tonight, both in action tomorrow night. Knicks in New Orleans, Nets in L.A. taking on the Lakers. There's a chance Mike D'Antoni makes his coaching debut for the Lakers tomorrow night. Maryland to the Big Ten is official today. Rutgers to the Big Ten could be official as early as tomorrow.
It started with the whisper, and now it's when I kissed her.
The Dave Rothenberg Show on ESPN New York, 98.7 FM.
I'll tell you, you talk about a big week for the Jets. This is the definition of a big week for the Jets. You saved your season yesterday. Big win. Played well. I don't want to hear this, the Rams played 5 quarters. I don't want to hear any of that. That was a big win from the Jets yesterday. They answered the bell. They fell behind 7-0 on the road in St. Louis. Let them go right down the field. The Jets answered the bell. They had a turnover at the Rams 12 that turned into nothing, and the Jets still found a way to win this game. So let's give them credit here. But you know what? This doesn't last long, especially when you're 4-6. You look at what's ahead of you right now in maybe the most prolific offense in the NFL. Now, they won't have their number 1 tight end. We don't know about their number 2 tight end, but what they will have is Tom Brady. And what they will have is a running game, which, in fact, is very underrated. Because you look at what Stephen Ridley provides this club right now, and he's a very good running back. And we all know about Danny Woodhead, and we are learning a little bit about Shane Vereen, and we're all familiar with Wes Welker. We're learning a lot more about Julian Edelman right now. And the thing with the Patriots, what they do is, I think what you'd like to see the Jets do a little bit more. And that is, even when they're up, they push their foot to the pedal and finish teams off. They were up by 24 points yesterday and running reverses with Julian Edelman. But let's focus on the Jets. Let's not focus on the Pats right now. When you look at this Jets club, with the 6 games that they have to play, what do you think the odds are they make it to the postseason? The odds the Jets make it to the postseason, in your estimation, is what? 1-800-919-3776. See, for me, and I know you're going to say, oh, you're anti-Jet, you hate this team. No, that's not the case. I'm just trying to give you an honest answer. I would say 15%. Because think about it. Jets have to go 5-1 to make it to the postseason. Now, if you lose your game on Thursday night, you have to rattle off 5 in a row to make it to the postseason. Is that realistic? Probably not. And as much as the Jets may be favored in every game that they play down the stretch, would any loss there surprise you? You know, if the Jets lost at home to the Cardinals, would that shock you? Wouldn't me. If the Jets lost in Jacksonville, that would probably surprise me. But if the Jets lost in Tennessee, would that surprise you? Wouldn't surprise me. If the Jets lost at home to San Diego, I don't think that would be shocking to anybody outside of Rich Radabali, who's a Chargers fan, who says, no, my Chargers stink, trust me. That would be a big surprise. But the Jets are not a very good team. And when you look at it, I don't think any of these games are slam dunks. They can win any, and they can lose any. But 5-1, I don't see that happening. Mike in New Jersey, you expect or think there's a chance the Jets make it to the postseason, Mike?
Very, very slim. I'll tell you, though, but I think they're going to beat the Pats this week, and I'm a huge Pats fan, but I'm very afraid of this week.
Why are you so nervous about this week specifically?
Well, a short week, that late game compared to the 1 o'clock game, I think that's kind of a big, it's going to be a big factor.
Yeah, but the Jets had to travel halfway across the country after their 1 o'clock game.
True, but it's a do or die. They have to win Thursday night. Have to win. The Pats
so you get nervous. You get nervous when the other team has their back to the wall.
Oh, absolutely, without a doubt. You look at the stats, I think it's always in their favor pretty heavily. But I just think the Pats have a nice cushion now in the East, and it's a letdown game. I see Ryan coming up with some defenses that are going to trick Brady, and I think it's going to be a close game. But I don't think I think the Jets will come out on top, and that's coming from a big Pats fan.
Well, answer me this, and you say is a letdown game. When have you ever watched the Patriots really have a letdown game?
Several times. Just when you expect them to flex and really put some distance between themselves and the rest of the division, the other team comes up big. And I think this is going to be the week. But it's not to say that they're going to have a tough. They're going to come back and do very well in the playoffs. They got so many weapons. But I'm just getting a little tired of the ego on Mr. Belichick. It's really getting old.
It's you. I mean, but if there's anyone that you can understand having a big ego, I think it would be Bill Belichick, right? I mean, think about what he's done. The guy's been to 5 Super Bowls with Tom Brady. I mean, that's more than Montana went to. Right? Montana didn't go to 5, he went to 4. Now, granted, he lost 2, but he could easily be, and I'm a Giants fan, but let's be honest. The Patriots could be looking for championship number 6 right now. Number 6 with Brady and Belichick. Because the Giants got fortunate to win the first one, and in some ways fortunate to win the second one. Right? I mean, that's the truth of the matter. Is that the Patriots right now could be looking for championship number 6 with this regime, which is an unbelievable thing to even think about. Greg in New Jersey, what percentage do you give this Jets team to make it to the postseason, Greg?
I give them 0% of winning anything. They're not going to the
Greg, you can't give 0. 0 means they have no chance. You can't give 0. You can give 0.5, but you can't give 0.
I can give 0, sir. Listen, the only way they go into the postseason is if they buy tickets to see other teams play. They have no offensive line that could back protection, which is why they always lose against big name teams.
Well, Greg, did you just tell me that the Jets have a big time quarterback but no offensive line?
They always had a good big time quarterback, except for Ray Lucas. With the exception of Ray Lucas.
What Greg? Big time quarterback. Who's the big time quarterback now? Who was the big time quarterback before? Was Chad Pennington a big time quarterback? Was Browning Nagel a big time quarterback? I mean, I'm completely missing the boat here. The Jets always have a big time quarterback. You know, you say they have no chance of making it to the postseason, which is ridiculous because they have some chance. I mean, they're still mathematically within reason to make it to the postseason. You want to say 5%, 2%, 1%? That's fine. The Jets have some chance of making it to the postseason. My question is, what percentage do you think that is? Because now you can feel there's this little bubbling energy with the Jets of, well, if we win this game, it gets easy down the stretch. But I don't think it gets easy enough. I mean, you'd have to play the, weak sisters of the poor every week for this Jets club to rattle off 6 in a row. Armando in Brooklyn, odds of the Jets making it to the postseason, Armando?
5%.
Okay, I think that's fair.
Yeah. I think that Sanchez has shown he's an indecisive quarterback. I think he needs a little more trust in his team. I like Rex Ryan, but I don't think they're a strong team. I think they really don't have a possibility to go 5-1. Maybe I don't even know what I can put on that because they show that they're not an accurate team.
Well, no, look who they beat. They beat the Bills, who stink. Right? I mean, they beat the Bills, who stink. They beat the Dolphins, who were 4-6, and they got lucky to win that one. They beat the Colts, which right now is their signature win, and they beat the Rams. Think about that right now. The Jets' signature win on the year is beating the Colts at home. That's their stop the presses win. That's the only club that they've beaten that has a better than 500 record. Now you say, well, look at their schedule down the stretch. They only have one club that's better than 500 right now. But do you think, here's the thing, you think the Jets are going to be favored at home against the Cardinals? Probably. You think they'll be favored on the road in Jacksonville? Yes. I don't think they'll be favored on the road in Tennessee. I think Tennessee will be expected to win that game. Home against the Chargers, they'll probably be a slight favorite. And at Buffalo, that's a coin flip. Depends on what Buffalo does down the stretch here. But 5-1 for this Jets club seems crazy for me right now. Frank in Queens, you expect the Jets to make it to the postseason, Frank?
The only way the Jets make it to the postseason is if they control both lines, offensive and defensive. They have to protect Sanchez.
Well, when was the last time the Jets controlled both lines during the course of a 4 or 5 game stretch?
Well, they kind of did last night.
Well, that's a 1 game stretch. I'm talking about a consistent stretch.
That's true. They have to be consistent. That's the only way they'll make it to the postseason. Because if not, they're not going nowhere at all.
But what would lead you to believe that Frank? What would lead you to believe that they will when that's not what they've done?
They have to.
Well, okay.
Plain out, they have to. Plain simple out, they have to. They have to protect Sanchez. And they have to stop bringing Tebow in and ruining his flow.
I agree. It's ridiculous.
That's the bottom line. They have to stop bringing in Tebow. He hasn't done nothing.
It's comical.
If you look at his stats Sunday, everything was negative.
That's comical. I mean, Ed Sanchez had a good game. Sanchez had probably his second best game of the year besides that Buffalo Bills game. And you still bring Tim Tebow into the mix to run plays. For me, it makes absolutely no sense. What's your big concern? I'll tell you what my big concern about this Jets club is next. Dave Rothenberg with you on ESPN New York 98.7 FM.
Mike and Mike in the morning.
Against the Patriots, so they always play tough. Short week, no Gronkowski. If the Jets win, you'll look at the rest of their schedule. I'm not saying I'm talking playoffs yet, but the reality is it ain't over. Beat New England, and there's a heartbeat.
Mike and Mike. Mornings at 6. ESPN New York 98.7 FM.
It's time to get winter ready. Dick's Sporting Goods has more of the best brands to keep you warm as the weather gets colder. The North Face, Columbia, Spider, Burton, Copen, Marmot, Mountain Hardwear, and more. Dick's has the widest selection in styles and colors in men's, women's, and youth jackets and accessories. And don't forget to grab a new snowboard. Dick's carries the snow equipment you need. Before hitting the slopes, stop into Dick's Sporting Goods today. Every season starts at Dick's.
Clipping coupons. Standing in line at 4 a.m. Buying 5 to get 1 free. Maybe it's me, but I don't think it should be that hard to save money, which is why we made Geico.com so easy. Just a few clicks and you could be saving hundreds of dollars on your car insurance. And when you switch to Geico, you can do practically everything online. Report a claim, update your policy, even pay your bill. Click Bam Boom. Visit Geico.com today. Click Bam Boom. I'm rather fond of that one.
Wow is right, big man, because you hold the future in the palm of your hand. Introducing the revolutionary Black & Decker Gyro Screwdriver. Just grip and twist, and this bad boy's motion sensing technology will drive screws in and reverse them out. Turn your wrist to access variable speeds of awesomeness and get your projects done right the first time. So put a little wow in your weekend. You'll love yourself for it.
Hi, it's Colin. Is Notre Dame the best team in the country? I don't think so, but they may end up playing for it. Brent Musburger, always interesting, weighs in. Mondays, Thun Ring Herd Podcast. Check it out. Free on iTunes. Free on Pod Center at ESPNRadio.com.
The Lakers hire Mike D'Antoni as their new head coach.
Immediate reaction poured in to Mike and Mike in the morning.
ESPNLA.com's Ramona Shelburne.
The Lakers chose Mike D'Antoni over Phil Jackson.
NBA insider Chris Broussard.
If Phil Jackson wants to coach, you have to go with him.
ESPN New York's Stephen A. Smith.
If you're talking about winning championships, there's a reason there is 0 on his resume as an NBA head coach.
Breaking news.
Immediate reaction.
This is Mike and Mike in the morning.
ESPN Radio.
Colin Cowherd.
The Atlanta Falcons are very similar to Ben Affleck. I really liked Argo, and I loved the town, but I can't forget Jersey Girl, Pearl Harbor, or 200 Cigarettes. So listen, Atlanta, I am impressed with your recent films, but a 24-2 drubbing to the Giants last year in the playoffs, or a 48-21 drubbing to Green Bay at home, very fresh in my mind.
Colin Cowherd, weekdays at 10 a.m. Eastern, 7 a.m. Pacific on ESPN Radio. This is SEC football. You don't cheer for your team. You live for your team. Passion is worn like a badge of honor. So everyone knows what side you're on. But also because it looks good. The SEC on ESPN collection. Proud to be SEC. Apparel and hats available at Dick's Sporting Goods or online at dicksportinggoods.com. Every season starts at Dick's. Sports news happens fast.
The Lakers' search for a new head coach is over, and the team has hired Mike D'Antoni to replace the fired Mike Brown.
An incredible fight ensued. The crew for Boyer pinned down Jeff Gordon on the ground.
And Texas A&M knocks off #1 Alabama 29.
The latest scores, updates, or breaking news. Turn to Sports Center on ESPN Radio and ESPNRadio.com.
Hi, this is Eric Darnell.
This is David Reagan.
Jamie McMurray.
This is Carl Edwards here for RED.
The entertainment industry's voice for road safety.
Want to make a difference? It's simple. Be responsible.
Plan ahead. Designate before you celebrate.
Friends don't let friends drive drunk.
A public service message brought to you by the U.S. Department of Transportation, RAD, the National Association of Broadcasters, and the Ad Council.
I'm a champion, realize Shaq's mechanism. Yeah, 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 yeah.
Hi, Shaquille O'Neal for RAD. This is not your normal PSA. Don't be stupid. Don't drink and drive. If you're going to go out and have a good time, it's fine. But designate a driver to drive home. Let's stop the madness. Don't drink and drive.
A public service announcement brought to you by the U.S. Department of Transportation, RAD, the National Association of Broadcasters, and the Ad Council.
Dave Rothenberg Show on ESPN New York, 98.7 FM.
What concerns do you have about this Jets team right now? I have one major concern. We'll listen to Rex Ryan address it in just a moment. For me, I mean, the special teams is so bad now for the Jets. Every week it's like, how are they going to let it get away from them this week with special teams? See, when you're a good team, you can't have a facet of your game be bad every week. When you're an average team and you let a facet of your game do that, I mean, you can't win like that. You can't win like that. For me, it's special teams. And yesterday, I mean, if you have your special teams give up a big kickoff return or allow one big play or allow a kick to be blocked, that's pretty much the definition of you're going to lose. When you allow a chip shot field goal to be blocked, a ridiculous fake punt to go off and give the opposition the ball at midfield, and then a kickoff return taken to the house. Now, fortunately, there's a holding on that play, but that is 3 game-changing special teams plays. That's bad if you're the Jets. Here's Rex Ryan addressing the special teams from earlier today on the Michael Kay Show.
You know, we've had some miscues this year, and that certainly isn't the characteristic of a New York Jets special teams, and especially Mike Westhoff's special teams. But again, I believe we can fix it, and we just got to look at what we're asking our guys to do. And I know Mike's taking a hard look, and if that means we have to play some starters on certain teams, then that's what we're going to do.
Well, I mean, at this point of the season, it's not, if, maybe, possibly. It's you do whatever you have to do. I don't care if you have to play your starting 11 on the punt unit or your starting 11 on the field goal team. You need these things to go off without a hitch. And Mike Westhoff is traditionally one of the best in the business, but not this year. He hasn't been. John in Jersey City, what do you expect from this Jets team down the stretch, John? John? No? All right. Jeff in Fairview. Jeff, what do you expect from this Jets club down the stretch?
Hey, Dave, you forget one thing.
Yes.
I think this Jets, not only we can beat the Patriots.
Oh, boy.
We can make the playoffs.
Oh, here we go.
To win the division. Listen, they still haven't played the 49ers or the Texans yet. That's 2 losses for New England right there. They got to play Miami twice.
You're definite that they're going to lose both to the Texans and the Niners.
No, I'm not definite, but it's a possibility. I think they would lose 1 out of 2 to Miami with that defense. It's a divisional game. So
what do you think the Patriots wind up at?
The Patriots.
Yeah, they have 6 games. What do you think they wind up at?
All right. I'm going to say 10-6.
All right, and the Jets are going to win 10?
Well, we got to run the table.
Yeah, you got to run the table. So you're telling me that if New England goes 4-2, no, New England would have to go 3-3 to go 10-6, and the Jets are going to run the table. I mean, come on, Jeff, how unrealistic is this?
I know, I'm a little, but I'm just saying, New England has those 2 games with the Niners and the Texans. I know the Texans were horrible last night. The Niners look unbelievable tonight.
Did you see how the Texans looked against a big-time pass offense when they went up against the Packers?
Who, the Niners?
No, the Texans, when they went up against the Packers and Aaron Rodgers threw 6 touchdowns against them.
Right, okay.
Well, or yesterday when of course the inimitable Chad Henne lit them up for 4 touchdowns.
I know, but New England's defense stinks too.
Stinks, but it's clearly not a huge problem right now because they're still sitting here at 7-3, and they should be. Well, what did they lose? They lost a game to Miami? No, they lost a game to Arizona at home that they should have won. What are their other games? Seattle, which they should have won. They were the better team. What's their other loss, Nabate? You know everything. What's their other loss? Come on, Nabate. You're better than this. All right, we're going to look that up. But you know what? You understand the point. I mean, you know what? Their defense has been horrendous all year. Whatever it is, I remember it's a very winnable game. Baltimore, that's right, where they collapsed down the stretch in the 4th quarter. I mean, you know what's amazing to think about? A play or 2 here or there, and the Patriots could be 10-0 right now. It's true. I mean, if Gostkowski makes a very makeable field goal at the end of the Cardinals game, if they don't collapse, I think they had a 9-point lead in the 4th quarter against the Ravens, and they had a double-digit lead in the second half against the Seahawks as well. So we're talking about collapsing. This team could be 10-0 right now. They're not a great team, but they could be 10-0 right now. John in Jersey City, you're on ESPN New York. Can you expect big things from the Jets, huh, John?
Hey, Dave, John, Jersey City, lifelong fan.
Of me or the Jets, John? You're a lifelong fan of me or of the Jets?
Both of you.
Oh, thank you, John.
I've been watching these Jets since I'm 8 years old. I don't know what Woody Johnson said to them or that big meeting was about, but that put a spark under them. Somebody's scared for their jobs, and they're going to go 5-0 with this now. Watch.
So wait, they play 6 games. You think the Jets are going to run the table, John?
I hope they do.
Well, I understand that you hope they are because you're a Jets fan, but do you expect them to win their next 6 games?
Yes.
John, I mean, come on, really?
Yes, Dave. I'm really.
Why?
I'm serious.
Why?
Because I don't know what he said to them guys after that meeting or during that meeting, but he's been with this team for 13 years, and I think he's sick and tired.
John,
of it.
I give him a ton of credit. You heard me talk about how much credit I give him for the win yesterday. Do you know who they beat yet? They beat the Rams yesterday. You're going to tell me because they beat the Rams that you're going to then go ahead and think they're going to go on a 7-game winning streak to end the season?
I'll bet you they do.
John, you name the wager.
Okay, I'll bet you. You do my job, and I'll do your job.
I don't know that the powers that be would actually allow that to happen, but I'm telling you.
I'll make it happen.
Well, I don't know what your job actually is then, if you can make it happen, John. But realistically, how about this? Call me back. When the Jets run the table and win 10 games this year, you call me back. Or if the Jets wind up losing 1 or 2 games, call me back and we'll talk about it then.
Dave, I'm going to call you back after every win they have.
John, I welcome that. I welcome you calling me after every win the Jets have and telling me how you told me they were going to go 7-0 down the stretch here. Fair enough?
Fair enough. You the man, Dave.
Thanks. Appreciate it, John. I mean, come on. Come on. Thanks, John. I mean, you guys are crazy. The Jets there is no way on God's green earth that the Jets are going to run the table and win 10 games this year. And to guarantee it's just ridiculous. I don't understand. You know what? This is what I don't get. Is that Jets fans have gone through more misery than almost any team in the NFL over the last 40 years. But for some reason, you still have people, and I guess it's like, you can never quiet mankind when things are going awfully. That's what John is. I mean, what leads you to believe that the Jets are going to do this? What leads you to believe that any club is going to win their last 6? Less the Jets. They've been terrible so far in 10 games this year. You want to know what Woody Johnson said to Mike Tenenbaum in the meeting? Here's Mike Tenenbaum from earlier tonight on Inside the Jets.
The manifestation of that meeting is just another part of, hey, he wants to win, and we have really good dialogue, and that doesn't mean everyone's always going to agree, but we have robust debate, which is what he wants. And, being 3-6, we had a good conversation, but we have those conversations all the time. And it's always about what can we do to win. And you see that be at the stadium or the practice facility or resources we put into players, and it was a good meeting, and obviously we got the result we wanted yesterday.
All right, what can we do to win? Certainly something that was touched upon. What else was talked about during this meeting?
It was it was just about one thing, like problem solving. Like, what can we do? Here's where we are. Here's the collective set of circumstances we have. What's the best thing we can do to move forward to get a win? And we have those meetings all the time. That one happened to be, a little bit more public, but, Rex meet with his staff after every game. Obviously Rex, Woody, and I talk all the time. So, from that standpoint, it was just like, let's try to problem solve, and what can we do to get over the hump here?
Problem solve. That was what the meeting was about. Solving problems between Mike Tenenbaum and Woody Johnson. 1-800-919-3776 as we switch focus to Big Blue. Are the Giants in trouble, yes or no? 1-800-919-3776. The Giants with a huge game on Sunday night. We'll get into that next. Dave Rothenberg with you on ESPN New York 98.7 FM.
Colin Cowherd and the Herd.
Spanning the globe to bring you the constant variety of sports.
New England.
All right, the Patriots win big but lose Gronk, who breaks an arm. Mike Reese, who does a great job at ESPNBoston.com. How long is Gronk going to be out? What's the latest, Mike?
Well, Colin, they're talking about, weeks here. Let's say anywhere between 3 to 6. But again, that's a projection. Always hard to tell. I think the key for the Patriots is where do you go from here? This is a guy that does so many things for them. 93% of the snaps he's played this season. So you can't just put someone else out there and expect that role to be filled. They're going to have a lot of guys chip in to try to fill what Gronk did for them.
Aaron Hernandez is still banged up, so Gronk is out against the Jets. Will Aaron Hernandez play?
Colin, it's trending in that direction. When they brought him back a couple of weeks ago, they ultimately brought him back too soon. So they said, we're going to shut you down, Aaron, and we're going to bring you back when you are 100% ready. And he's been close. If this was the playoffs yesterday, I think he would have played. So I think he has a real chance to play Thursday night against the Jets.
Los Angeles.
Matt Barkley out versus Notre Dame, and a lot of people want Kiffin out. Gary Klein, my buddy at the L.A. Times. After the game, Kiffin said he's safe. Pat Hayden talked to Bill Plaschke at your paper. Were you surprised that Pat Hayden came out immediately and said Lane's my guy?
I wasn't surprised, Colin, because that's what athletic directors have to do. If you listen to what Pat Hayden says, Lane Kiffin is his coach 150%. So I think those kind of comments really went through the USC fan base. People are going nuts. Some, happy he's supporting him. Others can't believe it. But that's where he stands going into the Notre Dame game. And Kiffin said last night he was not concerned about it at all. Because he feels he has great support from the president and the athletic director.
College football.
All right, Oregon goes down, Kansas State goes down, and a wild Saturday night. Notre Dame's the new number one. It's funny, Stanford beat Oregon. Coulda, shoulda beat Notre Dame. Did beat USC. Maybe Stanford's a lot better than we think, or was Oregon overrated?
Well, but see, it's a pattern now. See, here's the problem with Oregon. We know this. We know that this offense, particularly the running game, does not work against top-shelf defenses that can tackle. Stanford didn't miss a tackle. See, USC could get to the ball. They just couldn't stop anybody. But Stanford didn't miss anything. They had one play where they missed on Marcus Mariota. He took off for that 77-yard dash. But now we've seen it, whether it was the national championship against Auburn, whether it was the opener against LSU last year, whether it was against Boise State a few years ago. This offense, it's a pattern now. You kind of see it coming. This offense does not work against very, very good, smart defensive front sevens that can tackle.
It's your daily sports page, spanning the globe in the herd. Weekdays on ESPN Radio and ESPNradio.com. Thursday, the Jets spend Thanksgiving with the Patriots. Coverage begins at 6:30. WEPN FM, WEPN HD1, New York.
I'm Dave Rothenberg with your ESPN New York Sports Center. Jets with a convincing 2-touchdown win on the road in St. Louis yesterday. Next up, short week as they're home for the Patriots on Thursday night. Rex Ryan says it's the Pats' short week. He's not even stirring things up this week.
I'm not even worried about tweaking New England or anybody else. It's to the point where no, we have to focus on just us.
And that game gets started Thanksgiving night, 6:30, right here on ESPN New York 98.7 FM. Giants, news from Big Blue. Eli Manning threw a little bit today during practice, said his arm felt a lot better. There was more pop when he was throwing passes. Keith Rivers banged up his knee in a car accident during the bye week. Did not show up for Giants practice today. Former Giants wideout Plexico Burress worked out for the Pittsburgh Steelers earlier today. To the NBA, Knicks and Nets both off tonight, both in action tomorrow night at 7-1. The Knicks travel to Anthony Davis, the number one pick in the NBA draft. They take on New Orleans. Nets travel out west. They take on the Lakers. Mike D'Antoni may make his debut for L.A. tomorrow night. News from college sports. Big Ten adding at least one team. Maryland is definitely headed to the Big Ten. Rutgers expected to make the announcement tomorrow as well.
The Dave Rothenberg Show on ESPN New York, 98.7 FM.
If there's a script for the Giants, can they deviate from it at all? I mean, every year with Coughlin and Eli, outside of the first year when they just completely collapsed down the stretch and won that last game against the Cowboys in 2004, every single year they're 6-2. They lose a couple of games. They have to turn it on in the end. Some years they do and win the whole thing. Some years they don't and don't make it to the postseason. But, I mean, it's unbelievable with the Giants right now. Now, they were playing the worst football that you've seen this team play in a very long time. That loss at home, that fourth quarter to Pittsburgh, carrying over to the entire game against Cincinnati was bad football, was 5 quarters of bad football. Do you expect the Giants to get out of this funk this week and give you a big-time effort against the Packers? 1-800-919-3776. See, for me, look at this schedule. You know, look at that. Let's just go side by side and look at the Jets schedule and look at the Giants schedule. Now, I know the Giants were the Super Bowl champions last year, and they won their division, but they went 9-7. All right, look at the schedules. Jets have Patriots, Cardinals. So let's figure out how many losses the Jets get to go up against, right? The Patriots have 3. The Cardinals have 6 is 9. The Jaguars have 9 is 18. The Titans have 6 is 23. The Chargers has 6 is 29. And the Bills have 6 is 35. All right? So the Jets go up against 35 losses. The Giants go up against 3 from the Packers. 6 from the Redskins is 9. 5 from the Saints is 14. 1 from the Falcons is 15. 2 from the Ravens is 17, and 7 from the Eagles is 24. So the Eagles kind of makes it unfair, and the Redskins are better than that 4-6 record. But, I mean, it's not even close. Jets go up against 35 losses, Giants 24, and 13 of the 24 losses is the Redskins and the Eagles. But look at this. I mean, the Packers this week, which is as tough a game as there is, at the Redskins will not be easy. Home to the Saints, which I thought was going to be an easy game because the Saints, were 1-4 or 0-4 or whatever they were, and now they're 5-5, and they're going to be fighting for a spot. At Atlanta, that's a tough game. Atlanta undefeated at home, 9-1 on the year with a point to prove. At Baltimore, and again, you don't look at Baltimore and say this is a vintage Baltimore team, but they're 9-2. Well, I guess they're 8-2 right now, the Ravens and the Eagles, who are bad right now. If there's one game on that Giants schedule you say, that's a gimme, it's that game against the Eagles. But that'll be Andy Reid's finale, and God knows what happens if they, come to play in that one. But you look, and the Giants were 6-2 and had a 2.5-game lead in this division, and all of a sudden you look at it and you say, how did this happen? How are we sitting here with the Giants that are in almost a must-win? I mean, there's a chance that we talk late Sunday night at about midnight, and the Giants, because of tie-breaking issues, could be in second place in this division. They could be 6-5, and the Cowboys could be 6-5. Joey in Clifton, how you feeling about Big Blue right now, Joey?
I see the schedule, man. It's not easy.
No.
It's not easy. A lot of losable games coming up.
What do you think? What do you think the Giants have to do to get into the postseason? They're 6-4. If I told you the Giants go 9-7, you take it right now?
I think it's going to take 10 wins. We got to take the division.
But you don't. You can win this division with 9.
I see Dallas picking up speed.
Dallas picking up speed. Wait, Dallas picking up speed. They got as fortunate as humanly possible to win that game against Cleveland at home yesterday.
They did, and I sat there and I watched my Cowboy fans' cousins, and I hoped everything would go wrong, but it didn't. They took the game. You win the games that are on your schedule. You can't be too mad about that.
Well, I don't think you're mad about winning the game, but I think the way you played, you can't be too excited as a Cowboys fan. Let me run through with you right now the remaining Cowboys schedule, all right? The Redskins on Thanksgiving afternoon, which is hardly a gimme. They host the Eagles, which you figure they'd win. At Cincinnati is a very difficult game. Right? Pittsburgh at home. If Roethlisberger back, they probably lose that game. New Orleans at home, which at that point of the season, who knows what New Orleans will have to play for, and at the Redskins. You don't think the Cowboys are going to lose at least 2, if not 3 games down the stretch?
I see them taking a few L's right there, but if they win this weekend and we happen to take this loss to the Packers, then, like you said before, we're in a tie.
That's right.
And they have the tiebreaker. I think we're taking the Baltimore game. I think we're taking the Atlanta game. I'm worried right now about New Orleans and Green Bay. I don't like Aaron Rodgers or Drew Brees coming in that way our defense has been looking.
No, I don't blame you about that. I have a feeling, and I would be very surprised if the Giants didn't win that New Orleans game. I mean, New Orleans at home and on the road is a completely different team. It's going to be cold. That game is on December 9th. I would be surprised. Now, this weekend's game has me very anxious for the Giants, but I would be surprised if they didn't win that game against the Saints. If you said to me, of these 6, what are the Giants going to do? I think they're going to lose. The Giants are so weird, though. That's the thing. Every time you think they're going to lose, they win, and every time you think they're going to win, they lose. But here's what I'm going to give you for the Giants. I think they're going to lose against the Packers. I think they beat the Redskins. I think they beat the Saints. I think they lose in Atlanta. I think they beat the Ravens, and I think they beat the Eagles. I think the Giants find a way. And until this team shows me otherwise, I'm going to expect the Giants to win these games and win this division. And until they're done, I don't think they'll be done. Dave in Mount Olive, what's your take on the Giants right now, Dave?
Okay, first of all, I'd like to say, Dave, I love your show.
Thank you.
I am a Cowboy fan, but I am a realist as a Cowboy fan. I'm not concerned about if I was a Giant fan, I would not be too concerned about the schedule because the Giants have proven on a regular basis the tougher the teams, the tougher they play. So if they had the Cowboy schedule, I would be more concerned as a Giant fan because those are games they seem to take for granted. But when you pick them up against top teams, that's when you get the best ball, the best Giant ball. So that concerns me as a Cowboy fan that, yeah, they'll probably end up taking the division because they step up when they have to. And until
Here's the thing with the Cowboys, Dave. All right, what leads you to believe, or anybody to believe, really, that the Cowboys are any good? You know, and I think we lost Dave there. I mean, you know, people talk about this until they're blue in the face. The Cowboys right now, I mean, I would not say this is a really big-time team. Would you? I mean, do you look at the Cowboys and say, man, this is a scary, scary team? No. I mean, they got fortunate. The Browns have the longest road losing streak in the NFL, and the Cowboys had to get every ounce of fortune to find a way to win this game yesterday. I mean, it took pass interference calls. It took personal foul calls. It took a late field goal. This game went to overtime. You were down 13-0 and being dominated at home by the Browns. So, see, for me, I look at this as not that the Giants are such a great team, because I don't think they are, but I don't think there's anything in this division that's any better than the Giants right now. And you cannot sell me on the Cowboys. God knows the Eagles are dreadful. And the Redskins, their time will come. It is not yet. Peter in Edison, what's your take on the Giants right now, Peter? How are you, buddy?
Thanksgiving, man.
You too.
This is my take. I think they're going to lose to Green Bay.
Mm-hmm.
I think they're going to beat Washington. I think they're going to lose to the Saints. That's how we differ.
Well, you don't need to go through every game, but what do you think the Giants are going to do down the stretch here? I mean, they have 6 games. What do you think they give you?
I think they're going to go 3-3. I think anyone that says, "Hey, listen, man, they'll be fine," they're not. Come on now, let's be real. Let's just look at what's on paper. The only game that they can really win without a problem would be Philly. RG3 is going to give you a problem.
Oh, they gave the Giants a problem at home. But you know what? You know what the funny thing is, Peter?
What's up?
How can you not think that the Giants are going to be fine? All they ever do is do this and wind up being fine.
That's absolutely right. But it comes to a point where your luck might run out at one point. The Giants aren't the same team, in my opinion, they used to be.
But the Giants weren't a good team last year until the postseason. The Giants were a 7-7 team that would trail to the Jets and got a huge play to turn that game around, beat the Cowboys, and never looked back. So you say not the same team. What team were they for the bulk of last season?
I'm just saying they went on a string of winnings. They went into the playoffs hot. And in my opinion, looking at the schedule, I don't think they're going to win back-to-back games like that.
You may be right, but I mean, are you going to bet against them? You may be right. This may be the year that the Giants can't answer the bell, but are you going to be the person that if the Giants take on the Falcons and make it to the NFC Championship game that says, you know what, I don't think they can win that game? I mean, what one game on the Giants' schedule right now do you look at and say, man, they can't win that game? It's not that there's one game like that. It's that there's this daunting task of every game is difficult right now for the Giants. Enshu in New Jersey. You're on ESPN New York. What's up, Enshu?
Hey, just want to say I'm a big fan of your show.
Thank you.
I have to say, the Giants, their schedule's not looking too good for the next few weeks, but this bye week came at an opportune time. Their offense could definitely use some work, but this week definitely gave Hakeem Nicks some time to recover from.
And I don't know if you saw this, Enshu, but he came out earlier today and said this is the best he's felt, and he hasn't felt this well, and this is as close to 100% as he will be.
Exactly, and that's good news. You guys only really had Victor Cruz, Martellus Bennett to pass to, and in my opinion, when Hakeem's healthy, he's by far a better receiver than Victor Cruz.
I think so. The difference is that Hakeem Nicks can give you more just consistency. Victor Cruz is that big play receiver. But the difference is if you have them both rolling, and Bennett, and Randall, and Hickson, and some semblance of a running game, the Giants are tough. The problem is when Eli is not good, the Giants have no chance. None. Look around the NFL. Look at these injuries to these quarterbacks. The Steelers can't move the ball without Ben Roethlisberger. They laid the Ravens' defense last night look good, and we all know that the Ravens' defense is not good. Look at the Niners tonight. They're beating up the Bears and Jason Campbell and destroying them. Because why? Because Jay Cutler is not in the lineup. If your starting quarterback is not there and you play a pretty good team, you have very little chance. And if Eli is not good, the Giants don't have much of a chance of getting anything done. The Knicks are getting it all done. And how? The number that excites me, I will share with you next. Dave Rothenberg on ESPN New York, 98.7 FM.
Let's go! Let's go!
Coming off their win in St. Louis, the Jets can give themselves a shot at the playoffs if they start a run. Can they continue it with a win on Thanksgiving against New England?
I'm not even worried about tweaking New England or anybody else. We have to focus on just us.
Jets-Patriots coverage gets underway Thursday night at 6:30 on ESPN New York, 98.7 FM.
It's time to get winter ready. Dick's Sporting Goods has more of the best brands to keep you warm as the weather gets colder. The North Face, Columbia, Spyder, Burton, Copen, Marmot, Mountain Hardwear, and more. Dick's has the widest selection in styles and colors in men's, women's, and youth jackets and accessories. And don't forget to grab a new snowboard. Dick's carries the snow equipment you need. Before hitting the slopes, stop into Dick's Sporting Goods today. Every season starts at Dick's.
Son, try using the channel lock pliers on that.
You know, Dad had it right. More gizmos just mean more headaches. That's why the legendary channel lock tongue and groove pliers made it just 4 things. 2 pieces of high-carbon American steel, a rivet, and one heck of a can-do attitude.
Let's take it for a spin, son.
Channel Lock, fiercely made in Meadville, Pennsylvania, USA. Enter the Channel Lock $5,000 Gridiron Garage giveaway and turn your garage into the ultimate football fan's dream work and play space. Enter today at ChannelLockSweepstakes.com.
A good one on Monday Night Football, and Mike will be the place to talk about it on Tuesday morning on ESPN Radio. Plus, Magic Johnson will tell us if he still thinks Phil Jackson is a better choice for the Lakers job than Mike D'Antoni. That's Tuesday. Mike and Mike, ESPN Radio and ESPNRadio.com.
And ESPN Radio, Mike and Mike, Extra Point.
So let's go ahead, Mr. Golick. Let's give you a moment. Let us all say congratulations to the Irish and to the football family that is Golick, as Notre Dame is number 1 in the land.
Pretty wild Saturday, wouldn't you say? I mean, starting, the Notre Dame game, obviously they took control of that game early, but before it was senior day, so having my son Mike is a 5th-year senior and Jake is a senior, so they were supposed to run out separately as the seniors do, but they told the people who were setting it up that they wanted to come out together, so they ran out together to meet us, as they did the other seniors as well. That was very, very emotional. A lot of tears shed as the last time they'll both run on that field. The game went very well, obviously, for Notre Dame, and then at night, wow. I mean, what can you say but wow.
Hear more from Mike and Mike tomorrow morning on ESPN Radio. Trending now. No Jay Cutler, no Alex Smith tonight on Monday Night Football. Plus more conference realignment possible. It's What's Trending Now on ESPN Radio and ESPNRadio.com.
From ABC News, Wall Street now. The stock market soared on strong quarterly earnings from U.S. corporations and optimism that a deal to avoid a so-called fiscal cliff can be reached before January 1st. The Dow picked up 208 points to close at 12,796. NASDAQ up 63, fueled by a surge in Apple shares. The S&P was up 27. Home improvement company Lowe's said its third quarter profits surged 76%. That follows a quarterly report from Home Depot last week, which raised its outlook for the year. Sales of previously owned homes rose solidly in October, up 2.1%. helped by improvement in the job market and record low mortgage rates. The increase, along with a jump in home builder confidence this month, suggests the housing market continues to recover. Hostess Brands and its Bakers Union will go into mediation, meaning the maker of Twinkies won't go out of business just yet. Joan Bennett, ABC News.
College football on ESPN Radio and ESPNRadio.com. The storyline is simple. If Notre Dame knocks off USC, they are heading to the national championship.
Fires over the middle towards the goal line. Touchdown!
For USC, they'd like nothing more than to provide the Irish with their first defeat. Number #1 Notre Dame at the USC Trojans. Saturday at 7 Eastern on ESPN Radio. The Dave Rothenberg Show on ESPN New York, 98.7 FM.
The Knicks sit at 7-1, and there's a lot of reasons that you're excited about them. And for me, the biggest reason that you're excited about the Knicks. You ready for this? All right. The Knicks are average. I mean, maybe it's a little things. Maybe I'm just a nerd when it comes to being excited for my teams and numbers. But listen to this. All right. The Knicks are averaging far and away. I mean, it's not even close. The fewest turnovers per game in the NBA. All right. The Knicks are averaging 10.4 turnovers a game. Second best, let me scroll down here. Philly averages 13.5, so the Knicks are +3 over Philly. Memphis is 13.7. There's Boston is 13.8, and Toronto is 13.2. So the Knicks are 3 turnovers a game better than any club in the NBA. I mean, I love that stat. And it's not like the Knicks play this complete half-court game. They look to run when they have to, but look at their box scores. Every single night, Raymond Felton, 30 minutes played, 2 turnovers. Jason Kidd, 24 minutes played, 1 turnover. They play big-time defense. They don't turn the ball over. This is why I think you have to be excited with the Knicks right now. Carmelo Anthony, he won't even compare last year to this year.
I don't want to compare this season to last season. This is a new start, new beginning for a lot of us. For this team, our mindset is we're not even thinking about, what happened last year.
And he doesn't even want to compare it. Well, listen, I can't imagine that Carmelo is going to want to think about what he was last year or during the Mike D'Antoni era. But look at this Knicks team right now. And you wonder why they're playing well. They're averaging, I can give you numbers that'll blow you away. They're averaging winning their games by 10.5 a game, and that includes a loss to Memphis in there. They're plus, I get excited by turning the ball over 10.5 times a game, or not even to that number. They're turning the opposition over 17.3 times a game. The Knicks are +7 every game when it comes to turning the ball over. That's a big number. You play defense, and your +7 turnover ratio on average per game. You wonder why the Knicks are 7-1 here right now, because they're a legitimate team. When you look at the Knicks right now, and you look up and down this roster, who has surprised you the most? Is it Jason Kidd, who maybe you didn't think could do this still? Is it Raymond Felton, who maybe you thought was eating himself out of the NBA? Is it Ronnie Brewer, who you weren't really sure of who he was, and now you watch him and you kind of fall in love with his game? Is it Carmelo Anthony, who you thought was not that player? Which Knicks so far has surprised you the most this season? I love Ronnie Brewer. But you know what? All of these things have surprised me. I like the Jason Kidd signing, and I thought that he was going to be good with the Jason Kidd signing, but I didn't expect this. I didn't realize, and maybe I think a lot of us underestimate what a veteran leadership kind of guy can bring to a team. What one thing on this Knicks club right now surprises you the most? 1-800-919-3776. You have to be surprised by what Kidd has brought to this team. I think you have to be surprised. Maybe not Felton. Maybe that's just me. Because I know, speaking with a lot of people around the Knicks, they expected Raymond Felton to have a bounce-back year from what he was last year. But I think you have to be surprised a lot of what Carmelo has brought to this team. If I'm going to give Carmelo a hard time when he lays multiple eggs, not just an egg, lots of eggs all over the place, then I think we have to give Carmelo a ton of credit when we look at what he's done this year. He's transformed his game. His defense is real. His commitment to teamwork is real. His commitment to not having to be a guy that's going to score, 30 points a game is real. Carmelo is a team player right now. What, for your money, is the one thing, the one guy that has surprised you the most about this Knicks team? Is it Mike Woods? There's so many choices that you could go with here. You could go with Carmelo Anthony. You go with Jason Kidd. You go with Raymond Felton. You go with Mike Woodson. You go with they don't turn the ball over. You want to get into a specific stat. There's so many choices of where you can go with what this Knicks team and how this Knicks club has surprised you. And it starts with what Mike Woodson says. Because there was a time when the Knicks were so good at home. but that was a long time ago. If you're 23, you don't even remember that. You got to be well into your 30s to remember the Knicks being dominant at home. And Mike Woodson, and I agree with this wholeheartedly, you have to win your home games.
You know, we're playing for something, guys. We're trying to stay at the top. We're trying to win our division and host first round at home. And we got to win at home. I mean, that's whoever comes in here, we got to make sure that they go out of here or go somewhere else looking for a W, not here.
That's right, and I love it. I love the fact that the Knicks don't take nights off. I think for me that's the biggest thing. They don't take nights off. Night after night, they come to play. They came to play yesterday against Indiana at noon. They didn't play well. They shot 37% from the floor, and they shot terribly from three, and they still won the game fairly comfortably. That's a big-time team right now. Tony in Manhattan, what excites you the most? Surprise you the most?
There's so much. There's so much. I mean, you know, I'm pleasantly surprised by everyone, as you have said.
Right.
I mean, you know, I kind of knew about Carmelo because I'm a Syracuse fan, and I know he was a team player back then, and he had it in him, you know. So that doesn't really surprise me that much. And Felton's definitely been better than I thought, but I also was a big Felton fan. I got to say, J.R. Smith's been unbelievable.
He really has. And you know what? The funny thing, Tony, is I'm still hesitant to completely jump on board with J.R. Smith.
I know what you're saying, but if he can keep this up even 90%, boy, what a plus, man. He has just been both ends of the court, just the energy and you know, when he's on. I mean, who's playing better than him when he's in?
You know, you're right. And that's your sixth man right now. Because there was never a question whether or not J.R. Smith was athletic. There's never been a question whether J.R. Smith could knock down the shot. The question about J.R. Smith is he never does it consistently. And he's doing it consistently now, as the entire club is doing it consistently now. Arnold in Queens, what's your biggest surprise right now for the Knicks, Arnold?
My biggest surprise, and I don't think anybody could say anything, is Rasheed Wallace. I mean, the numbers he's putting up right now, shooting threes, toasting people up.
Yeah, but I think it's a lot more than that with Rasheed Wallace. I don't think the numbers are that incredible. I think it's what he adds to this team that is really incredible.
I mean, with the Molly Stoudemire out, I mean, things he's doing right now. He's played good defense on Marc Gasol and Zach Randolph.
That's your difference, is that he adds you a big defensive body who can block shots and rebound the ball. Right? And that's what you get from him. You know, I mean, I think he missed 13 consecutive threes at one point earlier this season. His three-point shooting is not great, but he adds that low-post presence. I mean, let's look at the Knicks right now. If you want to say that Carmelo Anthony does have a pretty good back-to-the-basket game, then I give you that. After that right now, who's their second-best back-to-the-basket guy? You could actually say that it's Rasheed Wallace. Ernest in Brooklyn, what's the biggest surprise for you so far in this Knicks team, Ernest?
Hey, how you doing?
Good.
Love your show.
Thank you.
My biggest surprise is the coach. Forget everybody else. Coach Woodson. And I say that because Woodson, he surprised me that he's a really no-nonsense coach. And the thing that I love about him, Carmelo had a change of heart because mainly he'll take Carmelo and sit him on a bench, and he's not afraid to do it. Those Knicks respect him, and he's really not a fool-around guy. He tells them what he expects of them, and they better do it. And you can see by the way they're playing. My old Knicks would have lost. When I watched them, I would have to pray that they're up by 10 with 10 seconds left for them to win a game.
You're right. You know what I think is nice about Mike Woodson is that you feel like, and I don't even know where he's from, to be honest with you. I guess he went to Indiana, but you feel like he's a New Yorker, don't you? You feel like his attitude and his way, it fits into the New York system and the New York belief. He's tough. He's no nonsense. He's defense first. He's hard-nosed. You talk about a coach that the town has fallen in love with, and I think rightfully so. Let's give this guy some big credit. Let's give Carmelo big credit. That was a long way to go, but through 8 games, I think you got to be very excited about what you've seen. You know what? There's another team that you got to be very excited that what you've seen from them, the Nets. And they have a big game tomorrow night against the Lakers. We'll get into that a little bit next. Dave Rothenberg with you on ESPN New York 98.7 FM.
Jets head coach Rex Ryan, weekly on the Michael K. Show.
Is it hard to believe, Rex, you're 4-6, you hadn't won a game in 35 days, but let's be honest, you are in the playoff hunt.
I mean, we're so far from even thinking about it right now, to be honest with you. We just have to get better. We're so backed up that that's all we can do. We can't even look at the other scenarios.
Jets head coach Rex Ryan every Monday at 5:15 on ESPN New York 98.7 FM.
I'm Eric Carabao, and this is the ESPN Radio Fantasy Minute. If you own Rob Gronkowski, the awesome New England Patriots tight end, you're probably thinking your season is over. Well, maybe it is. He's probably going to be out 3 or 4 weeks here with a broken arm, but I do think he will come back before the end of the season, which is why I would not drop him in a standard league. Even if he only helps you in your championship game, that's still reason enough to keep him around. He's easily the best tight end in fantasy for this season. He had 7 touchdowns in his past 4 games. He's really, really good. Keep him around. But if you need to find somebody else, the guy I like is Brandon Myers of Oakland. He had only 3 fewer receptions than Gronk for the year. 3 touchdowns in his last 3 games. It's not quite Gronk-like, but still pretty good. And every game with Oakland is a shootout. Dwayne Allen of Indianapolis, 11 targets on Sunday, 6 receptions. No Coby Fleener, and I don't know when he's coming back. Dwayne Allen's pretty good. And Kyle Rudolph, now I don't like his schedule. Chicago Bears twice in the next 3 weeks, but Rudolph's pretty good. Mercedes Lewis and Dallas Clark with 3 touchdowns in the past 5 weeks. There's options out there at tight end. Your season is not over if you own Gronk, and keep him owned. I'm Eric Carabao. For the latest fantasy news and to read my work, check out ESPN.com/fantasy.
Confidence? Are you there?
Baby, I'm right here, and I want that car.
Oh, good. I get so stressed out shopping for cars.
You went on Cars.com, and now I'm busted. Oh!
I could have used you when I asked for that raise.
I took a personal day.
Uh-huh. Those side-by-side comparisons on Cars.com did make it easy to compare gas mileage and pricing. And now, I'm confident.
Let's get those keys and go.
Right, big man, because you hold the future in the palm of your hand. Introducing the revolutionary Black & Decker Gyro Screwdriver. Just grip and twist, and this bad boy's motion sensing technology will drive screws in and reverse them out. Turn your wrist to access variable speeds of awesomeness and get your projects done right the first time. So put a little wow in your weekend. You'll love yourself for it.
Hi, it's Colin. Is Notre Dame the best team in the country? I don't think so, but they may end up playing for it. Brent Musburger, always interesting, weighs in. Mondays, Thun Ring Herd Podcast. Check it out. Free on iTunes. Free on Pod Center at ESPNradio.com.
Clipping coupons. Standing in line at 4 a.m. Buying 5 to get 1 free. Maybe it's me, but I don't think it should be that hard to save money, which is why we made Geico.com so easy. Just a few clicks and you could be saving hundreds of dollars on your car insurance. And when you switch to Geico, you can do practically everything online. Report a claim, update your policy, even pay your bill. Click, bam, boom. Visit Geico.com today. Click, bam, boom. I'm rather fond of that one.
Get your daily dose of NFL insight all week long on ESPN. Tune in to NFL Live weekdays at 4 Eastern for real-time coverage from Trey Wingo and the best analysts in the business.
With the receivers that he has, he can make a lot of plays in the passing game.
Then at 6 on ESPN2, Susie and Mort break down every story from around the league on NFL 32.
This is the team in the AFC to beat.
NFL Live and NFL 32 on ESPN, where fans go for football.
You gotta wake them up.
Every weekday morning.
Wake up to Mike and Mike in the morning.
On ESPN Radio.
In all the years we've been doing this show, Golick has booked a guest like twice. And this is one of those times. He is the head coach of the #1 team in the BCS for the first time in a long time. The head coach of the Notre Dame Fighting Irish, Brian Kelly, is with us on the Subway Fresh Take Hotline. Before I just step away and let the two of you talk, congratulations, Coach, on a great win Saturday and an unbelievable season.
Thanks, Mike. I appreciate it. And congratulations to your Wildcats on a great win.
It was a very nice win for us. We'll set aside some time to talk about that later. Go ahead, Golick.
Coach, before we even get to what happened over this weekend, the last couple of weeks, you know, the win over the BC, the triple overtime over Pitt, and you're sitting at number 3, still kind of on the outside looking in, and everybody talking about using the term style points. How did you or did you talk with the team about that? You know these kids, they all read the blogs and see everything out there. How did you deal with that part of it?
Well, I just told them that we haven't gone that route all year. It's been just about finding ways to win and, playing hard for 4 quarters. So for me to change my approach would be, as you know, disingenuous to our kids because it would be a mixed message. So I've never talked about anything about just finding ways to win football games because, as we all know, it's really difficult to win week in and week out.
So then you get this, but even just to mention, because it was in a lot of places, just a note on senior day. It was at a lot of different schools, and before we get to where you are now, just a thought on, saying goodbye to some players that you've now spent a few years with.
Well, first of all, 29 of them. So, you've got such a huge piece of your football program in this 2012 team is about our seniors and, of course, your boys in particular and the impact that they've had. And, coming in under, tough circumstances and showing grit and resolve and going through a transition of a coach and doing everything we've asked them to do. So it gets, for me, a bit emotional when you talk about it after the fact. Now, before it, it's all about playing the game. It's about the opportunity to play and the enthusiasm. But, when you look back on it, when you have 29 seniors, they make a huge impact.
And then tell us about what you did that night as a couple of other games were on, Kansas State and Oregon.
We get such little time with the family. We usually go to dinner or have dinner at the house, and we'll throw the TV on and have it as a kind of a backdrop. But quite frankly, we were watching both games with great interest, and it started as just a family dinner. And about the third quarter, we had neighbors I never knew I had coming into my house.
It's Mike and Mike in the morning, weekdays on ESPN Radio and ESPNRadio.com.
Week for the Jets to prepare for the New England Patriots. I'm Dave Rothenberg with your ESPN New York Sports Center. Jets with a 2-touchdown win yesterday over the Rams. Now Thursday night, Thanksgiving night at 6:30 right here on ESPN New York 98.7 FM. Jets take on the first-place Patriots. Rex Ryan joined the Michael Kay Show earlier today, talking about his club maybe being back in the playoff picture.
We are so far from even thinking about it right now, to be honest with you. We just have to get better, and we have to get better on the practice field, fix some things, correct some things, and then move forward. And that's it, because we're so backed up that's all we can do. We can't even look at the other scenarios.
Now the Patriots are banged up heading into this one. Rob Gronkowski, star tight end, will not play, expected to miss about the next 4 to 6 weeks with a broken forearm. Eli Manning back at Giants practice today as they get ready for a showdown Sunday night against the Packers. Threw the ball very well, said his arm felt good. Keith Rivers, a no-show at Giants practice today. He was in a car accident during the bye week. And former Giants wideout Plexico Burress worked out earlier today with the Steelers in Pittsburgh. No NBA action locally tonight. Knicks and Nets both in action tomorrow night. Knicks take the show on the road to take on the Hornets in New Orleans. Nets on the road to take on the Lakers in L.A. Maryland to the Big Ten is done. Rutgers to the Big Ten could be done as soon as tomorrow.
Dancing in the dark.
The Dave Rothenberg Show on ESPN New York 98.7 FM.
And the architect of this Knicks team, Donnie Walsh, who's going to be completely forgotten, but let's be honest, did a very good job here, right? Donnie Walsh gives his comments yesterday at Madison Square Garden on Mike D'Antoni, the guy he brought in to coach this club, now coaching the Lakers.
I think he'll do a great job. I think he's a great coach. I said before that I was so grateful to have a guy like him coaching here where we were going through the rebuilding process because he did it with grace. He didn't create explosions. It was hard on him. Now he's walking into a team that's got true talent. So I think he's made for a team like that.
All right, so he thinks he's made for a team like that. Let's bring in Ramona Shelburne from ESPNLA.com. Ramona, do you agree with Donnie Walsh that L.A. is a town that's a perfect fit for a guy like Mike D'Antoni?
I mean, he won his first press conference, right? I mean, that's your first battle. And I remember sitting there last week in the audience for that, thinking how different it was when Mike Brown got that job like 18 months ago, right? I mean, it's amazing Mike Brown didn't even get to coach an 82-game season when you think about the lockout shortened season. And you look back on it and you go, I think the one thing that struck with me that D'Antoni has going for him is right out of the gate, before people even woke up in the morning, guys like Kobe Bryant were coming out saying, I'm really excited about him. That the next day in front of everyone, he called him an offensive genius. Steve Nash is obviously on board. And I don't think Mike Brown ever had that kind of buy-in. To me, I think that, this is a town, I know you guys aren't from here, but this is a town where you start winning, people forget how you got here pretty quickly. And if you start winning in a fun way, and ever since, he hasn't actually taken the sidelines yet, but ever since he got the job, the Lakers have been scoring 115 points a game. I think that'll sit well pretty quickly, and he's already got the team. So I think as soon as he gets out there and as soon as this team starts rolling the way he hopes it'll roll, I think it'll be all right.
I think that's the definition of any city. It's easy to forget when you bring winning into the equation.
Yeah, well, we like a show out here. That's
yeah, no, we know. We just like winning over here on this side of the country.
Yeah, no, we like a show too. Like that was, Mike Brown. I remember the first couple of games there. It was like you'd watch a game and it was they'd win 88-84, and it was so boring. And the next night the Clippers would play and it's Lob City, and it was kind of like, I don't know if this is gonna work.
What do you hear as far as
boring in LA, right?
Well, you got to keep it exciting in LA. We fully understand that, and anything less than a championship is not a successful season. What do you hear as far as when he's going to take the sideline for the first time?
Well, I've been told by people close to him that he's going to coach tomorrow night, but obviously you have to put a little asterisk next to it because the man has not looked well since he got here. I mean, he had a knee replacement surgery at the beginning of November.
Right.
Then he had to take blood thinners just to get on a plane and fly out here. That'll knock you out. He's still on pain meds. He made it through practice today without two crutches, right? But he still has to sit down a lot, and it gets stiffen up on him. And from what I've heard, when he rolls up his the sleeve of his pants, pant leg, it doesn't look good. It's like totally swollen and rough. And I think what he's concerned about, two things. One, if somebody careens into the bench, if you're on blood thinners, that kind of bruising could be a problem, and he's not mobile enough really to get out of the way of that. And two, when he's yelling and screaming all game long, by the fourth quarter, is he going to have enough stamina to get through it? Now, the Lakers leave on a 3-game road trip starting Wednesday up in Sacramento. So I think Tuesday night would be a much better test for him to see if he can really get out there and how he's going to feel making it through a game instead of trying to coach his first game on the road. But we'll see. I mean, I know he's going to try it tomorrow.
But was part of the qualification process to get this Lakers job that you're really not anywhere near top physical health? Was one of the criteria?
It's funny because in some way I was talking to somebody about this today. Like, I actually think it's been good for him that he had a little bit of a break here to sort of be the coach but not be the coach. Like, for this extended weekend at Bernie's with Bernie Berkshire to continue because, the emotions here in the city when they passed on Phil Jackson were pretty rough. And it took D'Antoni a couple days to get out here even, and then it's obviously taken him a while now to even take the sideline. And I actually think it's been good. It's sort of let some of that tension and raw feeling dissipate a little bit.
All right. So the Nets make the trip out there. The Nets won the first of their 3-game road trip. They beat the Kings last night. Clearly different animal tomorrow night. Is there any buzz at all around the Nets being out there? Because this is a pretty fun team right now.
Yeah, it's funny. Today at practice, people were asking Dwight Howard about, hey, wasn't that the team you wanted to play for? And it's amazing how little of a story that actually feels like right now with everything else that's gone on. And you know what I mean? Like it's like that should really be the story of this game. Is that this was supposed to be Dwight's team. He admitted on the air with Stephen A. Smith a few weeks ago that was his initial plan. And I think that honestly it really does just feel like a game because there's so much uncertainty. There's been so much uncertainty with the Lakers and so much anticipation for D'Antoni to really make his debut.
Well, we're excited for Christmas Day, which should be really fun with the Knicks and the Lakers. But enjoy the Nets and take it easy on them tomorrow night.
All right, sounds good.
Thanks, Ramona. We appreciate it. A couple minutes. Ramona Shelburne from ESPNLA.com. And it's weird. Phil Jackson is not healthy enough to be able to go on the road and coach all the games. Mike D'Antoni took the job and is not healthy enough to even really coach yet. What's the criteria out there? I mean, you would think that in Miami this would make sense, where you get like an old coach that can't go through the battles. But in L.A., you expect someone that can go through the battles. You know what's funny is that Carmelo never wanted anything to do with Mike D'Antoni, and Kobe has this to say about Mike D'Antoni.
He's an offensive genius. I mean, if you talk to anybody, anybody that played with him on that Olympic team, that response would be unanimous. He's an offensive genius. So, does that mean he's going to take the one system that he had in Phoenix and implement that there? No, that means you give an offensive genius so many more options to play with. So, now he has a great two guard, he has a great point guard, he has a great power forward, he has a great center, he has an incredible small forward. I mean, he has a lot to play with.
Everything is great on that team. You listen to Kobe, it's the greatest team in the history of the NBA. A great power forward, a great small forward, a great two guard. This team should win 74 games this year if you listen to Kobe Bryant. Here's Kobe on working with Mike D'Antoni.
We have a great relationship. The offense that he installed for our USA team is the offense that we've run, to the tune of 2 gold medals. We all know the type of talent that we had on that team, so it was important for us to have an offense that was flexible, that was open, that kept everybody involved. It worked pretty well for us.
Yeah, it did work well for Team USA, and Kobe Bryant clearly on board. And very infrequently you get superstars completely smitten with the coach, and then other superstars or very good players or whatever you want to consider Carmelo Anthony to be that really don't want any part of that coach. But that's really the way it is now. And Mike D'Antoni is they're going to win, God knows, 55, 57 games out there. They're going to be one of the best. It's going to be Oklahoma City. It's going to be the Lakers. Those are probably going to be your 2 best teams out there in the Western Conference. And, there's certainly players. And now Mike D'Antoni goes from a job which he couldn't leave quickly enough to a job where you have a feeling he's going to succeed at the highest level. Expectations in L.A.? Here is Mike D'Antoni.
The team is built to win a championship this year, next year, and that's what they have expectations. I know it's high. But at the same time, you look at it and go, I think any former or ex-NBA coach would die to have that job.
Well, it is. If I said to you, what's the best job in the NBA? It's the Lakers, the Celtics, and that's probably it. Now, the Knicks are probably at that level, a little bit below. The Bulls, a little bit below. And that's it. Those are your prime jobs in the NBA right now. Will the transition with Steve Nash make this any easier? Mike D'Antoni.
I'm not coming in and changing everything, and these guys know how to play. And then having Steve Nash, who already knows, more or less what we want to do, is a luxury. And having the best guy that's played the point guard, position the last 10 years to lead, to understand the transition that we want to do, makes it a lot easier.
There's going to be some fun showdowns for the Knicks this year. Houston and the Lakers come to the top of my head are going to be really fun matchups. Let's get back into the Knicks. What has surprised you the most of this club so far this year? 1-800-919-3776. What has surprised you the most with the Knicks this year? And a giveaway is on the way. That's next. Dave Rothenberg with you on ESPN New York 98.7 FM.
Raised expectations. The Knicks are getting it done.
Lays it up, misses. Chandler sticks it back. 5 to shoot, right wing kid, pull up 3, got it.
How far can they go?
And they're playing championship basketball. They're legitimate contenders. You got to give the Miami Heat #1 billing in the East. The Knicks are right there.
Hear about them, talk about them. Catch every Knicks game right here.
What's up, everybody? It's Carmelo Anthony. We are the home of the New York Knicks. We are ESPN New York 98.7 FM.
It's time to get winter ready. Dick's Sporting Goods has more of the best brands to keep you warm as the weather gets colder. The North Face, Columbia, Spyder, Burton, Copen, Marmot, Mountain Hardwear, and more. Dick's has the widest selection in styles and colors in men's, women's, and youth jackets and accessories. And don't forget to grab a new snowboard. Dick's carries the snow equipment you need. Before hitting the slopes, stop into Dick's Sporting Goods today. Every season starts at Dick's.
A parting shot with Jeremy Schaap.
Our old notions of masculinity and machismo are shifting. When a sports reporter criticized Charles Tillman of the Bears for announcing he'd rather miss Chicago's game against Houston than miss his daughter's birth, there was such a fierce backlash that the writer had to back down. The people had spoken. Most Americans think a father's place is in the delivery room, not the defensive backfield when his wife is in labor. Then, R.A. Dickey won the National League Cy Young Award. Dickey, who was molested as an 8-year-old, says he only came into his own as a pitcher after he summoned the courage to tell his psychotherapist about what had happened to him. Until recently, men were at best discouraged from revealing such things. Both he and Tillman, in their own ways, have demonstrated what manhood is really all about. I'm Jeremy Schaap, and you can listen to The Sporting Life Friday nights at 9 Eastern Time and Saturday mornings at 5 Eastern Time on ESPN Radio and ESPNRadio.com.
The Dave Rothenberg Show on ESPN New York, 98.7 FM.
In about 5 minutes from right now, if you listen very closely to my interview with Ramona Shelburne, you'll have a chance to win a wall razor. If you're a person, I guess I should say a man. If you're a person with facial hair, then that's very unfortunate. If you're a man with facial hair, then the wall razor certainly will come in handy this time of year. But we get back to the Knicks right now at 1-800-919-3776. From the Knicks, what has surprised you the most? There's a whole litany of things you can choose from. Right? Now, you could choose Raymond Felton getting back into shape and being a dynamic offensive player. You could add what that pieces that Jason Kidd brings to the club, no matter what that may be. You know, because it's not really, it's that intangible piece. It's not the scoring or the rebounding or the assists. It's more of a team leader and a ball movement thing. You know, is the biggest surprise the fact the Knicks bring it defensively every single night? What for you is the biggest thing, the biggest surprise with the Knicks right now? 1-800-919-3776. Shamar up in Buffalo. What's your biggest surprise, Shamar?
Hey, Dave, how you doing?
Good, buddy.
Well, I'm really surprised of how early Rasheed Wallace is in making a contribution to the team. I was kind of leaning toward Brewer because I didn't really think Brewer had the offensive game that he's kind of shown with being able to drive to the basket, hitting that three-point shot from the baseline. But Rasheed Wallace has played some really quality minutes and playing good defense. I'd like to see him play down in the post a little bit more.
Yeah, so would I. You know, and I know that at one time he was very capable of shooting the three. I would really like to see that limited a little bit with Rasheed Wallace. I'd much prefer to see him in the paint.
Oh, yeah, no question about it. And if I could just make one quick statement about Carmelo. I mean, I was really upset. A lot of Knicks fans were really fickle last year, ready to run Carmelo out of town after D'Antonio got fired and when the Knicks had a little slide going into playoffs. But I'll say this. I've seen this guy, not only do I believe he can play defense with the team concept and the way that the team's buying into Woodson's, scheme, but I love the way that he takes on the challenge of taking on these big players. Because a lot of, you know this, Steve, a lot of all-star players, they don't want to necessarily play out of their comfort zone and playing against the other, premier player. And the way that he's taking on a task and taking on, I mean, look what he did against Memphis. They lost the game, but this guy did not hesitate to try to make his presence felt. Playing against a 7.
But you know what, Shamar? I mean, listen, it's about time, isn't it? You know, and I know you're giving him all these credit and all this kudos, and I understand that, and I agree with you up to some point. But you know, if you're a supposedly great player in this league, to alter your game to make your team the best that it can be, that shouldn't be some revelation, should it?
No, it shouldn't be, but it's also about the defense, and I always said this about D'Antonio. The problem I had with him, everybody's doing all these bouquet fouls at him because of what he did in, Phoenix winning 60 games a year, but you got to put a player in position to win, or I should say put a team in a position to succeed, and I never really thought D'Antonio did that with the stars that he had, and I think it's really a matter of what Woodson is doing in terms of putting Carmelo in the position. Yeah, Carmelo's got to take some responsibility on himself, but a lot of this, I think, goes to credit Woodson and what he's doing with this team and where he's putting Carmelo to be in that position to be a better player.
I agree with you. And I also think that it's a combination of Woodson is putting him in the right position to win. And I think that to be quite frank with you, that Carmelo doesn't have a ton more chances to have new coaches that come in that he can decide he doesn't want to play for. You know, this is a perfect fit because it's a guy that is implementing a system that Carmelo likes, and Carmelo Anthony is really out of rope and has to produce right now. Richard in Manhattan, what's your biggest surprise for the Knicks so far, Richard?
Yeah, hi, Dave. Dave, with
without a doubt, the biggest surprise is how well the Knicks are playing together. I mean, none of these guys played together last year. Look at the starting five. Felton is new. Brewer is new. Jason Kidd is new. I mean, they look to pass the ball. No mix-ups really on offense. Defensively, they all help each other. It's really a well-oiled, cohesive team. They look like they've been around for a while. They look like an old Boston Celtic team.
But you know what the thing is, Richard, is that this club hasn't played together, but they all have been around for a while.
Right, but how many times do you see veteran guys
all
come
together?
All the time. When was the last time you saw a group like this all come together and play this? Well, I mean, it's a short period of time, but they've looked great. They really have not, they haven't missed anything.
Richard, you're very excited, aren't you?
Yeah, very excited.
You know what the great thing about you, Richard, is every time you call, I know there's going to be energy. I don't have to worry about you not bringing it. You wake up in the morning with energy.
Oh, if you think I'm excited about the Knicks, wait till the Thursday night game, Jet game. That's really exciting to me. That's really worth watching Thursday night.
Richard, I have a feeling you may be disappointed on Thursday, though.
I hope not.
I hope for your sake not as well. Have a happy Thanksgiving.
All right. Thank you, Dave. Always a pleasure.
Absolutely. I'd say Richard in Manhattan is as excited as anybody that calls. You pick up the phone with him, and he is ready to go. All right. I promised you that you would have a chance to win a wall razor. Now is your time. Have you seen the increase of facial hair on men around the city? Don't be alarmed. These guys are growing mustaches for a very good cause. During the month of November, Wall, maker of one of the world's most powerful facial hair trimmers, is joining forces with Movember, the global men's health charity, to raise awareness and funds for prostate and testicular cancer initiatives. Donate to the movement at Movember.com. Now, guys, here's your time to keep those mustaches well-groomed as we're giving away a shaver. Here's how. The first caller to 212-268-9222 that can answer this question when Ramona Shelburne, ESPNLA.com, joined us about 15 minutes ago. She said Mike D'Antoni is expected to make his debut for the Lakers when? The first caller to answer that question correctly at 212-268-9222 wins a Wall shaver. Visit wallnation.com. That's WAHLnation.com for more details. Enzo in Long Island, what has you biggest surprise with the Knicks right now, Enzo?
Hey, Dave, I'm excited about you since Mayor Dog Russo took over 25 years ago. You remind me of him.
Oh, well, I guess that's good, thank you.
I hope you have the career that he has.
I hope I have the financial career that he has, that's for sure.
Absolutely. But at least you're being heard by people now. You can't even hear that guy on his show.
All right, Enzo, I appreciate the comments. Well, what's up as far as the Knicks are concerned?
Mike Woodson reminds me of Joe Torre. He's strong. He's got a good character. He's a tough guy. He's a former ball player. He had a good career.
You know what the difference is, though? I never felt, and maybe you can disagree with this or agree, but I never felt like Torre got really riled. I always felt, for the most part, he always kept his cool. I think that there's a lot more, hot button in Mike Woodson than there was in Joe Torre.
Well, it's a different sport, baseball compared to basketball, so that's the reason.
Well, yeah, but you know what? I mean, you watch Torre, and he just sits there, and his legs are crossed. He's very relaxed. He's very calm. You don't get that with Mike Woodson. You get an in-your-face, intense competitor every single game.
Remember Mike Newland was drafted number 10 in the first round by the Knicks in 1980.
Yep.
The Knicks wanted Kiki Vandeweghe, and they got him. And then later in the season, they traded him for Mike Newland. What awful trade.
And so you just went from topic A to topic Z, and I'm not exactly sure how we got there. Butcher in New Jersey. Real quick, you're on ESPN New York. What's up, Butcher?
Yeah, I'll give you Larry Boa, not Joe Torre. Anyway, listen, the thing I'm most surprised about, not to be obvious, is Carmelo.
Yeah.
I mean, he's doing everything in every facet. I'm not surprised that the turnovers are down. We got 3 great point guards on the roster. I'm not surprised about the defense. We got a bunch of old bigs who sell out on defense in every possession.
Yep, I understand. I'm excited as well. I got to run, Butcher, and I appreciate the phone call. I agree. Carmelo has been a revelation. Does it continue? Hopefully. But he has been a revelation. All right, SportsCenter tonight is next. Lundberg at 3, Max at 5, Mike and Mike at 6. Knicks tomorrow night. We're very excited right here on ESPN New York 98.7 FM.
Son, try using the channel lock pliers on that.
You know, Dad had it right. More gizmos just mean more headaches. That's why the legendary Channel Lock tongue and groove pliers made it just 4 things. 2 pieces of high-carbon American steel, a rivet, and one heck of a can-do attitude.
Let's take her for a spin, son.
Channel Lock, fiercely made in Meadville, Pennsylvania, USA. Enter the Channel Lock $5,000 Gridiron Garage giveaway and turn your garage into the ultimate football fan's dream work and play space. Enter today at ChannelLockSweepstakes.com.
A good one on Monday Night Football, and Mike will be the place to talk about it on Tuesday morning on ESPN Radio. Plus, Magic Johnson will tell us if he still thinks Phil Jackson is a better choice for the Lakers job than Mike D'Antoni. That's Tuesday. Mike and Mike, ESPN Radio and ESPNRadio.com.
Wednesday, give thanks for a marquee matchup, served up NBA style.
Oh, beautiful move. Ain't going all the way to Jordan.
2 Western Conference title contenders collide as the high-flying Clips land in raucous Oklahoma City. Which dynamic duo will shine the brightest in this NBA Wednesday showdown? Clippers Thunder at 7:30 Eastern, presented by State Farm. It all starts with Kia NBA Countdown at 7 on ESPN.
Hey, Golick, what if I said the birth of your child is no excuse to miss a game?
Couldn't disagree more. I think it's idiotic almost, bordering on that, to make a statement like that, to say that should overtake any other thing in your life. I think it's a ridiculous statement to make.
Why?
Why? Because it's family. I mean, this is the birth of your kid, birth, death, funeral, whatever. I mean, your family is first. Your family is first.
It's Mike and Mike in the morning on ESPN Radio and ESPNRadio.com.
This is The Herd with Colin Cowherd.
I think Sham Newton, bust. It's happening. Not there yet. I'm calling it. Not going to work.
I'm not buying it, man, and I don't know what it is.
If you're a quarterback, you are the eyes and the voice and the head, the CEO of your football team.
The only thing I control, sweetheart, is myself.
Superman poses down by 28. Just how bad is your judgment?
Colin Cowherd. Weekdays at 10 a.m. Eastern, 7 a.m. Pacific on ESPN Radio. This is SEC football. You don't cheer for your team. You live for your team. Passion is worn like a badge of honor. So everyone knows what side you're on. But also because it looks good. The SEC on ESPN collection. Proud to be SEC. Apparel and hats available at Dick's Sporting Goods or online at dicksportinggoods.com. Every season starts at Dick's. Thursday, the Jets spend Thanksgiving with the Patriots. Coverage begins at 6:30. WEPN FM, WEPN HD1, New York.
Backup quarterback battle with only one of them shining brightly.
Kaepernick, 3-step, drop it, pulls off, looking, pulls the ball down, rolling to his left, throws to the back of the end zone. Touchdown, 49ers, Michael Crabtree. Kaepernick there used his strength, legs to extend the play.
KNBR with the call. 49ers a 32-7 victory as Colin Kaepernick finished with 243 yards passing and 2 touchdowns. San Francisco also winning its 8th straight home game versus the Bears, while Aldon Smith came up with 5.5 sacks in the victory. Meanwhile, backup quarterback Jason Campbell for Chicago, 107 yards passing, along with a touchdown and 2 interceptions in the loss. Patriots tight end Rob Gronkowski underwent surgery for a broken arm that he injured in Sunday's win over the Colts. The team is unsure just how long the forearm injury will sideline Gronkowski. However, ESPN's Adam Schefter reporting that it will probably be a few weeks. Broncos running back Willis McGahee will be out 6 to 8 weeks with a torn MCL in his right knee and is expected to miss the rest of the regular season. NBA news, Cavs guard Kyrie Irving will be out for a month after suffering a broken finger versus the Mavericks on Saturday. In the action, David Lee put up 17 points and 19 rebounds as the Warriors beat the Mavericks 105-101 in overtime. Utah beat Houston 102-91. It was the Clippers, a 92-87 victory over the Spurs. Chris Paul with 19 points in the win for L.A. Bobcats top the Bucks 102-98 for their 5th victory of the season. Wizards fall to 0-9 with a 96-89 loss at the hands of the Pacers. Nuggets over the Grizzlies 97-92, while the Hawks beat the Magic 81-72. College football news, there will be 2 new teams in the Big Ten. Maryland and Rutgers will both join the conference, making it a 14-team conference. The Board of Governors authorizing Rutgers to accept the invite from the Big East. East as Maryland makes the move from the ACC to the Big Ten beginning July 1st in 2014. In college basketball, just gone final, number 12 Kansas beat Washington State 78-41. Number 21 UConn trailing New Mexico 53-52 with 3:50 left to go in the second half. Number 1 Indiana beat Georgia 66-53. Markel Starks put up a career-high 23 points as Georgetown upset 11th-ranked UCLA 78-70. At the Maui Invitational, 9th-ranked North Carolina beat Mississippi State 95-49, while Butler beat Marquette 72-71.
College basketball on ESPN Radio. It's the Maui Invitational. Semifinals Game 1 begins today at 8 Eastern, followed by Game 2 at 10:30 Eastern. Available on ESPN, ESPN2, ESPN Radio, and ESPNRadio.com. Worldwide leader in sports. This is ESPN Radio Sports Center Tonight. From expert analysis, informative interviews, electrifying highlights, and breaking news, this is Sports Center Tonight on ESPN Radio and ESPNRadio.com.
Kaepernick, 3-step, drops, pulls off, looking, pulls the ball down, rolling to his left, throws to the back of the end zone. Touchdown, 49ers, Michael Crabtree. Kaepernick there used his strength, legs to extend the play.
Ted Robinson on the call on KNBR. I am Freddie Coleman. It is Sports Center Tonight on ESPN Radio. It was a beat down to the feet down by the San Francisco 49ers on the Chicago Bears, 32-7 on Monday Night Football. Bears down a flat-footed tie with the Green Bay Packers in the division of the NFC North. You're going to hear who went ham about Colin Kaepernick's performance versus the Bears tonight. That comes up in about 5 minutes. But now things continue to get interesting for Chicago because now Jay Cutler is feeling pretty good. And when he feels better, in terms of the people saying, you know what, we need that guy to play quarterback, we need to leave him alone. When he gets back in the line, if that happens this Sunday, they play Minnesota, who can get after the quarterback, Seattle, whose defense is very, very good, at Minnesota once again, that I mentioned they can get after the quarterback, then Green Bay in the next 4 games. All of a sudden now the Bears season has gotten a lot more interesting. 2 weeks ago, people wondered if they were the best team in the NFL. 2 weeks later, they have more issues on that offensive line than anybody wanted to talk about, and we're hoping they were going to go away. Those things never go away. If you can't protect the quarterback, unless you get all pros to go to your team in the middle of the season, that's not going to change no matter what you do. So Lovie Smith, head coach of the Bears, now he has a lot more with this team to think about no matter when Jay Cutler gets back into the line of a quarterback and hopefully can make everybody feel better. He had this to say after performance by his football team in which they had as many penalty yards, 55, as passing yards, 58.
I was disappointed in all of our performances tonight, starting with myself. Nobody did well tonight, played well. Jason was just a small part of that. So many of us had an opportunity to do something we did tonight. So we're happy to have Jason here. He, like the rest of our football team, didn't have a good night tonight. You have to look at the big picture with it. Tonight we didn't play well, so I can't make a case for many of us tonight.
What did you think of Kaepernick?
Of course, it's kind of, he had a heck of a night against us. So right now, of course, we're pretty impressed with him. His first start to play like that on the national stage. Normally it doesn't work like that, but we knew he had talent, but we prepared for either guy. But, with concussions nowadays, you assume guys, are going to be able to come back right away. We had a guy with a concussion that wasn't able to play, so that was our mindset. And you have to take everything into consideration. And I'm not disappointed in us being at the top of our division with the best record, tied for the best record in our division. That's the football team that we are.
If I'm Lovie Smith, there's no way I would not be disappointed in my team's performance because you saw on the other side a team rallying around their backup quarterback, and your team did not do the same thing. Not saying they didn't want to play, but it seemed as if they were resigned to their fate. Well, we can't block these guys. There's nothing we can do. Jason, look out. I'm sure they said that a lot tonight with all those guys getting in the backfield. That's what would bother me the most if I'm head coach Lovie Smith of the Chicago Bears. Yeah, the San Francisco 49ers are a terrific team. They're a Super Bowl contender. They're very difficult to deal with, especially with that defense, whether you have your starting quarterback or you don't have your starting quarterback. But I'm sure if I'm Lovie Smith, I'm thinking, how is it that team, even at home, was able to rally around their backup quarterback in Colin Kaepernick, and we were not able to do the same thing for Jason Campbell? To me, that's the most disappointing thing that I saw tonight from the Chicago Bears. The defense kept playing, but the offensive line, it looked like once the first quarter was over, they didn't even care about staying in this game. I'm Freddie Coleman. Thanks for joining us on ESPN Radio's Sports Center tonight. You can always get in touch with me. Email the 1-800-Flowers.com inbox, sc@espnradio.com. You can text me at 73776. Always on Twitter at Coleman ESPN, hashtag Freddie Follow. You want to call me? You can do that at 888, say ESPN, 888-729-3776. Now, ESPN's Steve Young is a Hall of Fame quarterback. ESPN's Steve Young was a quarterback for the San Francisco 49ers. ESPN's Steve Young went ham about Colin Kaepernick and the performance he put on tonight in his first start for the 49ers.
Every throw early was perfect. And then when he wasn't perfect, he was long and fine. Every ball had a position. He never looked frantic. Nothing kind of put him out of sorts. The Bear defense does this to quarterbacks. It makes them less than themselves. And Colin rose to the occasion and actually put this Bear defense on its back. Legs at the right time, moving the pocket at the right time, and every throw that I saw that wasn't kind of a throwaway was a perfect throw, a dime, as you would say.
Okay, as the kids would say to Steve Young, a dime that he did throw, meaning Colin Kaepernick all night long, and he has a live arm. He's 6'6". He has great ability. A lot of people knew that about him when he came out of college in Nevada, so they clearly understood that about Colin Kaepernick. But the way he was able to do that tonight, he made one throw to Vernon Davis. I said to myself, wow, that's a throw that Alex Smith may not be able to make because he does not have that kind of arm. But that doesn't mean that Alex Smith should get pushed out of there. And I don't think Jim Harbaugh is going to do that as head coach of the San Francisco 49ers. But Colin Kaepernick has given this organization something to think about because Alex Smith is athletic, not like Colin Kaepernick. Alex Smith's arm is decent, nowhere near Colin Kaepernick. Alex Smith is not 6'6". So one game does not a quarterback controversy make. But at the same time, if this continues, let's say Alex Smith is out another week and Kaepernick is able to do the same thing next week for the San Francisco 49ers, a lot of people are going to look at Jim Harbaugh and say, you may need to think seriously about this guy more than you want to. And you look at the 49ers schedule, that should be a fun game next Sunday at New Orleans, whether Alex Smith plays or not. That should be a fun game because for New Orleans, it's going to feel like an elimination game. For the San Francisco 49ers, they're thinking, you know what? We have a chance to keep on keeping on and hopefully have a chance to run away from the division, even though Seattle's going to make that very, very hard. But you know, I can guarantee you, brothers and sisters, you know this is going to be said starting tomorrow morning, especially in San Francisco. People are going to wonder, maybe Colin Kaepernick is the quarterback that this team needs and not Alex Smith. Is it fair? Of course not. Is it going to be said? Of course. I am Freddie Coleman, and there's a team out there that has lost a player for a game in which the NFL may have done the right thing, but they did it in the wrong way. I'll explain what I mean and who that player is next on ESPN Radio.
Sports Center tonight, brought to you by Subway. Eat fresh.
Hi, it's Colin. Tuesday, Mike D'Antoni set to make his coaching debut. The Lakers, former NBA head coach Flip Saunders stops by. Jim Mora, coach of the year in college football, playing in the Pac-12 championship. Tuesday in the Herd on ESPN Radio and ESPNRadio.com.
I need to archive emails to comply with business regulations.
Do you have an IT guy to help search through thousands of PST files?
No.
Got time to install a complicated product or create detailed reports?
No.
You okay paying storage fees to save duplicate emails and images?
No.
Offshore automated phone tree support okay?
No.
Then yes, we can help.
The Barracuda Message Archiver lets you store and find emails fast to avoid compliance and litigation penalties. Easy setup and single instance storage will save you time and money. And if you need help, you'll talk to a live human. Try the Barracuda Message Archiver free. Go to barracuda.com/yes.
Dr. Pepper's changing lives again with a one-of-a-kind opportunity, the Dr. Pepper tuition giveaway. So go to drpepper.com and tell us why you could use some of that tuition. Like Yvonne Padilla Rodriguez. A year ago, she was struggling to pay her tuition. Now she's got $100,000 from Dr. Pepper to help her realize her dreams. What do you want to change in the world? Go to drpepper.com and upload your video. No purchase necessary. You could win up to $100,000 in tuition. So if you want to make a difference, grab an ice-cold Dr. Pepper and head to drpepper.com. Dr. Pepper, always one of a kind.
Hey, this is Jared Max.
And I'm Robin Lundberg.
Coming up on Maxed Out of the Morning Tuesday, the Jets return from St. Louis. Rex Ryan said we only have 5 hours to celebrate this victory. Jets get ready for the Patriots Thursday night. We'll hear from the Jets coach as they prep for the Pats on Turkey Day. Maxed Out 5 to 6 a.m. on ESPN New York.
Now available. A brand new ESPN radio app, both for the iPad and iPhone. Not only can you listen live to your favorite ESPN radio shows from over 30 stations across the country, you can customize your own station with the best interviews and analysis of your favorite sports teams and players. Plus, if your show already started, you can rewind for up to an hour. The all-new ESPN radio app. It's sports for your ears.
A good one on Monday Night Football, and Mike will be the place to talk about it on Tuesday morning on ESPN Radio. Plus, Magic Johnson will tell us if he still thinks Phil Jackson is a better choice for the Lakers job than Mike D'Antoni. That's Tuesday. Mike and Mike, ESPN Radio and ESPNRadio.com.
An ESPN Radio Extra Point with Colin Cowherd.
It's the two most shocking stories in college football. USC is shockingly bad, and Notre Dame is shockingly good. Where I really notice the difference with these two teams, USC doesn't do the little things right. Notre Dame does virtually all the little things right. And what Notre Dame has, which I never considered, 29 seniors. Folks, that's a huge number. You don't win all those close games just by coaching. You got to have guys in that locker room who believe in each other. When new coaches come in, some seniors rise, some flush out. Kelly flushed out a couple of guys that were problematic. He kept the good guys, made them better. And Notre Dame, in my opinion, wins Saturday, plays for the national title. Nobody is more shocked than I am. NBA versus college is always a great debate this time of the year. There's no debating where you go to grab the seats you want when you want to go to a basketball game. Just head on over to StubHub, where you can find the best basketball tickets for you, whether you prefer the pros or the fresh talent and rivalries of the college court. Even better, you can get rewarded on every eligible purchase when you sign up for StubHub Fan Rewards before you buy. Yet another reason millions of fans use StubHub for their basketball tickets every month.
StubHub! One thing I've learned on my journey to help save people money on car insurance is that folks across the country like convenience. And what could be more convenient than visiting Geico.com? We can manage your policy, pay your bill online, just about anything you need. And it's open 24/7. It's kind of like popping into the ultimate convenience store. Except we save people money. And we don't have beef jerky.
For a free rate quote, visit Geico.com to see how much you could save. Geico. 15 minutes could save you 15% or more on car insurance.
ESPN Radio Sports Center tonight.
ESPN Radio is presented by Progressive Insurance. Just plug Snapshot into your car, and your good driving could save you up to 30% with Progressive. Visit progressive.com/snapshot.
I am Freddie Coleman. In 15 minutes on this show, Graham, you're going to find out if Notre Dame will meet the same fate that happened to Kansas State and Oregon on Saturday. That comes up in 15 minutes. And also, the National Football League loves controversy, especially when it comes to quarterbacks. I'll explain what I mean by that after John Brickley has a Sports Center Express.
Freddie, Colin Kaepernick throws for 243 yards and 2 touchdowns, and Aldon Smith forces 5.5 sacks as the Niners beat the Bears 32-7 on Monday Night Football. Broncos running back Willis McGahee will be out for the rest of the regular season with a torn MCL in his right knee. College football news, Maryland will make the move from the ACC to the Big Ten beginning in July of 2014, and the Board of Governors also has authorized Rutgers to accept the Big Ten invitation. Stephen Curry puts up a season-high 31 as the Warriors beat the Mavericks in overtime 105-101. Spurs fell to the Clippers 92-87. Wizards dropped to a franchise-worst 0-9 to start the season as they lost to the Pacers 96-89. College basketball, Texas loses 86-73 to Chaminade, and 11th-ranked UCLA upset by Georgetown 78-70. Freddie, back over to you.
Thank you very much, John. I'm Freddie Coleman at ESPN Radio and ESPNRadio.com. So tonight, Colin Kaepernick feeling good. San Francisco 49ers fans probably still feeling good after the San Francisco Giants swept the World Series. They're hoping their football team in that great city will be able to get a chance and go to the Super Bowl and finish the job. So when you have Colin Kaepernick, who was doing everything and anything he wanted to.
Kaepernick, three-step, drops, pulls off, looking, pulls the ball down, rolling to his left, throws to the back of the end zone. Touchdown, 49ers, Michael Crabtree. Kaepernick there used his strength, legs to extend the play.
Ted Robinson on the call on KNBR, so you knew that it had to be addressed. Not tomorrow on Sports Talk Radio in San Francisco, but tonight when Jim Harbaugh, the San Francisco 49ers head coach, had to deal with that question from the jump in his post-game press conference.
Is Colin your starting quarterback going forward?
We'll see. I usually tend to go with the guy who's got the hot hand, and we got two quarterbacks that have got a hot hand. Thought Colin did an outstanding job. Thought he did a great job, poised in the pocket, pushing the ball, throwing with accuracy. Did a nice job running the game plan. Everything he did was exemplar again, and really acquitted himself great. And very proud of him for that. And there's a lot of guys to highlight. Tremendous effort on our defense.
Jim, given his performance, is it realistic that the dynamic has changed at the quarterback position since you've seen him now do this game?
The dynamic...
Is he outright competing for Alice on an even or close to even basis right now?
Well, yeah. Well, I mean, we'll make that decision as we go forward. Yeah, but like we said earlier, I don't know if you were in here, but we got two quarterbacks that have a hot hand, and we'll make the decision when we have to make it.
That's all I can say about that. Normally, the old rule has been if you're the starting quarterback or if you're a starting player, you don't lose your spot because of injury. The first thing they asked Jim Harbaugh.
Is Colin your starting quarterback going forward?
We'll see.
Instead of saying, you know what, Colin was fantastic tonight, but you know what, that guy won 13 games for me last year. And if we didn't have any special teams bumbles, we would have gotten to the Super Bowl with that guy. And that guy's played pretty well this year. Instead, when the question was,
is Colin your starting quarterback going forward?
We'll see.
One game does not a quarterback controversy make. I think Jim Harbaugh is probably having fun with the media. I mean, after all, he called the guys a bunch of clucks, a bunch of turkeys not too long ago about how that's all it is. It's just white noise that reporters have to say about anything. So he's pretty good at having fun with the media because he clearly knows, all right, I know that they're going to ask me this question. Colin Kaepernick played well enough, and a lot of people still are not sold on Alex Smith. A lot of people in that area looking for anybody to play quarterback other than Alex Smith. So Jim Harbaugh could be having a lot of fun at the expense of the media. But what if he's not? What if by Thursday he says, you know what, we have not decided on the starting quarterback yet, but we'll know something by Sunday? What does that say about how he feels about Alex Smith? Or is he going to let a one-game seduction rule his way if he's going to allow that to make the decision? You put my feet to the fire. I think Jim Harbaugh's messing with people, and he's good at it. He's fantastic at it. He understands that, you know what, I'm not going to let the media use me. I'm going to use the media. So when the question was put out there, you could clearly tell he was ready.
Is Colin your starting quarterback going forward?
We'll see.
Okay. You know what? We'll see. That doesn't mean that Colin Kaepernick is going to start or that Alex Smith is in trouble All he said was, we'll see. Robbie Brickner hit me on Twitter. You can follow him at Buckeye Brickner. He hit me at Coleman ESPN, hashtag Freddie Follow. One game does not a quarterback controversy make, says at Coleman ESPN. Exactly. Everyone settle down. A. Smith is our guy for the moment, hashtag 49ers. Even my man Robbie Brickner is saying for the moment. That's what happens when a lot of people look at you and wonder if you're the quarterback we need. And if you're not, well, then Jim Harbaugh kind of playing around the media, but he left that door open about, we'll see. I'm Freddie Coleman at SportsCenter tonight on ESPN Radio. So we love quarterback controversy. Let's be honest. We love that kind of back and forth, that soap opera mentality. The NFL's always had an affinity for controversy, whether they bring it on themselves or somebody else puts it out there. So when this happened with Ed Reed, Baltimore Ravens safety and future Hall of Famer, in the win over Pittsburgh last night.
Play action fake. Leftwich wants to air it out. Throws it, and its pass is caught inside the 25. Tackled hard at the 23. And a flag comes in as Sanders pulls in that pass. Helmet to helmet. Ed Reed.
Bill Hillgrove in the call on WDVE. So on Monday, Ed Reed was suspended one game by the NFL, and he's going to be out $423,529. Let me say that again. By not playing for the Baltimore Ravens for one game, even though he's appealing his suspension, Ed Reed is going to be out of $423,529. Oh, hell yeah, I'd appeal that too. That kind of money does not grow on trees. Basically, the NFL said that he has been a repeat offender, meaning it was his third violation of rules protecting defenseless receivers. They highlighted past hits of Ed Reed to when he hit Deion Branch earlier this season and Saints quarterback Drew Brees back in 2010. Apparently, there's not a statute of limitations when it comes to the NFL and defenseless players. Tom Jackson, ESPN NFL analyst, says, man, if you suspend Ed Reed, that line is going to be long behind him.
When you think about Ed Reed's career, I have never thought of Ed Reed as one of those guys who hit improperly, a dirty player. He is, in fact, a living legend. If you're going to do this to Ed Reed, if you're going to make an example of Ed Reed like this, then you better do this across the board with everybody who is guilty of 3 hits like this. They need to be suspended if you're going to do this to the likes of Ed Reed.
Okay. Tom Jackson has a point on that, but here's something else. The NFL has put in a culture with their referees and with the people who make these decisions that they are determined that player safety is going to be job one. They do not want players years from now coming after them like the 400 players who played in the NFL in years past, wanting money, wanting compensation because teams, coaches put them out there when they had concussions. So the NFL is thinking, you know what? We're going to avoid this as much as possible. And if that means that Ed Reed gets punished for being a repeat offender, then that's what we're going to do. But I don't think there's anybody out there that looks at Ed Reed as a repeat offender. A James Harrison, his teammate? Mm-hmm. Other guys like that who have that reputation, but not Ed Reed. But the NFL is really, really going to start cracking down on this. They feel there are way too many things, way too many important people, and way too much money to have this just go unchecked. If that means they completely err on the side of caution, then they've changed that culture. If that means that the stars will stay on the field and you legislate this out of the game, the NFL is willing to do that. The question is, when will the statute of limitations stop for players like Ed Reed or anybody that plays defense? What can Notre Dame do to avoid being headhunted by USC? Find out next on ESPN Radio.
Attention homeowners. If your home has lost value and you now owe more than your home is worth, please listen carefully to this very important message. If you purchased a home or refinanced your loan before June of 2009, Quicken Loans may now be able to help you refinance at today's incredibly low interest rates, even if you owe more than your home is worth. This is Jay Farner, president of Quicken Loans, and I want to let you know that on September 14th of this year, the government announced changes that may allow you to refinance even if your home has lost value. So if your current mortgage is higher than 3.99%, please call Quicken Loans today at 800-QUICKEN. Even if you owe more than your home is worth, you may now be able to refinance at today's incredibly low rates. Again, if you've been unable to refinance because you owe more than your home is worth and your rate is above 3.99%, call 800-QUICKEN now and let us help you take advantage of this unique opportunity.
Important terms and conditions apply. Call us for cost information. Equal housing lender. Licensed in all 50 states. NMLS number 3030.
Let's go! Let's go! Coming off their win in St. Louis, the Jets can give themselves a shot at the playoffs if they start a run. Can they continue it with a win on Thanksgiving against New England?
I'm not even worried about tweaking New England or anybody else. We have to focus on just us.
Jets-Patriots coverage gets underway Thursday night at 6:30 on ESPN New York 98.7 FM.
The NYPD is among the best law enforcement departments in the country. The NYPD offers a job with a future, a great place to serve, and a chance to advance. Visit NYPDRecruit.com or call 212-RECRUIT for current test schedules and filing fee information.
This holiday season, spend less time shopping for a new Mercedes-Benz and more time for yourself. Announcing the Rally Motors Less is More event, where buying a new or certified pre-owned Mercedes-Benz has never been easier. At Rally, it's simple. You spend less time, less hassle, and less worrying when you purchase a Mercedes-Benz. And during this holiday season, you'll enjoy more incentives, more inventory, and more leasing and financing options. Don't settle for the status quo. Expect more. Rally Motors. View all specials online at RALLYEMotors.com.
I didn't always watch football here at Buffalo Wild Wings.
Hey, buddy.
Hey.
Come on in.
Is it safe?
Yeah, man. Come on, let's watch the game. Careful when I bring out the snacks, though. No sudden movements.
Protect the football. Watch every game here. Buffalo Wild Wings. Wings, beer, sports. Celebrate more often by getting to Buffalo Wild Wings for Boneless Thursdays, where the weekend starts early with delicious, specially priced boneless wings all day. Find a location at BuffaloWildWings.com.
Jennifer Howdy was a woman on a mission.
Yep, saving money for a Caribbean vacation.
Undaunted by any obstacle.
You flatter me. But with Navy Federal Credit Union's Cash Rewards credit card, I get cash back with every purchase.
Skillful, yet humble.
You make everything sound so dramatic.
And unafraid to speak the truth.
Unafraid. I love it.
4 million members, 4 million stories. From every military branch, DOD, and their families. NavyFederal.org. Federally insured by NCUA.
It's time to get winter ready. Dick's Sporting Goods has more of the best brands to keep you warm as the weather gets colder. The North Face, Columbia, Spyder, Burton, Copen, Marmot, Mountain Hardwear, and more. Dick's has the widest selection in styles and colors in men's, women's, and youth jackets and accessories. And don't forget to grab a new snowboard. Dick's carries the snow equipment you need. Before hitting the slopes, stop into Dick's Sporting Goods today. Every season starts at Dick's.
Norm Miller here, chairman of Interstate Batteries. Now, I don't mean to brag, but I recently learned auto technicians prefer Interstate Batteries 5-to-1 over any other battery. Oh, who am I kidding? Of course I mean to brag. 5-to-1, that's a landslide. All right, I'm done bragging. To find the dealer near you that prefers us, head to interstatebatteries.com. Interstate Batteries, outrageously dependable. And that's not bragging, it's just the truth.
If you've got a business, you qualify for the official Mike and Mike office stimulus package. When you move from your office into a gorgeous Regis office, not only will you save a fortune, you'll get 2 months absolutely free.
Your Regis office comes beautifully furnished in a prestigious building. You get a receptionist, meeting rooms, and state-of-the-art video conferencing with no long-term lease. And you get 2 months free by mentioning Mike and Mike. All you have to do is call 1-800-OFFICES. That's 1-800-OFFICES.
And ESPNRadio.com.
ESPN Radio fan feedback presented by 1-800-Flowers.com. Every 1-800-Flowers.com order is backed by their 100% smile guarantee. For special offers, go to 1-800-Flowers.com/ESPN.
I am Freddie Coleman. In 20 minutes, I'm going to tell you why there is no such thing as a best team in the NFL right now. That's in 20 minutes. But Notre Dame is number 1 in the BCS rankings. But how much should they be worried that a backup quarterback could chase away that dream. We'll get to that, but here's John Brickley with a Sports Center on ESPN Radio.
And Freddie, the backup quarterback, was the theme of the night between the Bears and the 49ers on Monday Night Football. Colin Kaepernick took care of the offense for the Niners. Aldon Smith took care of the defense.
Campbell is in the shotgun with Forte to his right. Takes the snap, four-man rush, pressure coming, sack number 4 for Aldon Smith. Aldon Smith just having a furious night.
KNBR with the call, one of 5.5 sacks for Aldon Smith as the Niners beat the Bears at home 32-7. Kaepernick was 16 of 23 for 243 yards and 2 touchdowns, one of which was a 10-yard strike to Michael Crabtree in the third quarter. Meanwhile, for Chicago, backup quarterback Jason Campbell, 2 interceptions in the loss for the Bears. Broncos running back Willis McGahee will be sidelined up to 8 weeks with a torn MCL in his right knee, while Redskins safety Brandon Merriweather out for the season with a torn ACL. Steelers quarterback Byron Leftwich unlikely to start versus the Browns, according to sources. Leftwich suffered 2 fractured ribs last night versus the Ravens, as Charlie Batch expected to start in Leftwich's place. NBA scoreboard, the Jazz beat the Rockets 102-91 behind a double-double performance from Al Jefferson. Warriors behind a season-high 31 points from Stephen Curry beat the Mavericks 105-101 in overtime. Clippers edged the Spurs 92-87 as L.A. has now won 6 straight. Grizzlies' 8-game win streak snapped by the Nuggets, losing 97-92. Bobcats over the Bucks 102-98, while the Hawks beat the Magic 81-72. Pacers a 96-89 win over the Wizards, who dropped to a franchise worst 0-9 to start out the season. College football news, the Board of Governors has authorized Rutgers to accept the Big Ten invitation, making them the 14th team in the conference. Rutgers will reportedly attempt to pay the Big East a $10 to $20 million exit fee. This comes after Maryland announced it would move from the ACC to the Big Ten starting on July 1st in 2014. In college basketball, at the Legends Classic, top-ranked Indiana beat Georgia 66-53. It was number 11 UCLA losing to Georgetown 78-70. At the Maui Invitational, Texas fell to Division II Chaminade 86-73. Number 9 North Carolina over Mississippi State 95-49. And Butler, with a game-winning 3-point shot, comes up with the 72-71 victory over Marquette. 12th-ranked Kansas topped Washington State 78-41, while UConn lost to New Mexico State 66-60. Now, more SportsCenter tonight with your host, Freddie Coleman.
I am Freddie Coleman. It is SportsCenter tonight on ESPN Radio, and it's always good to talk with college football with a man who's an All-American, as a tight end at UCLA, did more than work in the National Football League, and he does a great job for ESPNU. Charles Arbuckle. You can follow him on Twitter, Charles Arbuckle, joining me courtesy of the Subway Fresh Take Hotline. Before we talk about stuff, Buck, on the football field, I want to talk about off the football field. Maryland on their way to the Big Ten. Tomorrow, it seems like Rutgers is going to make it official and do the same thing. What do you think about this, once again, changing the landscape in not only college football, but in college athletics?
Well, Freddie, it seems like, once we get some normalcy and things are starting to kind of smooth themselves out, we get these announcements. And, Maryland hasn't been much of a factor on the football field this year, but, the Big Ten is still targeting teams to make sure that they have some growth. And, it's just interesting how this is all shaken out. I mean, for Rutgers and Maryland, to 2 strong East Coast schools, or Rutgers over the last few years has really come on strong, but Maryland has been an ACC stable since the inception of the conference. And it's just interesting how all these things are starting to shake out as we move into 2014 and beyond with the playoff system. A lot of these conferences are still looking to make themselves as strong and as viable as possible, and I think this is just another move in that direction.
Why do I get the sense at a certain point that Notre Dame is going to say, yeah, we like being out here by ourselves, but we can make more money and make ourselves a full-time member, especially in football, in the ACC?
Yeah, it's interesting that, Notre Dame has had a chance to date a lot, always have the prettiest girl, but decide, I want to go to the next one. And they've been allowed that because of who they are. And this year in particular is one of the best years, I guess, for them in a long time, we could say. So I agree with you. I just don't know. I always thought the Big Ten was more of a natural fit for the Notre Dame team, but program, but it just seems like they are trying to find what's the best fit for them, and they are allowed to because conferences want them. You know, it was a Big 12 conference for a while. You heard the Pac-12 was even interested, or Pac-10 before they. Everybody has at some point talked to Notre Dame about joining the conference, but for them, they are in the best position to choose where they want to be. And it seems like with Maryland leaving now, will the ACC make even a stronger push for them? I don't know if Notre Dame will take a conference bid just because of their independence, but at least they have options.
You can follow him on Twitter, Charles Arbuckle, ESPNU college football analyst Charles Arbuckle with Freddie Coleman on ESPN Radio. Let's go back to stuff on the field. Last week was incredible to see Oregon go down to defeat against Stanford in overtime at home, and then Kansas State getting the pants beaten off of them by Baylor on the road. Now Notre Dame is in that position, Buck, in which they have to hold serve, they have to handle their business, or they could be out of the BCS championship game. Can you even quantify how much pressure this team is going to be under playing USC on the road, even though USC won't have Matt Barkley in the lineup at quarterback?
You know, I think it's interesting. Notre Dame, it looked for a while, they struggled, to beat Stanford, had some bumps in the roads early in the year, and then started smoothing out. But I think the team that everybody pointed to still can be the team that can play a major role in the BCS championship. USC was in a perfect position early in the year. We talked about them not having depth, but being able to play and maybe have a role in playing in the game, but now also being disruptive to it. And if Notre Dame doesn't take care of their business, there's still 2-3 weapons on the outside that they have to contend with USC. And you saw that with UCLA. They were able to contain those guys, but you can't completely stop Lee, Woods, and the rest of those guys. I think Silas Redd being out may have hurt USC a little bit, but it just looked like UCLA took it to him and eventually hurt Matt Barkley. The key is, can Notre Dame continue to play as well as they have, especially on the road?
You're a UCLA guy. How good did it feel to see your alma mater really beat USC the way they did in the Rose Bowl on Saturday?
You know what was impressive about that? It hadn't rained in, 40-plus years at a USC-UCLA game, if not more. And UCLA for so long over the last few years, in particular, have been considered soft, haven't been able to play, haven't been tough. And that was a game to watch them, take USC's best, dish it out, and then at the end, find a way to win. And that was the impressive part about that because, USC is still the team that everybody talks about, even though they have depth issues, they have some things with the sanctions. And to beat them, and to beat them the way they did was very impressive.
Charles Arbuckle, ESPNU college football analyst with Freddie Coleman on ESPN Radio and ESPNradio.com. This is sort of an elimination weekend, Buck, when you think about it. Florida's taking on Florida State. Both of those teams can't afford a loss. If you're Notre Dame, you really can't afford a loss against USC. And by the by, Alabama's playing Auburn. They know what is at stake. If they win that game, that's going to be an elimination game when they play Georgia for the SEC championship. Does college football really need a playoff based on what we've seen in the regular season?
Well, I think instead of just having 2 teams that would be fine for this, you'd have 4. And so this year has just been one of those, and the last couple of years has been crazy. But I think a 4-team playoff we know is coming, and then I think after that we'll see 8, and it'll still have a role. I think for folks that say the regular season won't matter, I don't agree with that because you still have to get into, if it's 4 teams, you got to make it into that 4 slot. And all we see right now is what 4 teams would make it if we had a playoff. So there'll be some people that will say, look at it now, it's the best thing we have. November is just, when you get beat in November, you don't have a chance, and it looks like Kansas State is right in there as well as Oregon. But there's a lot of football left, and I think Alabama takes care of their business this week. How will they play against Georgia? If it's a Georgia team that's inspired and plays at the level that they can, that could be interesting. I think Florida State is another interesting matchup. I think Oregon is sitting back there lurking. If Stanford, takes care of their business, Oregon won't even have to play. But if some things shake out, it's so much with this year that there are elimination games that we talked about with the SEC. Now, a few weeks later, we're talking about the SEC being right back in the mix. So a lot of football still left to be played. I'm just interested to see how it's going to shake out.
20 seconds left. Who will be playing for the national championship?
Well, if we look at it right now, it looks like it'll be Alabama and Notre Dame. But I think we got to do like the old 70s shows, to be continued. That's clearly what's going on with this college football season.
Buck, my friend, always good to talk to you. Have a great Thanksgiving. We'll do it again next Monday.
You too, Freddie. Thanks.
He's always doing work on ESPNU as a college football analyst. Great follow on Twitter at Charles Arbuckle. He joined me, Freddie Coleman, on SportsCenter tonight on ESPN Radio. This text message from the state of Washington at 73776. I'm an Oregon Duck fan, and I didn't watch the game versus Stanford on Saturday. But why do you think the Ducks lost to the Cardinal? The Cardinal were more physical. That's what it was. They did not allow Oregon to have the space they were so used to having, and they were able to keep up with their pace. And a lot of that had to do with the fact that the running game was able to take time off the clock, and that defense had to stay out there. And that means the Stanford defense got a little bit more rest, and when they got out there, they brought the wood to Oregon. And it also helped that in overtime, pressure busts pipes. Oregon, their pipe bust when their field goal kicker missed. And I said to myself, the minute that happened, and I didn't have confidence he was going to make it anyway, the minute that happened, I said, Oregon is not going to play for the national championship because Stanford was not going to let that opportunity get away. Oregon had opportunities. They couldn't cash it in because Stanford was not having it on Saturday night. Coming up on SportsCenter tonight, one of my fave fives from the weekend includes Les Miles, oh, hold that tiger, Les Miles, head coach of LSU. Wait until you hear exactly what he said to make the list next on ESPN Radio.
SportsCenter tonight, presented by Progressive Insurance.
A good one on Monday Night Football, and Mike will be the place to talk about it on Tuesday morning on ESPN Radio. Plus, Magic Johnson will tell us if he still thinks Phil Jackson is a better choice for the Lakers job than Mike D'Antoni. That's Tuesday. Mike and Mike, ESPN Radio and ESPNRadio.com.
Hey, this is Jared Max. And I'm Robin Lundberg. Coming up on Maxed Out of the Morning Tuesday, the Jets return from St. Louis. Rex Ryan said we only have 5 hours to celebrate this victory. Jets get ready for the Patriots Thursday night. We'll hear from the Jets coach as they prep for the Pats on Turkey Day. Maxed Out 5 to 6 a.m. on ESPN New York. Good news.
Hi, it's Colin. Is Notre Dame the best team in the country? I don't think so, but they may end up playing for it. Brent Musburger, always interesting, weighs in. Mondays, Thundering Herd Podcast. Check it out. Free on iTunes. Free on Pod Center at ESPNRadio.com.
Trending now. No Jay Cutler, no Alex Smith tonight on Monday Night Football. Plus more conference realignment possible. It's What's Trending Now on ESPN Radio and ESPNRadio.com. Here's what Ben and Skin are talking about in Dallas.
In a game in which the offensive line probably set football back by about 19 years. I mean, that was bad. The Cowboys are probably going to face a fine from the NFL for just putting such an embarrassing unit out there.
Yeah, an ineptitude fine?
Yeah, an ineptitude fine. The commissioner's looking into it. My sources tell me it could happen.
Catch up with the latest from 103.3's Ben and Skin at ESPNDallas.com. A parting shot with Jeremy Schaap.
Our old notions of masculinity and machismo are shifting. When a sports reporter criticized Charles Tillman of the Bears for announcing he'd rather miss Chicago's game against Houston than miss his daughter's birth, there was such a fierce backlash that the writer had to back down. The people had spoken. Most Americans think a father's place is in the delivery room, not the defensive backfield when his wife is in labor. Then, R.A. Dickey won the National League Cy Young Award. Dickey, who was molested as an 8-year-old, says he only came into his own as a pitcher after he summoned the courage to tell his psychotherapist about what had happened to him. Until recently, men were at best discouraged from revealing such things. Both he and Tillman, in their own ways, have demonstrated what manhood is really all about. I'm Jeremy Schaap, and you can listen to The Sporting Life Friday nights at 9 Eastern Time and Saturday mornings at 5 Eastern Time on ESPN Radio and ESPNRadio.com.
College football on ESPN Radio and ESPNRadio.com. The storyline is simple. If Notre Dame knocks off USC, they are heading to the national championship.
Fires over the middle towards the goal line. Touchdown!
For USC, they'd like nothing more than to provide the Irish with their first defeat. Number 1 Notre Dame at the USC Trojans. Saturday at 7 Eastern on ESPN Radio.
The Atlanta Falcons are very similar to Ben Affleck. I really liked Argo, and I loved the town, but I can't forget Jersey Girl, Pearl Harbor, or 200 cigarettes. So listen, Atlanta, I am impressed with your recent films, but a 24-2 drubbing to the Giants last year in the playoffs, or a 48-21 drubbing to Green Bay at home, very fresh in my mind.
Colin Cowherd, weekdays at 10 a.m. Eastern, 7 a.m. Pacific on ESPN Radio. ESPN Radio Sports Center tonight. Sports Center tonight.
ESPN Radio is presented by Progressive Insurance. Now you can test drive Snapshot to see how much you could save before switching to Progressive. Visit progressive.com/snapshot.
Les Miles. Oh, hold that tiger. Les Miles, head coach of LSU. Why is he going to be a part of the favorite 5 things that happened over the weekend? I'm Freddie Coleman. We'll get to that, but here's John Brickley with a Sports Center Express.
Freddie, Eldon Smith provided the defense with 5.5 sacks, 243 yards passing by Colin Kaepernick, along with 2 touchdowns as the 49ers would beat the Bears on Monday Night Football by a 32-7 final. College football news, the Board of Governors has authorized Rutgers to accept an invitation to the Big Ten. Maryland will also join the conference, moving from the ACC. Cavs guard Kyrie Irving out for a month with a broken finger that he suffered Saturday against the Mavericks. Clippers beat the Spurs 92-87. Stephen Curry with a season-high 31 points to lead the Warriors past the Mavericks 105-101 in overtime. In college hoops, Division II Chaminade an 86-73 win over Texas at the Maui Invitational. UConn fell to New Mexico 66-60. Number 11 UCLA falls to Georgetown 78-70, while top-ranked Indiana beat Georgia 66-53 at the Legends Classic. Freddie, back over to you.
Freddie's Fave 5.
The 5 favorite things that happened over the weekend in sports. They could be on the field, off the field, but either way, they tickled my fancy and excited my soul. So let's start with
number 5.
Les Miles, LSU head coach. Speak.
There is no such thing as a flop that takes the field for our football team. Just so you know. Proud of those men. How freaking easy it would have been to say it's their night. How easy. Excuse my language. Spectacular group of men. You go find them, you throw your arms around them, you give them a big kiss on the mouth if you're a girl. Wow, what a game! Ah, are you kidding me?
Thanksgiving at the Miles household must be spectacular, because you just never know what he's going to say or what he's going to do. I tell you what, people wanted this guy out of there down in the bayou 3-4 years ago. Are you kidding me? Guys like that are fantastic, not just for the SEC, not just for LSU, but for college football.
Number 4.
From the long-time coming department, or what took them so long department, Kareem Abdul-Jabbar finally got a statue outside of the Staples Center this weekend. And I use the word finally strongly, because if anybody deserves a statue outside of there, it's Kareem Abdul-Jabbar. If anybody needed to have a statue outside of there long before this weekend, it is Kareem Abdul-Jabbar. How can the greatest scorer, that includes Michael Jordan, because he has points ahead of Michael Jordan, how can the greatest scorer in NBA history wait this long to get a statue outside of a storied franchise at Staples Center of the Los Angeles Lakers? That's ridiculous. It finally happened, and he was gracious, saying, you know what? It was never about stats. I'm just glad I was part of championship teams, and I enjoyed the game of basketball. But the Lakers and the Staples Center, this should have happened long before this weekend for Kareem Abdul-Jabbar, or if you're older than anybody else, Lou Alcindor when he played back in New York.
Number 3.
Saints in the red zone once more. Play action. Breeze pumps right, throws left, intended for Moore, and he will make the catch for the touchdown. Lance Moore with his second touchdown reception of this game. That's good for 15 yards.
Jim Henderson on the call on WWL. Drew Brees, Saints quarterback, always seems to get it done in the football field. He's even better off the football field. You might not have seen this story, but he is donating $1 million of his own money, $1 million, to relief efforts due to the destruction by Hurricane Sandy. Now, plenty of other people donated, and he did it quietly. He was not going to tell a soul, but somebody found out about it and said, you know what? Somebody's donating $1 million of their personal fortune to make sure those less fortunate and going through what the aftermath of Hurricane Sandy will be able to try to rebuild their lives. That's one of the many reasons why that guy is always going to be well respected, and he's always going to be well liked by so many people, even in his own division. I'm sure Falcons fans are like, we can't stand the Saints. But that Drew Brees guy, yeah, he gets it in. He gets it done. Well done by you, Drew Brees of the Saints. Well done. I'm Freddie Coleman. It is Freddie's Fave Fives for the weekend on SportsCenter tonight on ESPN Radio. At number 5, Les Miles telling all the girls down LSU to give a big wet kiss to all those guys after they beat LSU, after they beat Ole Miss. At number 4, Kareem Abdul-Jabbar finally getting a statue outside of Staples Center. And number 3, Drew Brees donating $1 million of his own money to the relief efforts of Hurricane Sandy. That means we're up to
number 2.
The NFL this past weekend. Wow.
Job in the gun. Throws it right side. Wide receiver screen. Andre Johnson across the 40, 35 to his right 30, 25, 20, 15, 10, 5. Rock and roll. The Texans win it. Andre Johnson, 48 yards. My goodness. Houston wins in overtime.
Mark Vandermeer on the call on KILT. You had that game in overtime. The Texans win it, as you heard. You had what Tampa Bay was able to do, down 21-10 to the Carolina Panthers. They win their game in overtime, 27-21. You also had the end of the game between the Lions and the Packers. Packers win that one. So many fantastic finishes in the National Football League that we were hard-pressed to keep up, especially when it came to the early games. And that's why the NFL continues to be king. You expect something to happen, something unexpected happens, and you say to yourself, I should have seen that coming, but we never, ever do.
Number 1.
Upsets, our kingdom for upsets.
Bears from the 20, handoff, running right, cut it back, to the 20,
here you go.
40, the 50, 80-yard touchdown run. Blake Seastrunk, 80 yards for the Baylor score. Ho, 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 Doctor.
The very unbiased call on the Baylor IMG Sports Network. But, hey, you take down number 1 Kansas State, and you're paid by the school and the radio station that broadcasts the games of that school. Yeah, you're allowed to put up your pom-poms a little bit. But the same thing happened with Stanford beating Oregon in overtime. College football, this is why they've never wanted a playoff. And I get the sense plenty of people that are power brokers in college football still don't want a playoff because of what happened last weekend in college football. All of a sudden, SEC fans were going, I told you so. I told you we'd be back, because they knew, they had a feeling that the pack was going to come back to them. Now we have Showdown Saturday, Showdown weekend after Thanksgiving. Notre Dame, they have to hold serve. So does Alabama, so does Georgia, so does Florida State, so does Florida. Either way, it should be a fantastic Saturday, and they have a lot to live up to based on what we saw last week in college football. And those are the 5 favorite things that happened over the weekend that I was glad to share with you on SportsCenter tonight on ESPN Radio and ESPNRadio.com. Also this, we hear a lot of times that 2 words are thrown around a lot when it comes to the NFL. Elite quarterback is one, and that's subjective. And then you also have who's the best team in the NFL right now. For this point, forget about it. There's no such thing as a best team in the NFL right now. The league has gotten so competitive that there's not that one team out there that you can say is clearly head and shoulders above anybody else. The Falcons only have 1 loss. The Texans only have 1 loss. But no one looks at those 2 teams and they say they're clearly better than anybody else. Let's just put them in the Super Bowl. There's a team out there like the Patriots or the Packers or the 49ers or the Ravens. Those teams clearly understand what's at stake. And the Texans and the Falcons do too. So let's lose the talk about who is the best team in the NFL right now. That team is not out there right now, head and shoulders, which means the playoffs, really the final points of the regular season, are going to be hellacious, which is just the way we want it when it comes to the NFL. More SportsCenter tonight is coming up next. To find out what's going to happen, here's Kevin Winter.
Thanks, Freddie. Coming up at the top of the hour, we'll continue to break down the Monday night route. We'll get analysis from Trent Dilfer and Steve Young and look at Colin Kaepernick in the long term. And I know you aired Jim Harbaugh's post-game press conference a little earlier tonight, but for our listeners who are just joining us, you're not going to believe the tap dance job that Harbaugh did when it came to Kaepernick or Alex Smith as a starting quarterback going forward. In the NBA, James Harden had scored 20-plus points in 8 of his 10 games this season. Tonight wasn't one of those. And in college, UCLA Shabazz Muhammad made his debut for the Bruins. Andy Katz speaks with the coach that spoiled it for the freshman. Freddie, back to you.
Thank you very much, Kevin Winter. So more SportsCenter tonight is coming up next. And if you have not heard what Jim Harbaugh, the San Francisco 49ers head coach, had to say about a brewing quarterback controversy with Colin Kaepernick's performance tonight in place of Alex Smith, the starter, you will not want to miss that More Sports Center tonight with Kevin Winter is coming up. I'm Freddie Coleman, and thank you so much for joining me on the mighty ESPN Radio and ESPNradio.com. Take care. God bless. And no matter the situation, whether you want to give a big wet kiss to someone or not, always keep cool.
Do you have unfiled tax returns or owe the IRS or state more than $10,000? If you don't take action now, your tax problem is going to get worse, much worse. Seizure of property, bank levies, wage garnishments, and potential criminal prosecution. And if you owe the IRS back payroll taxes, chances are you will be visited at your home or business by an IRS agent. Don't become paralyzed by fear. Take action now. Call the experts at U.S. Tax Shield for help. Our team of experienced tax attorneys can get you protected, stop collections, and negotiate a permanent settlement with the IRS and state, potentially saving you thousands of dollars. At U.S. Tax Shield, our tax advisors will review your case for free, inform you of your rights, and give you a guaranteed quote. No games and no tricky upsells. That's why we have an A+ rating with the Better Business Bureau and thousands of satisfied clients. Put an end to your torment. Get protected. Get the Shield. Call U.S. Tax Shield now at 800-226-8184. That's 800-226-8184. 800-226-8184.
It's time to get winter ready. Dick's Sporting Goods has more of the best brands to keep you warm as the weather gets colder. The North Face, Columbia, Spider, Burton, Copen, Marmot, Mountain Hardwear, and more. Dick's has the widest selection in styles and colors in men's, women's, and youth jackets and accessories. And don't forget to grab a new snowboard. Dick's carries the snow equipment you need. Before hitting the slopes, stop into Dick's Sporting Goods today. Every season starts at Dick's.
Mike and Lowe's want to give you a chance to improve your fantasy team. Visit ESPNradio.com each week to vote which player will earn the most fantasy points. Plus, find out how you could win in the Mike and Mike's Fantasy Team Builder Sweepstakes. One lucky grand prize winner will receive a trip for 4 to their choice of Chicago or L.A. to join the experts next August at an ESPN Fantasy Football Draft Party. Thanks to Lowe's, never stop improving. No purchase necessary. Void where prohibited. Open to legal U.S. residents 21 and older. Sweepstakes ends December 30th. Official rules at ESPNradio.com.
NBA versus college is always a great debate this time of the year. There's no debating where you go to grab the seats you want when you want to go to a basketball game. Just head on over to StubHub, where you can find the best basketball tickets for you, whether you prefer the pros or the fresh talent and rivalries of the college court. Even better, you can get rewarded on every eligible purchase when you sign up for StubHub Fan Rewards before you buy. Yet another reason millions of fans use StubHub for their basketball tickets every month. StubHub!
Now available. A brand new ESPN radio app, both for the iPad and iPhone. Not only can you listen live to your favorite ESPN radio shows from over 30 stations across the country, you can customize your own station with the best interviews and analysis of your favorite sports, teams, and players. Plus, if your show already started, you can rewind for up to an hour. The all-new ESPN radio app. It's sports for your ears.
A good one on Monday Night Football, and Mike will be the place to talk about it on Tuesday morning on ESPN Radio. Plus, Magic Johnson will tell us if he still thinks Phil Jackson is a better choice for the Lakers job than Mike D'Antoni. That's Tuesday. Mike and Mike, ESPN Radio and ESPNradio.com.
The Herd on ESPN Radio.
To me, there's 8 organizations in the NFL that feel like it's 100% about winning Super Bowl. 8. There may be more, but I get a very strong feeling from ownership down. It is all about winning Super Bowls. New York Giants, Green Bay Packers, San Francisco 49ers with Harbaugh, New England, Baltimore, Pittsburgh, Indianapolis, and Denver. That's all that matters. Not about make it or save it. It's about winning Super Bowl. The New York Jets getting Tebow. Disrupted. We saw it coming. Not about winning Super Bowl. 8 teams in the league. That's all that matters. Then I think there are about 4 teams in the league where I have a very strong feeling, once they lose a few games especially, about making a little more money. Dallas, Washington, Miami, and the Jets.
This is The Herd. Weekdays at 10 a.m. Eastern, 7 a.m. Pacific on ESPN Radio and ESPNradio.com. Thursday, the Jets spend Thanksgiving with the Patriots. Coverage begins at 6:30. WEPN FM, WEPN HD1, New York. ESPN Radio Sports Center.
I'm John Brickley. The Monday Night Football game between the 49ers and the Bears featured a backup quarterback theme. Both Jay Cutler and Alex Smith out with concussions. And of the two backups, only one would stand out.
Kaepernick, three-step, drops, blows off, looking, pulls the ball down, rolling to his left, throws to the back of the end zone. Touchdown, 49ers, Michael Crabtree. Kaepernick there used his strength, legs to extend the play.
KNBR with the call. 49ers with a 32-7 victory as Colin Kaepernick finished with 243 yards passing and 2 touchdowns in the win. San Francisco coming up with its 8th straight home victory versus the Bears, with Aldon Smith coming up with 5.5 sacks in the victory, which sets a Monday Night Football record. Backup quarterback for Chicago, Jason Campbell, 107 yards along with a touchdown and 2 interceptions in the loss. Broncos running back Willis McGahee out 6 to 8 weeks with a torn MCL in his right knee and is expected to miss the rest of the regular season. Baseball news, the Toronto Sun is reporting that the Blue Jays have hired John Gibbons as the team's next manager. Gibbons previously managed the ball club from 2004 until 2008. NBA news, Cavs guard Kyrie Irving will be out for a month after suffering a broken finger versus the Mavericks on Saturday. David Lee put up 17 points, 19 boards as the Warriors beat the Mavericks 105-101 in overtime. Utah beat Houston 102-91. It was the Clippers, a 92-87 victory over the Spurs, with Chris Paul coming up with 19 points in the victory. Bobcats topped the Bucks 102-98. Wizards fell to 0-9 with a 96-89 loss to the Pacers. Nuggets over the Grizzlies 97-92, while the Hawks beat the Magic 81-72. In college football news, there will be 2 new teams in the Big Ten. Maryland and Rutgers will both join the conference, making it a 14-team conference. The Board of Governors authorizing Rutgers to accept the invite from the Big East. Maryland makes the move from the ACC to the Big Ten beginning July 1st, 2014. College hoops, New Mexico defeated 21st-ranked UConn 66-60. 12th-ranked Kansas with a 78-41 win over Washington State. Number 1 Indiana beat Georgia 66-53. Markel Starks putting up a career-high 23 points as Georgetown upset 11th-ranked UCLA 78-70. At the Maui Invitational, 9th-ranked North Carolina beat Mississippi State 95-49, while Butler, thanks to a Rodney Clark game-winning 3, came up with a victory to beat Marquette 72-71.
College basketball on ESPN Radio. It's the Maui Invitational. Semifinals Game 1 begins today at 8 Eastern, followed by Game 2 at 10:30 Eastern. Available on ESPN, ESPN2, ESPN Radio, and ESPNRadio.com. Worldwide leader in sports. This is ESPN Radio Sports Center Tonight. From expert analysis, informative interviews, electrifying highlights, and breaking news, this is Sports Center Tonight on ESPN Radio and ESPNRadio.com.
Another game, another quarterback down for the Pittsburgh Steelers. And why the 59th point is always the most dangerous. Plus, that little school from Hawaii has done it again. And just when you thought the college athletic map had been stabilized, surprise! Here we go again. Call the Mayflower trucks. We're moving to the middle of the night. All those stories and more coming up this hour. We continue along with Sports Center Tonight, running around ESPN Radio and ESPNRadio.com, presented by Progressive Insurance. I'm Kevin Winter. Our top story on Monday night, in the fall and in the winter, it's, of course, Monday Night Football. A battle of backup quarterbacks in San Francisco, and why now one team has a quarterback controversy. Jason Campbell getting the start for the Chicago Bears in place of the concussed Jay Cutler. Colin Kaepernick getting his first career start in place of the concussed Alex Smith. Memo to Alex. You may want to get well soon.
3-yard line. Tukawafu in as a blocker. Play fake to Gore. Kaepernick dropping deep. Throws to the end zone. Caught. Touchdown 49ers. Vernon Davis.
From 3 yards out, Ted Robinson had the call on KNBR. We'll hear a lot of his calls from Monday night. None from the Chicago side. It was that kind of an evening. 10-0 your score in the first. Go to the second quarter. The Niners extending it.
Second down. It's a give to Hunter up the middle. 10. Hunter 5. Hunter driving. Touchdown 49ers. Kendall Hunter. And there was the first look at the Kaepernick package. They faked that read option, and Kaepernick actually gave the ball to Hunter.
Going right out of the pistol formation. Very familiar with what Colin Kaepernick ran when he was at Nevada. 20-0, the Niners in complete control at the half, in part because Chicago's offense was offensive. 35 total yards on 23 total plays. My math even says that's not good. On the defensive side, Jason Campbell, he struggled mightily.
Shotgun snap to Campbell, takes it. Standing on the left hash, throwing that out, intended for Hester, intercepted. Terrell Brown running all the way. Stepped right in front of Hester and gets a clean pick. Brought down inside the Chicago 45. Campbell backpedals to the 8-yard line. Pressure hit and going to get sacked. And Justin Smith gets him. Alden Smith has had a 4-sack night. And now Justin Smith gets in the fray.
Well, Alden, he may get a little credit for this one as well, because Alden just decided that he was going to take Karimi and just forklift him. He just lifted him up like he was a tiny little baby.
Derek Davison with Ted Robinson at the call, KNBR. Jason Campbell goes down 6 times, and yes, Alden Smith gets a half sack. He had 5.5 sacks on a Monday night game, a Monday Night Football record. The Niners roll by a score of 32-7. We'll get to Kaepernick in a moment. Jason Campbell, 14 of 22, 170 yards, the 2 picks. Now to Colin Kaepernick, 16 of 23, 2 touchdown passes, 243 yards. Very efficient running the offense for the Niners, who get back into the win column. So head coach Jim Harbaugh spoke with the media after the game. Remember, Alex Smith on the sidelines with a concussion.
Is Colin your starting quarterback going forward?
We'll see. I usually tend to go with the guy who's got the hot hand. And we got 2 quarterbacks that have got a hot hand. So thought Colin did an outstanding job. Thought he did a great job, poised in the pocket, pushing the ball, throwing with accuracy. Did a nice job running the game plan. Everything he did was exemplar.
That is Jim Harbaugh, the head coach of the Niners. Is Colin Kaepernick your starting quarterback? The question. The answer? Not a no, not a yes. We'll go with the hot hand. Our NFL analyst on site, Trent Dilfer, and a former Niner quarterback, Steve Young, who knows a little something about controversies.
I actually thought that this was a great opportunity to say that this is a young kid. He's coming along, and Alex, he's been 2 seasons of really solid play. And we have 2 guys, but Alex, to me, in a quarterback controversy, there's 3 places to have it. There's one out on the street. There's a quarterback controversy in the locker room. Both of those are survivable. The one that's not survivable is when there's a quarterback controversy with the head coach. You're in trouble. So if I honestly, it gives me the shivers for what Jim Harbaugh is basically saying. The gauntlet is thrown down. Colin Kaepernick, in my mind, from watching that, I would say that he wants Colin Kaepernick to play. I can't look at it any other way. I want to look at it some other way, but it just by the way, and I'm going to give him post-game.
Yeah, I'm going to look at it another way. I'm going to give Jim got stuck.
Okay, that's fine, too.
Jim got stuck.
He said it 3 times.
There's no way. This is a guy that played, was a starter, was a backup, admires Alex Smith as much as anybody. There's no possible way. If he knew as those words were coming out of his mouth, what that would mean to all the people sitting in these seats, which why as players we don't like these seats.
Who doesn't understand what the little bit of spark for a quarterback controversy, especially in this town?
Then I'd be kidding. Then shame on him.
Steve Young, along with Trent Dilfer. Steve Young knows quarterback controversies in San Francisco. We may have one on our hands. Kaepernick, very effective. Jason Campbell, awful. The Niners roll the Chicago Bears 32-7 on Monday Night Football. Much more of this game coming up here on SportsCenter Tonight. I'm Kevin Winter. It is SportsCenter Tonight on ESPN Radio at ESPNRadio.com. To the NBA Monday night, handful of games on the slate. James Harden for the Houston Rockets battling a fever and an upper respiratory infection. Start of the game 0 for 6, sad just 6.17 minutes. Take a seat, son. Rockets lose to the Utah Jazz 102-91. Randy Foye, 4 3-pointers At 14 points, the Jazz led by as many as 23 in the opening half of this one. Meanwhile, the Clippers and the Spurs in San Antonio. Eric Bledsoe and the Clippers trying to avenge some demons from last year.
Paul maintains the dribble, drifts out of the left side. Devin to shoot for the Clippers. On top by 2. Paul drives on Bonner. Steps to the foul line. Guarded 15-footer. Misses short. Rebound Bledsoe. The putback is in. Oh, my goodness. Eric Bledsoe. 1:40 to play. Clippers by 4.
KFWB with the call. The Clippers, Brian Seaman. The L.A. Clippers going on to a 92-87 victory over the San Antonio Spurs. Clippers now the 5th time in the last 25 seasons that this team has had multiple wins prior to December against the team that swept them out of the playoffs. The Clippers have won 6 in a row after starting this season 2-2. Their 8-2 mark matches the best 10-game start in franchise history. Meanwhile, the Charlotte Bobcats have a little late magic on the road.
Lobs to him. Mullins against Henson. Right of the lane. He's holding. Mullins jab steps. Mullins still holding. Up top. Here's Sessions. 4-3. Swish! Sessions hit it. And the Bobcats have tied the game at 96 with 2:20 left. Sessions has...
Scott Lauer with the call. WFNZ. The Bobcats rally to beat the Milwaukee Bucks 102-98. Bobcats improved to 5-4 on the season. Remember, they took them 36 games a year ago to hit the 5-win mark. I'm Kevin Winter. Coming up next, the Blue Jays have a new manager. He isn't so new to Toronto, however, as Colin Kaepernick delivers his response to the potential question of a quarterback controversy. It's all next. It's SportsCenter tonight on ESPN Radio and ESPNRadio.com.
SportsCenter tonight, brought to you by Subway. Eat fresh.
A good one on Monday Night Football, and Mike will be the place to talk about it on Tuesday morning on ESPN Radio. Plus, Magic Johnson will tell us if he still thinks Phil Jackson is a better choice for the Lakers job than Mike D'Antoni. That's Tuesday. Mike and Mike, ESPN Radio and ESPNRadio.com.
I need to protect my company's email.
Do you want an email security solution that's hard to install?
No.
You good with paying a fee for every user?
No.
How about a little extra for outbound email protection?
No.
Offshore or automated phone tree support okay?
No.
Then yes, we can help.
The Barracuda Spam and Virus Firewall, the world's best-selling business email security gateway, with email encryption and data leak prevention included at no extra cost. Available as a hardware appliance, virtual appliance, or as a cloud service. And always humans to answer your calls. Try the Barracuda Spam and Virus Firewall free. Go to barracuda.com/yes.
Progressive presents Flo's newest smash hit. The Name Your Price tool gives you lots of coverage options.
The Name Your Price tool. You give us a budget and we'll show you a range of coverage options. But we can't go over all the dessert options. Your server will be back in just a second and he'll explain.
The Name Your Price tool, only from Progressive. Visit Progressive.com today. Progressive Casualty Insurance Company and affiliates. Price and coverage match limited by state law.
Hey, this is Jared Max. And I'm Robin Lundberg. Coming up on Maxed Out of the Morning Tuesday, the Jets return from St. Louis. Rex Ryan said we only have 5 hours to celebrate this victory. Jets get ready for the Patriots Thursday night. We'll hear from the Jets coach as they prep for the Pats on Turkey Day. Maxed Out 5 to 6 a.m. on ESPN New York.
I didn't always watch football here at Buffalo Wild Wings.
Hey, buddy.
Hey.
Come on in.
Is it safe?
Yeah, man. Come on, let's watch the game. Careful when I bring out the snacks, though. No sudden movements.
Protect the football. Watch every game here. Buffalo Wild Wings. Wings, beers, sports. Celebrate more often by getting to Buffalo Wild Wings for Boneless Thursdays, where the weekend starts early with delicious, specially priced boneless wings all day. Find a location at BuffaloWildWings.com.
Ba, black sheep. Have you any wool? No, sir. No, sir. Some nincompoop with pantyhose pulled over his face stole all my wool sweaters and gaming system. Luckily, the Geico Insurance Agency recently helped me with renter's insurance. Everything stolen was replaced, and the little boy who lives down the lane was caught trying to sell it online. Call Geico and see how easy it is to switch and save on renter's insurance.
The NYPD is among the best law enforcement departments in the country. The NYPD offers a job with a future, a great place to serve, and a chance to advance. Visit NYPDRecruit.com or call 212-RECRUIT for current test schedules and filing fee information.
Leslie French was hunkered down for a fight.
I was just at the dealership looking for a car.
Lured in by the enemy.
No, it was pretty cordial, but I did need a car loan fast.
There was no time.
I called Navy Federal Credit Union. A really nice guy approved me for a loan on the spot. Great rate, too.
Victory was hers.
Well, a convertible was mine.
4 million members, 4 million stories. From every military branch, DOD, and their families. NavyFederal.org. Federally insured by NCUA.
An ESPN Radio Extra Point with Colin Cowherd.
It's the two most shocking stories in college football. USC is shockingly bad and Notre Dame is shockingly good. Where I really notice the difference with these two teams, USC doesn't do the little things right. Notre Dame does virtually all the little things right. And what Notre Dame has, which I never considered, 29 seniors. Folks, that's a huge number. You don't win all those close games just by coaching. You got to have guys in that locker room who believe in each other. When new coaches come in, some seniors rise, some flush out. Kelly flushed out a couple of guys that were problematic. He kept the good guys, made them better. And Notre Dame, in my opinion, wins Saturday, plays for the national title. Nobody is more shocked than I am.
Sports Center tonight.
Get your hands on a Subway steak melt today, like the tender, juicy steak and bacon melt.
I'm Kevin Winter. Every year, a little Division II school on the island of Honolulu invites the big boys to come beat up on them. Every once in a while, we have a little bit of an upset. A story coming up in 5 minutes, but first.
Kaepernick shotgun, Gore to his left. Kyle Williams wide left, 3 receivers right. And the snap going. There's a quick slant caught by Crabtree. Breaks the tackle, spins inside of the 15, driving down to the 12. And there's Crabtree again.
Michael Crabtree, touchdown reception. Tanner Robinson with the call on KNBR. All part of the night for San Francisco quarterback Colin Kaepernick, leading the Niners to a 32-7 victory over the Chicago Bears. The backup Kaepernick, 16 of 23, 243 yards, 2 touchdowns. He got a quarterback rating of 133.1, whether you believe in that number or not. The bottom line, there may be a quarterback controversy in San Francisco. With Alex Smith out with a concussion, Kaepernick joined ESPN's Steve Young on the set of Monday Night Football after the game.
That doesn't just happen. No. That's trained very well, obviously well coached, and then also you got to go do it. And the Bear defense, they better not say something derogatory about lucky or something. This guy dominated them tonight, and they never got up from he beat them early, put them on the canvas, and they never got up. You understand that tonight, the excitement of playing the Bears, better team in the league, how well you played, it's going to cause some stir. It's going to create some excitement. How do you hope to handle that with Alex and you and just the nature of how things are in football?
Me and Alex have a great relationship. He was the first one every time I came over to the sideline saying great job. So, between us, we're just going to come in, work every day, and we'll leave that up to the coaches.
And that is Colin Kaepernick after the game, and also after the game, head coach Jim Harbaugh said, quote, "We'll go with the hot hand," and then added that both are hot right now. I'm Kevin Winter with SportsCenter tonight here on ESPN Radio at ESPNRadio.com. On to college basketball. The Progressive Classic in Brooklyn featured UCLA in Georgetown. 2 storied basketball programs. A lot of the hype before the game on the attention for number 11 UCLA. They finally got the number 2 recruit in the nation last year back on the court. Shabazz Muhammad had been ruled ineligible for the first 3 games. UCLA sat him out. The NCAA finally came back and said those sanctions and the repaying of $1,600 from impermissible benefits was more than enough. Muhammad back in action.
I was hoping and wishing that I'd get cleared for this game, and the opportunity came to me, and I'm blessed for that, and it's going to go out there and play hard.
Shabazz Muhammad on the court for UCLA. However, the story with the Georgetown Hoyas.
So Georgetown has 1 minute to hold off the Bruins. Down low, Lubick lays it up and in. Got behind the defense with 55 seconds seconds to go. Nate Lubick in double figures with 11.
Rick Shavakam with the call, ESPN 980 in Washington, D.C.
9 seconds to go. 78-70 Georgetown. UCLA made one crack at him. Whittington holding. 4, 3, 2, 1, and that will do it. Hoyas win! Hoyas win! Hoyas win!
Of course they do, Reg. Hoyas get the victory despite Muhammad at 15 points in 25 minutes of action for UCLA. Meanwhile, the head coach of the Hoyas, John Thompson III, spoke with ESPN's Andy Katz after pulling off the upset of the number 11 team of the country.
Well, John, all the talk earlier in the day, of course, was about Shabazz Muhammad making his debut for UCLA. I don't know if we all forgot about how good Georgetown could be. What did you learn about the Hoyas after this convincing victory here in the second half?
That if we don't turn the ball over and get a good shot every time, we'll be okay. I mean, we have a long way to go. And obviously they're just now coming together. But this team can be pretty good. We've got to keep fighting. We have to protect the ball, and then we have to keep working at the defensive end. But we have some growing up to do, but I think we will grow up.
You weren't able to get a full game against Florida because that game was called at the half, so you didn't know what you had early in the season. Now you're about to face the number 1 team in the country. How ready is this Georgetown team for that kind of challenge?
We're not ready. We're young. We'll figure it out. But, I mean, hopefully we'll be a lot more ready come tomorrow night.
Gotta love the honesty from the college basketball coaches this early in the season. That number 1 team gonna be Indiana. They waxed Georgia 66-53. I'm Kevin Winter at SportsCenter tonight here on ESPN Radio and ESPNRadio.com. To the EA Sports Maui Invitational. It happened to Providence. It happened to Virginia 30 years ago. Texas didn't have a number at their name, but it's still a D2 beating a D1.
And the final seconds tick off. 30 years after the win over Virginia. Chaminade has another shocking victory over Texas.
The Little Division II school with the victory, 86-73. Sean McDonough had the call on ESPNU for Chaminade. They've now played 83 games all time in the Maui Invitational. They have 7 victories. Their current head coach spoke with ESPN's Jay Billis after the win.
Eric Bavard, 30 years from the time that Chaminade beat number 1 Virginia. You take down Texas, and it wasn't just a buzzer beater. You ran out the clock on them. How did you do it?
Well, our guys they knew coming in that it was going to be a war. They believed in our strategy. They believed in each other. And I have one heck of a player right here that surely helped that cause.
Well, talk about DeAndre Haskins and also Kevin Hu, the job that he did in that ball game with 16 points.
This kid has worked really hard to get where he is. He's, like I told you, he's a high major athlete. He's our best player. He's our team leader. I'm really proud of him. I'm proud of him as a person. I'm proud of him as a basketball player. Kevin was a great pickup from Taiwan. We're really excited to have him. He's going to be a good player.
Well, congratulations on a great win.
Appreciate it.
Kevin Hu, 16 points. DeAndre Haskins had 32 points, 9 rebounds for Chaminade in the victory. I'm Kevin Winter at SportsCenter tonight here on ESPN Radio. And you thought it was all over. Nope, think again. On Monday, the University of Maryland announced it is leaving the Atlantic Coast Conference. It will now join the Big Ten. One of the charter members of the ACC is leaving a big boy conference, if you will, and headed to another one in 2014. Why? Money, according to their athletic director, Kevin Anderson.
No future Maryland athletic director will ever have to look in young men and young women's eyes and say that you can't compete here anymore, that you can't wear the colors for this school because we can't afford to support your teams financially.
Maryland had to cut 7 sports from their athletic program. They will have to pay a $50 million exit fee in order to bail out of the ACC. That's a disturbing number for Duke head basketball coach Mike Krzyzewski, who joined Sirius XM Radio to discuss a team leaving the ACC.
I'm concerned about our conference right now. I think we're vulnerable right now, and I didn't think that this summer. And then when we got Notre Dame, I thought we may have shaken things up, and maybe we didn't finish. Maybe we should have done something else then, whether Connecticut, Louisville, Rutgers, or. So anyway, that's kind of how I see it right now. I'm concerned about our conference.
That is Duke head basketball coach Mike Krzyzewski on Sirius XM Radio. Maryland not the only school that is bailing out of a conference and heading to the Big Ten. According to sources, Monday night, the Scarlet Knights of Rutgers, their board of governors, received the authorization from their athletic director, Tim Parenti, to accept a formal invitation to join the Big Ten. So the Terrapins and the Scarlet Knights, now the 13th and 14th members of the Big Ten Conference. Official announcement coming up on Tuesday from Rutgers. ESPN's Brett McMurphy reporting Boise State, San Diego State, and BYU have all had conversations about rejoining the Mountain West Conference, since the Mountain West now going to be back on par with the Big East when it comes to football in that quote-unquote group of five in order to get a shot into the BCS playoff. Baseball news this hour, the Toronto Sun reporting the Blue Jays have a new manager. It's their old manager, the return of John Givens. He managed the Blue Jays from 2004 to 2008. I'm Kevin Orchard. Coming up next, we'll continue to break down the Monday night affair. The Bears have lost 2 straight. What's wrong in Chicago? Sports Center tonight. It's ESPN Radio and ESPNRadio.com.
Dr. Pepper's changing lives again with a one-of-a-kind opportunity, the Dr. Pepper tuition giveaway. So go to drpepper.com and tell us why you could use some of that tuition. Like Yvonne Padilla Rodriguez. A year ago, she was struggling to pay her tuition. Now she's got $100,000 from Dr. Pepper to help her realize her dreams. What do you want to change in the world? Go to drpepper.com and upload your video. No purchase necessary. You could win up to $100,000 in tuition. So if you want to make a difference, grab an ice-cold Dr. Pepper and head to drpepper.com. Dr. Pepper, always one of a kind.
I need to control internet usage in my office.
Do you want to pay a fee for every user?
No.
Do you want to pay extra to protect remote users?
No.
How about a product that's difficult to install and use?
No.
Offshore or automated phone tree support okay?
No.
Then yes, we can help.
The Barracuda Web Filter. Content filtering, application control, and malware protection with no per-user fees. Available as a hardware appliance, virtual appliance, or as a cloud service. And live humans to answer your calls. Try Barracuda Web Filter free. Go to barracuda.com/yes.
Let's go! Let's go! Coming off their win in St. Louis, the Jets can give themselves a shot at the playoffs if they start a run. Can they continue it with a win on Thanksgiving against New England?
I'm not even worried about tweaking New England or anybody else. We have to focus on just us.
Jets-Patriots coverage gets underway Thursday night at 6:30 on ESPN New York 98.7 FM.
Norm Miller here, chairman of Interstate Batteries. Now, I don't mean to brag, but I recently learned auto technicians prefer Interstate Batteries 5-to-1 over any other battery. Oh, who am I kidding? Of course I mean to brag. 5-to-1, that's a landslide. All right, I'm done bragging. To find the dealer near you that prefers us, head to interstatebatteries.com. Interstate Batteries, outrageously dependable. And that's not bragging, it's just the truth.
If you've got a business, you qualify for the official Mike and Mike office stimulus package. When you move from your office into a gorgeous Regis office, not only will you save a fortune, you'll get 2 months absolutely free.
Your Regis office comes beautifully furnished in a prestigious building. You get a receptionist, meeting rooms, and state-of-the-art video conferencing with no long-term lease. And you get 2 months free by mentioning Mike and Mike. All you have to do is call 1-800-OFFICES. That's 1-800-OFFICES.
Hi, it's Colin. Is Notre Dame the best team in the country? I don't think so, but they may end up playing for it. Brent Musburger, always interesting, weighs in. Mondays, Thundering Herd Podcast. Check it out. Free on iTunes. Free on Pod Center at ESPNRadio.com.
Colin Cowherd.
Warren Moon comes on our show all the time. And I like Warren, but I think he's off his rocker. He said the criticism of Cam Newton is possibly racist. I would say, you give me an African-American quarterback in football, I'll find you a contemporary Caucasian that gets as much or more heat. Want to play the game? Let's go. Great African-American rookie quarterback, RG3. He's getting far more praise than Andrew Luck. How about pouty quarterback? Cam, racism. I know Jay Cutler has a winning record, and for 5 years has been clobbered by you, the fans, and the American sports media. How about an enigmatic quarterback who wins? Michael Vick, that's racism. Well, Tony Romo gets more. I mean, Romo's the most criticized quarterback with a winning record in league history. Folks, quarterback's a criticized position. It's the highest profile position in sports.
This is The Herd. Weekdays at 10 a.m. Eastern, 7 a.m. Pacific on ESPN Radio and ESPNRadio.com.
Get your daily dose of NFL insight all week long on ESPN.
Tune in to NFL Live weekdays at 4 Eastern for real-time coverage from Trey Wingo and the best analysts in the business.
With the receivers that he has, he can make a lot of plays in the passing game.
Then at 6 on ESPN2, Susie and Mort break down every story from around the league on NFL 32.
This is the team in the AFC to beat.
NFL Live and NFL 32 on ESPN, where fans go for football.
I'm Jay Reynolds. The Monday Night Football game did not have a starting quarterback taking part in the action, or did it?
Kaepernick, three-step drop, it's closed off, looking, pulls the ball down, rolling to his left, throws to the back of the end zone. Touchdown, 49ers, Michael Crabtree. Kaepernick there used his strength, legs to extend the play.
ANBR with the call. Colin Kaepernick throws for 243 yards and a pair of touchdowns in his first career start, filling in for Alex Smith, who's out with the concussion. And Kaepernick leads San Francisco to a 32-7 rout of the Bears in the Monday night game. But then his coach, Jim Harbaugh, was asked who will be leading the Niners going forward.
Is he outright competing for Alex on an even or close to even basis right now?
Well, yeah, we'll make that decision as we go forward, yeah.
Looks like a quarterback controversy in San Francisco. Don't think there will be much of one in Chicago. Jason Campbell filling in for Jay Cutler, who's also out with a concussion. Campbell throwing a 13-yard TD pass in the third quarter to Brandon Marshall, but Campbell was sacked 5 times through 2 interceptions in his first start since October of 2011 when he was playing for Oakland. Ravens safety Ed Reed suspended for 1 game by the NFL for repeated violations of the rules prohibiting hits to the head and neck area of defenseless players. He is suspended for 3 violations over the course of the past 3 seasons, the latest being a shot to Steelers wide receiver Emmanuel Sanders in the Sunday night win over Pittsburgh. Patriots aren't saying much of anything officially, but sources say Rob Gronkowski had surgery Monday on a broken left forearm. Gronkowski could be sidelined 4 to 6 weeks. Broncos say running back Willis McGahee tore a ligament in his right knee Sunday. He's expected to miss the rest of the regular season. Baseball, Blue Jays going to their past as they name a manager for the future. The Toronto Sun reporting it will be John Gibbons, who was at the helm in Toronto from 2004 to 2008. College basketball, number 1 Indiana pulls away from Georgia 66-53. Indiana has beaten Georgia in all 4 matchups all time. Meanwhile, number 11 UCLA falls to Georgetown 78-70. So Georgetown will meet Indiana at the Barclays Center in Brooklyn. Number 9 North Carolina at the Maui Invitational 95-49 over Mississippi State. Chaminade knocks off Texas 86-73. Number 10 Arizona 94-72 over Long Beach State. 12th ranked Kansas beats Washington State 78-41. Connecticut falls to New Mexico 66-60. NBA, the Nuggets snap a 3-game slide, knocking off the Grizzlies 97-92 in Memphis. Clippers also 8-2. Chris Paul 19 points, 8 assists. LA a 92-87 win over San Antonio. Wizards lose to the Pacers. They are 0-9 for the first time in franchise history.
College football on ESPN Radio. Notre Dame remains undefeated and puts their season on the line facing USC. A win earns them a trip to their first BCS title game. Saturday, 7 Eastern on ABC, ESPN Radio, and ESPNRadio.com. Sports Center tonight. Sports Center tonight.
ESPN Radio is presented by Progressive Insurance. Now you can test drive Snapshot even if you have insurance with another company. See how much you can save before you switch.
Still to come in the next 25 minutes. Told you mentioned that Jared J. say Chaminade knocked off Texas. Chaminade's going to get the winner between Illinois and USC in the semifinals in Maui. Right now they're at the half. The Illini are up 57-26. We know Notre Dame's number 1. What's their head coach thinking coming up? He joined Mike and Mike earlier on Monday. But the big story on Monday, of course, Monday Night Football, the conclusion to week number 11 around the National Football League. For more, we bring in our John Brickley with a recap of the Niners and the Bears.
Thanks, Kevin. The Monday Night Football game between the Bears and 49ers had the theme of the battle of the backup quarterbacks. Both Jay Cutler and Alex Smith sidelined with concussions, and that would leave it up to Jason Campbell for Chicago and Colin Kaepernick for San Francisco. After the Niners opened up with a 3-0 lead, Kaepernick was in search of getting his first NFL touchdown pass.
3-yard line. Tukuafu is a blocker. Play fake to Gore. Kaepernick dropping deep. Throws to the end zone. Caught. Touchdown 49ers. Vernon Davis.
The call courtesy of KNBR, the 3-yard pass capping off a 13-play, 74-yard drive for San Francisco, who would take a 10-0 lead. The Niners offense would add 10 more points in the second quarter, including a 14-yard touchdown run by Kendall Hunter, and that would lead to a 20-0 lead at the halftime break, as San Francisco would score on its first 4 possessions of the game. In the third quarter, Kaepernick once again would shine, finding one of his favorite targets.
Kaepernick, 3-step, drops, closed off, looking, pulls the ball down, rolling to his left, throws to the back of the end zone. Touchdown, 49ers, Michael Crabtree. Kaepernick there used his strength, legs to extend the play.
The 10-yard touchdown pass to Michael Crabtree as Kaepernick finished with a 16 of 23 night for 243 yards and 2 touchdowns as the Niners would go up 27-0. The Bears would get on the board, though, with a Jason Campbell 13-yard touchdown pass to Brandon Marshall. But when it came to the defense, Aldon Smith could not be contained.
Campbell is in the shotgun with Forte to his right. Takes the snap, 4-man rush, pressure coming, sack number 4 for Aldon Smith. Aldon Smith just having a furious night.
5.5 sacks in the game for Smith as the 49ers would add a field goal and a safety to win 32-7 as San Francisco has now won 8 straight at home versus Chicago. Jason Campbell, 107 yards passing and 2 interceptions in the loss as San Francisco improves to 7-2-1 with the victory. Kevin, back to you.
John, thank you very much. You mentioned Jason Campbell and his numbers.
Tonight was probably the worst nightmare. But we just got to find a way. It's one game that we lost. We got to pick it back up next week, try to get back on the winning side of things, and our goals and everything is still set ahead of us. We got to start improving quickly. The games don't get any easier. They continue to get tougher.
And Coach Lovie Smith kind of said the same thing, which is take the game film, bury.
We have to leave this game as quick as we possibly can because we didn't do anything. I mean, there's nothing good really to talk about. Thought we had a good week of practice. Thought we would be ready to play. They had a quarterback that hadn't played an awful lot, but he was on and looked like, a seasoned vet.
That is Lovie Smith, the head coach of the Chicago Bears. We'll get to Colin Kaepernick in a moment. Big story there. But also for the Chicago Bears, big story for them. Jay Cutler was out with a concussion. That's why Campbell got the start. And as ESPN Steve Young says, like Cutler or not, the Bears need him badly.
I mean, talk about Jay Cutler, how mundane they are without Jay. I mean, they are not threatening at all. Colin Kaepernick comes in, lights it up because they have a lot of threats. This Chicago Bear offense, not buttoned up in general. You lose to Jay Cutler, you're obviously in real trouble.
That is Steve Young, the ESPN NFL analyst. Meanwhile, for Colin Kaepernick, yes, the can has been opened.
Colin, you think you're going to be starting next week?
I don't know. I hope so.
Is Colin your starting quarterback going forward?
We'll see. I usually tend to go with the guy who's got the hot hand, and we got 2 quarterbacks that have got a hot hand. And we'll make the decision when we have to make it.
Well, considering that Alex seems likely that he'd be okay to play for next week, were you looking at this as like a big opportunity, almost like a one-shot, not forever, but to show what you can do?
Definitely. I mean, I wanted to come out and show what I was capable of, show that I could be a starter, and that's what I've been trying to prove since I've been in the league.
Coach Harbaugh said that he tends to stick with the hot hand. Do you feel like you're the hot hand right now for the 49ers?
I don't think one game can be called a hot hand.
And whether or not Jim Harbaugh knows it, he needs to give the old Homer Simpson, "Ow!" The quarterback controversy is on. I'm Kevin Winter at SportsCenter tonight. You're on ESPN Radio at ESPNRadio.com. Stay in the NFL.
Play action fake. Leftwich wants to air it out. Throws it, and its pass is caught inside the 25. Tackled hard at the 23, and a flag comes in as Sanders pulls in that pass.
Helmet to helmet.
Ed Reed, the veteran out of Miami.
Bill Hillgrove, Tunchilka with the call. Sunday night, WDVE. Ed Reed of the Baltimore Ravens, known for not only being a ball hawk, but also a heavy hitter. And in today's day and age of the NFL, that latter part will get you in trouble. And now for the first time ever, Baltimore Ravens players and Pittsburgh Steelers players actually have a common bond and are on the same fight. The NFL announced on Monday that Ed Reed has been suspended 1 game for repeated hits to the head and neck area of defenseless players. NFL Executive Vice President of Football Ops Ray Anderson saying, quote, "We cannot tolerate repeated violations of rules, especially rules related to player safety. We will continue to take the strongest possible action to deter these types of violations and protect our players. With more on what many believe is a questionable suspension, our Monday Night Countdown crew, Tom Jackson, Chris Carter, Keyshawn Johnson, and the return of the coach. Welcome back, Mike Ditka.
When you think about Ed Reed's career, I have never thought of Ed Reed as one of those guys who hit improperly, a dirty player. He is, in fact, a living legend, so to speak, in the National Football League. I always think there's two that play for the Baltimore Ravens. One is Ed Reed. The other is Ray Lewis. This would be like suspending Ray Lewis for a hit in the head. The thing that I will say is this. If you're going to do this to Ed Reed, if you're going to make an example of Ed Reed like this, then you better do this across the board with everybody who is guilty of 3 hits like this. They need to be suspended if you're going to do this to the likes of Ed Reed.
The NFL is going to run into a problem with what's really fair. You know, if they continue with it, I know there's an appeal process if he gets suspended, because what it's going to actually cost him is bigger than the game, because he's been in the league long enough that he's going to be fined $423,000 a week's game check. Now, so eventually, it's not going to be fair when you start taking guys away who haven't been in the league, you know, because they just got in the league and they're not to the pay scale of some other players, because that is not a $500,000 crime. I mean, we see a lot of stuff going on in this league, so they're going to have to come up with some type of scale as far as these hits. Is there a certain fine amount on these plays? That's even speaking to, is it right or wrong, Keith?
I think, particularly, I think right there the NFL got that wrong. I played the position, the receiver. I don't see where he intentionally went helmet to helmet. He's trying to get his shoulder across the body to get toward the ball. I can look at that plain as day and watch that on film.
What is becoming very hard, it's hard to play the game now. Because as a wide receiver, the ball was a little bit behind him. He turned into Ed. Ed didn't duck. He was trying to seam, but the receiver turned right into him. So it's becoming harder and I understand from a defensive player standpoint, it's harder and harder to play in the NFL.
This is tied to a lot of different things. Player protection. It's tied to ongoing lawsuits that are going on against the league. It's tied to a PR machine that is trying to convince everybody about protection and how far we are going to do it. There's a lot going on here, but you picked a guy who I have never thought of. Ed Reed is not playing the game the right way. I have never thought of that.
The hardest thing to legislate is intent. I mean, his intent is to get the ball carrier on the ground, tackle the ball. Is his intent to hit the ball carrier hard? Yes. Was it to hit him in the head? I doubt it. You don't have time to think about that as a defensive player. His intent is to stop the offensive man, and I think that's probably what he was doing. Now, when you start legislating what he was trying to do and what he did and this and that, you got to be very careful, because it's called football, guys. And if you can't legislate hitting out of football, it's part of the game.
That is Mike Ditka, Chris Carter, Keyshawn Johnson, and Tom Jackson. Ed Reed, 3 days to appeal his 1-game suspension. If it stands, he will lose 1-game check, $423,529. I'm Kevin Winter at SportsCenter tonight here on ESPN Radio. Coming up next, Notre Dame's Brian Kelly explains what the Irish need to do in order to avoid being the 3rd team to lose the #1 ranking in as many weeks in college football. That's next at SportsCenter tonight. It's ESPN Radio.
SportsCenter tonight, presented by Progressive Insurance.
Hi, it's Colin. Tuesday, Mike D'Antoni set to make his coaching debut. The Lakers, former NBA head coach Flip Saunders stops by. Jim Mora, coach of the year in college football, playing in the Pac-12 championship. Tuesday in the Herd on ESPN Radio and ESPNRadio.com.
Hey, this is Jared Max.
And I'm Robin Lundberg.
Coming up on Maxed Out of the Morning Tuesday, the Jets return from St. Louis. Rex Ryan said we only have 5 hours to celebrate this victory. Jets get ready for the Patriots Thursday night. We'll hear from the Jets coach as they prep for the Pats on Turkey Day. Maxed Out 5 to 6 a.m. on ESPN New York.
It's time to get winter ready. Dick's Sporting Goods has more of the best brands to keep you warm as the weather gets colder. The North Face, Columbia, Spyder, Burton, Copen, Marmot, Mountain Hardwear, and more. Dick's has the widest selection in styles and colors in men's, women's, and youth jackets and accessories. And don't forget to grab a new snowboard. Dick's carries the snow equipment you need. Before hitting the slopes, stop into Dick's Sporting Goods today. Every season starts at Dick's.
Mike and Lowe's want to give you a chance to improve your fantasy team. Visit ESPNradio.com each week to vote which player will earn the most fantasy points. Plus, find out how you could win in the Mike and Mike's Fantasy Team Builder Sweepstakes. One lucky grand prize winner will receive a trip for 4 to their choice of Chicago or L.A. to join the experts next August at an ESPN Fantasy Football Draft Party. Thanks to Lowe's, never stop improving. No purchase necessary. Void where prohibited. Open to legal U.S. residents 21 and older. Sweepstakes ends December 30th. Official rules at ESPNradio.com.
This holiday season, spend less time shopping for a new Mercedes-Benz and more time for yourself. Announcing the Rally Motors Less is More event, where buying a new or certified pre-owned Mercedes-Benz has never been easier. At Rally, it's simple. You spend less time, less hassle, and less worrying when you purchase a Mercedes-Benz. And during this holiday season, you'll enjoy more incentives, more inventory, and more leasing and financing options. Don't settle for the status quo. Expect more. Rally Motors. View all specials online at RALLYEmotors.com.
NBA versus college is always a great debate this time of the year. There's no debating where you go to grab the seats you want when you want to go to a basketball game. Just head on over to StubHub, where you can find the best basketball tickets for you, whether you prefer the pros or the fresh talent and rivalries of the college court. Even better, you can get rewarded on every eligible purchase when you sign up for StubHub Fan Rewards before you buy. Yet another reason millions of fans use StubHub for their basketball tickets every month.
StubHub! Now available. A brand new ESPN radio app, both for the iPad and iPhone. Not only can you listen live to your favorite ESPN radio shows from over 30 stations across the country, you can customize your own station with the best interviews and analysis of your favorite sports, teams, and players. Plus, if your show already started, you can rewind for up to an hour. The all-new ESPN radio app. It's sports for your ears. Sports Center tonight on ESPN Radio and ESPNradio.com.
ESPN Radio fan feedback presented by 1-800-Flowers.com. Every 1-800-Flowers.com order is backed by their 100% smile guarantee. For special offers, go to 1-800-Flowers.com/ESPN.
I'm Kevin Winter. Coming up at the top of the hour, Jay Reynolds has Sports Center all night. More on our top story. San Francisco dominating Chicago on a Monday Night Football and the potential for a quarterback controversy in San Francisco. The media didn't start it. Don't blame us. Jay will have all the details at the top of the hour.
37-yard try for the win against the undefeated #1 Ducks. Here we go. The snap, the hold. Williamson's kick is on the way, and it is good. Stanford wins.
Dave Fleming with the call Saturday night of the Stanford Radio Network from Learfield Sports. That game-winning field goal coming shortly after Baylor blew out Kansas State. And not only did it send the entire South, at least those in crimson, into delirium, it vaulted Notre Dame to the top spot of the polls in college football for the first time since 1993. And the top spot of the BCS standings for the first time ever. One game stands in the way of the Irish in an unbeaten season and a trip to Miami. That game's in Los Angeles this Saturday night. And on Monday, Notre Dame head coach Brian Kelly, a guest with Mike and Mike in the Morning on ESPN Radio, with the Irish alum Mike Golick leading the way.
Tell us about what you did that night as a couple of other games were on, Kansas State and Oregon.
Well, I don't normally, because we get such little time with the family. We usually go to dinner or have dinner at the house, and we'll throw the TV on and have it as a kind of a backdrop. But it turned into an interesting, evening, and certainly you're never pulling one way or the other. But I got to tell you, we needed a little help, obviously, because of the circumstances of the polling, and we got it. Now we got to take advantage of it.
Well, and here you go. So the last few weeks, teams that control their own destiny. It was Alabama a few weeks ago. Now, because of the Oregon loss, they're actually in that position again. But they had lost to Texas A&M. Oregon and K-State control their own destiny. They don't do it. Now you do. You and your team have a chance to control your own destiny. So what does that do to the preparation this week, and what you have to tell those players?
Well, our situation is a little different because it's the last game for us. So it's not something that we're going to have to live with week in and week out. We've got one game to play. It's our rival in USC. So the focus, the preparation, all those things will be squarely on not being number one and carrying the pressure of number one, but beating your rival USC. And we haven't done that regularly enough. So for us, it's strictly about the preparation that we've had during the year and the focus being on USC more than anything else.
You're all going out to L.A. this weekend, and, of course, you'll play a USC team that will be playing without its star quarterback in Matt Barkley, who unfortunately gets hurt, a sprained shoulder right near the end of their game against UCLA. How does that change what they do offensively, Brian?
Well, it's still going to be incumbent upon us to be on body against great players like, Wood and Lee and Red. They've got so many weapons. They're going to get they know they have to get the ball to those guys. So it's still going to be about tackling. It's still going to be about our ability to hold down a team that wants to run the football and play action pass. So certainly the loss of Barkley, an experienced player like that, no one wants to go into a rival game without him. But they're going to find a way to get the ball to their playmakers, and that's going to be the challenge for us.
That is the head coach of the Notre Dame Fighting Irish, Brian Kelly. His club on the road at USC Saturday night. Brian Kelly joining Mike in the morning on the Subway Fresh Take Hotline. By the way, coverage of the Trojans and the Irish, 7 p.m. Eastern Time on ESPN Radio and ESPNRadio.com Saturday night. Games also on ABC HD at 8 p.m. Eastern Time. It's Kevin Winter at SportsCenter tonight. So when Irish win, they're number one. They're going to play for the national championship. But who would they be facing when it's all said and done? Here's ESPN's Jesse Palmer.
I expect Alabama and Georgia to both have only one loss when they meet in the SEC title game. I think Alabama will win and play in the BCS National Championship. I still think they're the most physically dominant team in the nation on offense and defense. They have the best offensive line in the country, and I give the quarterback edge to Alabama as well. Georgia's Aaron Murray is the most efficient quarterback in the nation right now, but he's completed only 42% of his passes against elite defenses in Florida and South Carolina. I think Bama will be the best defense he's seen all season long. I think Alabama wins the SEC.
That is Jesse Palmer. Bama has its rivalry game with Auburn on Saturday. Georgia, its rivalry game with Georgia Tech at noon Eastern on ESPN HD. I'm Kevin Winter. The University of Miami announced on Monday it is self-imposing a second consecutive postseason bowl ban on its football team due to the ongoing NCAA investigation that is expected to lead the stiff sanctions against the Hurricanes. Now, the impact this year, not only will Miami not go to a bowl game, they can no longer compete or win the ACC's Coastal Division. That now automatically goes to Georgia Tech. The Yellow Jackets have won the division now. They will play Florida State with an Orange Bowl berth on the line. You may not know who John Gagliardi is, but he's the all-time winningest college football coach ever. You probably haven't heard of him because he coached at Division III St. John's in Minneapolis. He put that little school on the map with 4 national titles. And after all that time, 6 decades of coaching, the 86-year-old Gagliardi announced on a Monday he is retiring from coaching with a record of, get this, 489 wins, 138 losses, and 11 ties. I'm Kevin Winter at SportsCenter tonight. NFL news Sunday afternoon in Washington. The Eagles were blown out. Philadelphia never in that game against the Redskins. They lost 31-6. Their 6th consecutive loss, the longest losing streak in the Andy Reid era as its team's head coach. But despite the seat being as hot as white hot can get, Andy Reid's not quitting.
I'm standing in front of the team and telling them that these are the things we need to do. One of which is to continue to battle. I think that'd be a cop-out. That's not how I see things. That's not the way I'm wired. We're going to keep battling and do it as a team. And I'm not going to tell the guys one thing and then do the other.
As bad as the loss was, it was even worse. Running back LaShawn McCoy suffered a concussion late in the 4th quarter on the field when some thought it was unnecessary. Asked if he regretted leaving McCoy out there, Reid said, obviously, there are things you wish you would not happen. That would be one of them. Speaking of players on the field in blowouts, the 59th point, well, that's going to get you every time. The Patriots' last touchdown in their rout over the Colts had star tight end Rob Gronkowski in as a protector on the wing for the extra point. His normal position. The result, Gronk gets a broken forearm on the play. He's expected to miss a couple of weeks. The usually tight-lipped Bill Belichick addressed that on the Big Show on WEEI.
Football players play football, and I don't know how. You tell me which guy's going to get hurt, and I'll get him out of there. But, I mean, I don't know how you know that. I can just hear it, now, if somebody else is in at wing that wasn't used to playing there on the field goal team, and guy came around the edge and dove in there, and, somebody, holder or kicker or somebody got torn up in a duel, why was he in there? Why wouldn't you go with the same guy that's been doing it the whole game? And so, we can play that game all day. It's as long as you know what the results are, then, you always have the right argument.
Gronk had surgery on the forearm on a Monday. Steelers have lost backup quarterback Byron Leftwich to fractured ribs. The old Charlie Batch, he's 37. He'll start against Cleveland. Meanwhile, Mike Kafka and Brian Hoyer are going to work out for the Steelers on Tuesday. They're also going to sign Plaxico Burress. Broncos starting tailback Willis McGahee out with a torn MCL. Meanwhile, baseball news, John Gibbons, according to the Toronto Sun, has been hired as the new manager of the Toronto Blue Jays. Brazil beats Panama 1-0 to clinch a spot in the World Baseball Classic. Your Monday Night Football recap with Jen Reynolds is next in SportsCenter all night. It's ESPN Radio.
What are you going to do with your old car? You can try selling it, you could junk it, or you can donate it to Heritage for the Blind. Your car will be towed away for free, and your donation is tax deductible. Just call 1-800-814-2162. Heritage for the Blind accepts cars, vans, trucks, and boats. It doesn't matter if your vehicle runs or not. It will be towed away for free, and you'll be supporting those that need help. Heritage for the Blind is a nonprofit organization that helps the visually impaired live fuller lives. Call right now to donate your car, and as a special thank you, you'll receive a free 3-day vacation voucher to over 50 locations. Call Heritage for the Blind right now. Call 1-800-814-2162. Donating is easy, and your vehicle is towed away for free. Plus, you'll get a free vacation voucher for donating. Call now, 1-800-814-2162. That's 1-800-814-2162.
I didn't always watch football here at Buffalo Wild Wings.
Hey, buddy.
Hey.
Come on in.
Is it safe?
Yeah, man. Come on, let's watch the game. Careful when I bring out the snacks, though. No sudden movements.
Protect the football. Watch every game here. Buffalo Wild Wings. Wings, beers, sports. Celebrate more often by getting to Buffalo Wild Wings for Boneless Thursdays, where the weekend starts early with delicious, specially priced boneless wings all day. Find a location at BuffaloWildWings.com.
The NYPD is among the best law enforcement departments in the country. The NYPD offers a job with a future, a great place to serve, and a chance to advance. Visit NYPDRecruit.com or call 212-RECRUIT for current test schedules and filing fee information.
Trending now. No Jay Cutler, no Alex Smith tonight on Monday Night Football. Plus more conference realignment possible. It's What's Trending Now on ESPN Radio and ESPNRadio.com. College football on ESPN Radio and ESPNRadio.com. The storyline is simple. If Notre Dame knocks off USC, they are heading to the national championship.
Fires over the middle towards the goal line. Touchdown!
For USC, they'd like nothing more than to provide the Irish with their first defeat. Number 1 Notre Dame at the USC Trojans. Saturday at 7 Eastern on ESPN Radio. Last week on The Sporting Life on ESPN Radio. Outside the Lines explored new information about brain trauma in the NFL.
If the NFL takes the position that they didn't know that concussions can cause total disability, permanent brain injury in 1999, that evidence trumps anything they say.
Plus the story of William Gay, who was just 7 years old when his mother was killed by his stepfather.
I didn't care what anybody told me at that point. I just was in denial, just enraged.
Then we learned of the most explosive tight end in the NFL and the moment that defined him.
I will not tolerate players that think it's about them when it's about the team.
E60 profiled Vernon Davis, the NFL's Renaissance man.
Everything, every thought, every emotion that I had about my mother, I turned into a positive by playing football.
Download this and every edition of The Sporting Life on iTunes and on ESPNRadio.com. This is The Herd with Colin Cowherd.
I think Sham Newton, bust. It's happening. Not there yet. I'm calling it. Not going to work.
I'm not buying it, man, and I don't know what it is.
If you're a quarterback, you are the eyes and the voice and the head, the CEO of your football team.
The only thing I control, sweetheart, is myself.
Superman poses down by 28. Just how bad is your judgment?
Colin Cowherd. Weekdays at 10 a.m. Eastern, 7 a.m. Pacific on ESPN Radio. Pacific on ESPN Radio. Thursday, the Jets spend Thanksgiving with the Patriots. Coverage begins at 6:30. WEPN FM, WEPN HD1, New York. ESPN Radio Sports Center.
I'm Kevin Winter, Monday Night Football. A battle of backup quarterbacks in San Francisco between the Niners and the Chicago Bears. One quarterback proved why he's a backup. The other proved he could be starting.
Kaepernick, three-step drop, closed off looking, pulls the ball down, rolling to his left, throws to the back of the end zone. Touchdown, 49ers, Michael Crabtree. Kaepernick there used his strength, legs to extend the play.
Ted Robinson with the call on a KNBR. Michael Crabtree, 10-yard touchdown reception from Colin Kaepernick, part of a 32-7 route by the Niners. Then Kaepernick's numbers lead to some discussion. 16 of 23, 243 yards, 2 touchdowns. He got a quarterback rating of 133.1. Head coach Jim Harbaugh asked the inevitable question after the game.
Colin, your starting quarterback going forward?
We'll see. Usually tend to go with the guy who's got the hot hand, and we got 2 quarterbacks that have got a hot hand. I thought Colin did an outstanding job. Thought he did a great job, poised in the pocket, pushing the ball, throwing with accuracy. Did a nice job running the game plan. Everything he did was exemplar.
Niners head coach Jim Harbaugh did not shoot down a controversy, did not also accept one. Alex Smith missed with a concussion. Jay Cutler missed with a concussion for Chicago. The Bears had Jason Campbell, who was just 14 of 22 for $107, 2 interceptions. He did have 1 touchdown pass. Other NFL news, Ravens safety Ed Reed suspended 1 game by the league for repeated headshots. He would miss a game check totaling $423,529 dollars. He has 3 days to appeal the decision. Broncos running back Willis McGahee, he tore an MCL. He's out 6 to 8 weeks. Patriots tight end Rob Gronkowski, broken forearm. He's expected to miss, quote-unquote, a few weeks. Steelers quarterback Byron Leftwich, the backup to Big Ben, out this Sunday against Cleveland. Charlie Batch, the veteran 37-year-old, likely to get the start. College basketball at the Maui Invitational. Chaminade, the little Division II school, has done it again. They take out Texas. They await the winner between Illinois and USC. Right now airing on ESPN2. The Illini comfortably up by 22. NBA news. The Charlotte Bobcats 102-98 victory over the Milwaukee Bucks. Meanwhile, the Los Angeles Clippers rally to win on the road in San Antonio over the Spurs. Major League Baseball news, John Gibbons has been hired as the new skipper in the Toronto Blue Jays organization, according to the Toronto Sun.
College basketball on ESPN Radio. It's the Maui Invitational. Semifinals Game 1 begins today at 8 Eastern, followed by Game 2 at 10:30 Eastern. Available on ESPN, ESPN2, ESPN Radio, and ESPNRadio.com. Leader in sports. This is ESPN Radio Sports Center all night. From expert analysis, informative interviews, electrifying highlights, and breaking news, this is Sports Center all night on ESPN Radio and ESPNRadio.com.
Hey there, hi there, and welcome. Coming up this hour, Toronto picking up more than just players this week, and the Big Ten continues to grow. From the expansive studio number 1 here at ESPN Radio, I'm Jay Reynolds. Glad you're here for another hour. Sports Center all night, ESPN Radio, ESPNRadio.com. Now, it's worth noting that the San Francisco 49ers would be just the 3rd team and the first since 1981 to play a Monday Night Football game following a tie. Both of the other two, the Dolphins in 1981 and the Broncos in 1974, lost their Monday night game, coming off that said tie. That said, the storyline of this Monday night's matchup, though, was not the fact there was a tie for one of them in their last game. We bring in our John Brickley with the details. John?
Thanks, Jay. The Monday Night Football game between the Bears and 49ers had the theme of the battle of the backup quarterbacks. Both Jay Cutler and Alex Smith sidelined with concussions, and that would leave it up to Jason Campbell for Chicago and Colin Kaepernick for San Francisco. After the Niners opened up with a 3-0 lead, Kaepernick was in search of getting his first NFL touchdown pass.
3-yard line. Tukuafu is a blocker. Play fake to Gore. Kaepernick dropping deep. Throws to the end zone. Caught. Touchdown 49ers. Vernon Davis.
The call courtesy of KNBR, the 3-yard pass capping off a 13-play, 74-yard drive for San Francisco, who would take a 10-0 lead. The Niners offense would add 10 more points in the second quarter, including a 14-yard touchdown run by Kendall Hunter, and that would lead to a 20-0 lead at the halftime break, as San Francisco would score on its first 4 possessions of the game. In the third quarter, Kaepernick once again would shine, finding one of his favorite targets.
Kaepernick, 3-step, drops, closed off, looking, pulls the ball down, rolling to his left, throws to the back of the end zone. Touchdown, 49ers, Michael Crabtree. Kaepernick there used his strength, legs to extend the play.
The 10-yard touchdown pass to Michael Crabtree as Kaepernick finished with a 16 of 23 night for 243 yards and 2 touchdowns as the Niners would go up 27-0. The Bears would get on the board, though, with a Jason Campbell 13-yard touchdown pass to Brandon Marshall. But when it came to the defense, Aldon Smith could not be contained.
Campbell is in the shotgun with Forte to his right. Takes the snap, 4-man rush. Pressure coming. Sack number 4 for Aldon Smith. Aldon Smith just having a furious night.
5.5 sacks in the game for Smith as the 49ers would add a field goal and a safety to win 32-7 as San Francisco has now won 8 straight at home versus Chicago. Jason Campbell, 107 yards passing and 2 interceptions in the loss as San Francisco improves to 7-2-1 with the victory. Jay, back to you.
John, interesting note that the last road win in this series came back in 1988. Colin Kaepernick, as you mentioned, pretty impressive game. Throws for 243 yards, pair of touchdowns in his first career start. So, Coach Jim Harbaugh gets that $64,000 question in the post-game press conference.
Is Colin your starting quarterback going forward?
We'll see. I usually tend to go with the guy who's got the hot hand, and we got 2 quarterbacks that have got a hot hand. Thought Colin did an outstanding job. Thought he did a great job, poised in the pocket, pushing the ball, throwing with accuracy. Did a nice job running the game plan. Everything he did was exemplar again, and really acquitted himself great, and very proud of him for that. And there's a lot of guys to highlight. Tremendous effort on our defense.
Jim, given his performance, is it realistic that the dynamic has changed though at the quarterback position since you've seen him now do this in a game?
The dynamic.
Is he outright competing for Alex on an even or close to even basis right now?
Well, yeah. We'll make that decision as we go forward, yeah. But like we said earlier, I don't know if you were in here, but we got 2 quarterbacks that have a hot hand, and we'll make the decision when we have to make it.
Uh-oh. Jim Harbaugh was technically asked 3 times. He answered twice, and neither time did he commit to his starter, Alex Smith. We have obviously seen quarterback controversies in the NFL before, and yes, we have seen them in San Francisco before. There haven't been many bigger than the Joe Montana, Steve Young controversy. And wouldn't you know it, Steve Young is now with us here at ESPN. And Monday night he was in San Francisco, obviously there to hear what Jim Harbaugh had to say.
I actually thought that this was a great opportunity to say that this is a young kid. He's coming along. And Alex, he's been 2 seasons of really solid play. And we have 2 guys, but Alex, to me, in a quarterback controversy, there's 3 places to have it. There's one out on the street. There's a quarterback controversy in the locker room. Both of those are survivable. The one that's not survivable is when there's a quarterback controversy with the head coach. You're in trouble. So I honestly, it gives me the shivers for what Jim Harbaugh is basically saying the gauntlet is thrown down. Colin Kaepernick, in my mind, from watching that, I would say that he wants Colin Kaepernick to play. I can't look at it any other way. I want to look at it some other way, but it just by the way, and I'm going to give him post-game.
Yeah, I'm going to look at it another way. I'm going to give Jim got stuck.
Okay, that's fine, too.
Jim got stuck.
He said it 3 times.
There's no way. This is a guy that played, was a starter, was a backup, admires Alex Smith as much as anybody. There's no possible way. If he knew as those words were coming out of his mouth what that would mean to all the people sitting in these seats, which why as players we don't like these seats.
Who doesn't understand what the little bit of spark for a quarterback controversy, especially in this town?
Then I'd be kidding. Then shame on him.
ESPN's Trent Dilfer along with Steve Young. Well, how about the mindset of the guy who's apparently at the center of all this? Colin Kaepernick.
Colin, considering that Alex seems likely that he'll be okay to play for next week, were you looking at this as like a big opportunity, almost like a one-shot, not forever, but to show what you can do, you know?
Definitely. I mean, I wanted to come out and show what I was capable of, show that I could be a starter, and that's what I've been trying to prove since I've been in the league.
Coach Harbaugh said that he tends to stick with the hot hand. Do you feel like you're the hot hand right now for the 49ers?
I don't think one game can be called a hot hand.
He did complete 16 of his 23 passes, quarterback rating 97.5. Niners improved to 7-2-1 on the season. Sports Center all night, ESPN Radio, ESPNRadio.com. Baseball, what's old is new again. The Blue Jays are going to their past as they name a manager for the future. The Toronto Sun reporting it will be John Gibbons, who will be back at the helm in Toronto, where he was from 2004 to 2008. 610 games he managed there. He went an even 500. He will be heading in with some talent for 2013. The trade with the Marlins has been finalized, so he'll have Jose Reyes, Josh Johnson, Mark Burley, as well as Melky Cabrera, whose free agent deal was also finalized on Monday. He'll be coming off that 50-game doping suspension next season. NBA, the Grizzlies putting an 8-game win streak on the line Monday against Denver, which had dropped its last 3.
And here comes Jared Bayless, picked up by Andre Miller, the length of the floor. He's across the timeline. Andre really trying to force him to his left hand. He goes that way, hands it off to Ellington, and he's picked with his pocket cleaned by Miller. Off to Brewer, by himself, dunk! Nuggets match their big lead of the game. It's a 5-point spread. A bucket here might bury the Grizzlies. Lawson, one-on-one against Gay, goes right to the rim. Heads behind him to Gallo for 3. Money! That man just buried the Memphis Grizzlies. Nuggets are up by 4 with 12.7 to go.
KCKK with the call. Nuggets indeed snap a 3-game slide. They knock off the Grizzlies 97-92 in Memphis. For the Grizzlies, their first loss since the season opener against the Clippers. So the Grizzlies fall to 8-2. Also 8-2 are the Clippers.
Nursing a 2-point lead. Chris Paul with the game on the line and the ball in his hand. Here he is at the foul line, twisting and turning, turns and fires at 10-foot. The shot is good for Chris Paul at the peak of his powers here in the fourth quarter. 91-87 Clippers.
KFWB Clippers 8-2. Chris Paul 19 points, 8 assists. LA a 92-87 win at San Antonio. Blake Griffin 16 points, 12 rebounds for the Clippers in their second win over the Spurs this season. Straight ahead, you thought the college sports landscape had kind of died down as far as conference realignment? Oh, no, that's straight ahead. Sports Center all night continues. ESPN Radio, ESPNRadio.com.
I need to archive emails to comply with business regulations.
Do you have an IT guy to help search through thousands of PST files?
No.
Got time to install a complicated product or create detailed reports?
No.
You okay paying storage fees to save duplicate emails and images?
No.
Offshore automated phone tree support okay?
No.
Then yes, we can help.
The Barracuda Message Archiver lets you store and find emails fast to avoid compliance and litigation penalties. Easy setup and single instance storage will save you time and money. And if you need help, you'll talk to a live human. Try the Barracuda Message Archiver free. Go to barracuda.com/yes.
Dr. Pepper's changing lives again with a one-of-a-kind opportunity, the Dr. Pepper tuition giveaway. So go to drpepper.com and tell us why you could use some of that tuition. Like Yvonne Padilla Rodriguez. A year ago, she was struggling to pay her tuition. Now she's got $100,000 from Dr. Pepper to help her realize her dreams. What do you want to change in the world? Go to drpepper.com and upload your video. No purchase necessary. You could win up to $100,000 in tuition. So if you want to make a difference, grab an ice-cold Dr. Pepper and head to drpepper.com. Dr. Pepper, always one of a kind.
Hey, this is Jared Max.
And I'm Robin Lundberg.
Coming up on Maxed Out of the Morning Tuesday, the Jets returned from St. Louis. Rex Ryan said we only have 5 hours to celebrate this victory. Jets get ready for the Patriots Thursday night. We'll hear from the Jets coach as they prep for the Pats on Turkey Day. Maxed Out 5 to 6 a.m. on ESPN New York.
My mum always says hard work never hurt anybody. Good advice as usual. So we worked very hard to make Geico.com very easy. Say you want to report a claim and follow its progress. You can do it all online at Geico.com. Not to mention perhaps saving a tidy sum of money on your car insurance. All it takes is a few clicks. So visit Geico.com today. Oh, and Mum, if you're listening, yes, I did wash behind my ears this morning.
It's time to get winter ready. Dick's Sporting Goods has more of the best brands to keep you warm as the weather gets colder. The North Face, Columbia, Spyder, Burton, Copen, Marmot, Mountain Hardwear, and more. Dick's has the widest selection in styles and colors in men's, women's, and youth jackets and accessories. And don't forget to grab a new snowboard. Dick's carries the snow equipment you need. Before hitting the slopes, stop into Dick's Sporting Goods today. Every season starts at Dick's.
Norm Miller here, chairman of Interstate Batteries. Now, I don't mean to brag, but I recently learned auto technicians prefer Interstate Batteries 5-to-1 over any other battery. Oh, who am I kidding? Of course I mean to brag. 5-to-1, that's a landslide. All right, I'm done bragging. To find the dealer near you that prefers us, head to interstatebatteries.com. Interstate Batteries, outrageously dependable. And that's not bragging, it's just the truth.
Jennifer Howdy was a woman on a mission.
Yep, saving money for a Caribbean vacation.
Undaunted by any obstacle.
You flatter me. But with Navy Federal Credit Union's Cash Rewards credit card, I get cash back with every purchase.
Skillful yet humble.
You make everything sound so dramatic.
And unafraid to speak the truth.
Unafraid. I love it.
4 million members, 4 million stories. From every military branch, DOD, and their families. NavyFederal.org. Federally insured by NCUA.
This is Terry Bradshaw. I've won a lot of games by 1 point, so I know the value of an extra point. My friends at Ferguson are fond of extra points, too. Ferguson's been the leader for plumbing and HVAC supply since 1953, so you always get what you need fast. Touchdown! And now, when pros order online with Ferguson, you'll get Pro Plus Rewards points. Use these points to get stuff like sports gear, gadgets, and more. Check out Pro Plus at Ferguson.com and tell them Terry sent you.
Hi, it's Colin. Is Notre Dame the best team in the country? I don't think so, but they may end up playing for it. Brent Musburger, always interesting, weighs in. Mondays, Thun Ring Herd Podcast. Check it out. Free on iTunes. Free on Pod Center at ESPNRadio.com.
Sports Center all night.
ESPN Radio is presented by Progressive Insurance. Now you can test drive Snapshot even if you have insurance with another company. See how much you can save before you switch.
Pack up the moving trucks. Time to use them again. That's still to come. Sports Center all night continues. ESPN Radio, ESPNRadio.com. Of course, the focus following the Monday Night Football game, obviously on Colin Kaepernick, as the Niners roll to their win over the Bears. Niners improving to 7-2-1 on the season. As for the Bears, they fall to 7-3. Not likely to be a quarterback controversy in Chicago. Jason Campbell filling in for Jay Cutler, who's also out with a concussion. Campbell threw a 13-yard TD pass to Brandon Marshall in the third quarter, but he was sacked 5 times, threw a couple of interceptions in his first start since a year ago, October. ESPN Steve Young.
I mean, talk about Jay Cutler, how mundane they are without Jay. I mean, they are not threatening at all. Colin Kaepernick comes in, lights it up because they have a lot of threats. This Chicago Bear offense, not buttoned up in general. You lose to Jay Cutler, you're obviously in real trouble.
Rough night for the Bears. Their coach, Lovie Smith.
I was disappointed in all of our performances tonight, starting with myself. Nobody did well tonight, played well. Jason was just a small part of that. So many of us had an opportunity to do something we did tonight. So we're happy to have Jason here. He, like the rest of our football team, didn't have a good night tonight. You have to look at the big picture with it. Tonight we didn't play well, so I can't make a case for many of us tonight.
What did you think about Kaepernick?
Of course, it's kind of, he had a heck of a night against us. So right now, of course, we're pretty impressed with him. His first start to play like that on a national stage. Normally it doesn't work like that, but we knew he had talent, but we prepared for either guy. But, with concussions nowadays, you assume guys, are going to be able to come back right away. We had a guy with a concussion that wasn't able to play, so that was our mindset. And you have to take everything into consideration. And I'm not disappointed in us being at the top of our division with the best record, tied for the best record in our division. That's the football team that we are.
7-3 now. Jason Campbell completed 14 of 22 for 107 yards and a touchdown. From the NFL to college, and what's in a name? The Big Ten has already grown bigger than 10, and now if you thought we might be done with conference realignment for a while, you were proven wrong on Monday, because the conference has grown even bigger than 10. The announcement coming Monday that Maryland is leaving the ACC, headed for the Big Ten. Rutgers is expected to follow that with their own announcement on Tuesday that they, too, will join the conference, which will, of course, bring the Big Ten to 14 schools. Why does a school like Maryland make this move? ESPN's Andy Katz.
Maryland has always felt like a little bit like the third child in the ACC, even though the Terps are a charter member of the conference. Duke and North Carolina dominate the headlines and always have been in men's basketball, to some extent women's basketball. And even in football, Maryland never was able to get a strong footprint in. The Big Ten offers a little bit more security. There's more dollars to be made. And when you look at what happened in September, Maryland and Florida State were the two ACC schools that voted against raising the exit fee from $20 to $50 million. Now, they lost that, so the $50 million exit fee does stick. And Maryland did have to cut 7 sports. So you have to wonder where that $50 million would come from. But the fact that Maryland is looking at the Big Ten, and the Big Ten is looking at Maryland, well, there's a reason for this. The Big Ten lost Notre Dame, at least the possibility of Notre Dame, when they went to the ACC. And their football may never go to the ACC, but it's not going to the Big Ten. And the Big Ten now is looking at a potential way of extending its footprint. They have a very successful network in the Big Ten network. If you get Maryland and then possibly Rutgers, you continue to increase the Big Ten footprint along its contiguous states, states that touch other Big Ten members. These are AAU members academically. They are land-grant universities. And Maryland and Rutgers possibly certainly could add to that Big Ten footprint to make them even more formidable. And if all this happens, then certainly the dominoes continue to fall that affect the Big East and the ACC.
Quite a bit of discussion about the TV markets involved. Some consider that a relatively weak argument. There's also the financial component. Now, there it goes. Maryland is now facing a $50 million exit fee. There's also the consideration of the athletic programs. You heard that the school had to shut down because of financial concerns. Maryland Athletic Director Kevin Anderson.
No future Maryland Athletic Director will ever have to look in young men and young women's eyes and say that you can't compete here anymore, that you can't wear the colors for this school because we can't afford to support your teams financially.
School had to shut down 7 sports. The move is expected to take place a year and a half from now in the summer of 2014. And it's a move that North Carolina basketball coach Roy Williams did not see coming.
First of all, I was just absolutely stunned. I was shocked because I heard just something about at the last meeting there was a $50 million fine if somebody left. So I don't know where that's going to come from. But, that's not for me to decide. I haven't had a chance to talk to Mark Turgeon, and, I don't know what his feelings are. But it was really a shock to me.
Sources have told ESPN the money for the $50 million buyout will not be coming from Kevin Plank, the Maryland alum who's the founder and CEO of Under Armour. SportsCenter all night, ESPN Radio, ESPNRadio.com. Speaking of college sports, early season tournament gatherings like those in Brooklyn this week. Number 1 Indiana facing Georgia. It stayed close, especially with the Hoosiers missing 11 of their first 12 three-pointers. But down the stretch,
Yogi Ferrell with a basketball, takes it left, throws it outside to Jordy, another three. Yes! And Jordan Hall bangs home his 9th point of the night. And Georgia suddenly finds itself down 9, 51-42.
Indiana hitting 5 of its last 6 threes. They beat Georgia by 10, 63-53. Up next in the title game would be either number 11 UCLA or Georgetown.
9 seconds to go. 78-70 Georgetown. UCLA made one crack at him. Whittington holding. 4, 3, 2, 1, and that will do it. Hoyas win. Hoyas win. Hoyas win.
The Hoyas win. ESPN 980, 78-70 the final. Georgetown knocks off UCLA. They advance to a matchup with number 1 Indiana in the title game in Brooklyn at the Barclays Center. Meanwhile, seems to be that time of the season, that one time all year we wind up discussing Chaminade, the Division II school in Hawaii, been hosting the Maui Invitational since 1984. They've lost 76 games at that tournament, but they beat Texas on Monday. Win number 7 for the D2 school at the tournament. ESPN analyst Bruce Pearl.
3 seniors, 5 international players. This is like one shining moment for these kids from Chaminade. This is their opportunity to shine. And a lot of times the Division II guys, they're bounce-back guys that have transferred in from different places, and they've just been sitting there all summer long waiting on a young team like Texas, and they're talented enough to compete in this tournament. This is a big upset. Look, Chaminade outplayed Texas the entire ballgame.
Chaminade, the Silver Swords, they get 32 points from DeAndre Haskins. When Chaminade upset Virginia, famous upset in 1982, they were an 800 student NAIA school. Didn't even have their own gym. How about Colin Kaepernick? Will he get the start for the Niners next week? More on that next. SportsCenter All Night continues, ESPN Radio.
Attention homeowners. If your home has lost value and you now owe more than your home is worth, please listen carefully to this very important message. If you purchased a home or refinanced your loan before June of 2009, Quicken Loans may now be able to help you refinance at today's incredibly low interest rates, even if you owe more than your home is worth. This is Jay Farner, president of Quicken Loans, and I want to let you know that on September 14th of this year, the government announced changes that may allow you to refinance even if your home has lost value. So if your current mortgage is higher than 3.99%, please call Quicken Loans today at 800-QUICKEN. Even if you owe more than your home is worth, you may now be able to refinance at today's incredibly low rates. Again, if you've been unable to refinance because you owe more than your home is worth and your rate is above 3.99%, call 800-QUICKEN now and let us help you take advantage of this unique opportunity.
Important terms and conditions apply. Call us for cost information. Equal housing lender. Licensed in all 50 states. NMLS number 3030.
Let's go! Let's go!
Coming off their win in St. Louis, the Jets can give themselves a shot at the playoffs if they start a run. Can they continue it with a win on Thanksgiving against New England?
I'm not even worried about tweaking New England or anybody else. We have to focus on just us.
Jets-Patriots coverage gets underway Thursday night at 6:30 on ESPN New York 98.7 FM. Mike and Lowe's want to give you a chance to improve your fantasy team. Visit ESPNradio.com each week to vote which player will earn the most fantasy points. Plus, find out how you could win in the Mike and Mike's Fantasy Team Builder Sweepstakes. One lucky grand prize winner will receive a trip for 4 to their choice of Chicago or L.A. to join the experts next August at an ESPN Fantasy Football Draft Party. Thanks to Lowe's, never stop improving. No purchase necessary. Void where prohibited. Open to legal U.S. residents 21 and older. Sweepstakes ends December 30th. Official rules at ESPNradio.com.
If you've got a business, you qualify for the official Mike and Mike office stimulus package. When you move from your office into a gorgeous Regis office, not only will you save a fortune, you'll get 2 months absolutely free.
Your Regis office comes beautifully furnished in a prestigious building. You get a receptionist, meeting rooms, and state-of-the-art video conferencing with no long-term lease. And you get 2 months free by mentioning Mike and Mike. All you have to do is call 1-800-OFFICES. That's 1-800-OFFICES.
NBA versus college is always a great debate this time of the year. There's no debating where you go to grab the seats you want when you want to go to a basketball game. Just head on over to StubHub, where you can find the best basketball tickets for you, whether you prefer the pros or the fresh talent and rivalries of the college court. Even better, you can get rewarded on every eligible purchase when you sign up for StubHub Fan Rewards before you buy. Yet another reason millions of fans use StubHub for their basketball tickets every month.
StubHub! A good one on Monday Night Football, and Mike and Mike will be the place to talk about it on Tuesday morning on ESPN Radio. Plus, Magic Johnson will tell us if he still thinks Phil Jackson is a better choice for the Lakers job than Mike D'Antoni. That's Tuesday. Mike and Mike, ESPN Radio, and ESPNradio.com.
Here's what Ben and Skin are talking about in Dallas.
In a game in which the offensive line probably set football back by about 19 years. I mean, that was bad. The Cowboys are probably going to face a fine from the NFL for just putting such an embarrassing unit out there.
Yeah. An ineptitude fine?
Yeah, an ineptitude fine. The commissioner's looking into it. My sources tell me it could happen.
Catch up with the latest from 103.3's Ben and Skin at ESPNDallas.com. This is The Herd with Colin Cowherd.
Everybody loves Alex Smith. Everybody hates Mark Sanchez. But they're essentially the same quarterback. The truth is their careers are inverted. Sanchez got the AFC championships early, has struggled late. Alex struggled early, success late. And what it proves is we're in a now society. Whatever's happening now is the truth.
This is The Herd. Weekdays at 10 a.m. Eastern, 7 a.m. Pacific on ESPN Radio and ESPNRadio.com.
Get your daily dose of NFL insight all week long on ESPN. Tune in to NFL Live weekdays at 4 Eastern for real-time coverage from Trey Wingo and the best analysts in the business.
With the receivers that he has, he can make a lot of plays in the passing game.
Then at 6 on ESPN2, Susie and Mort break down every story from around the league on NFL 32.
This is the team in the AFC to beat.
NFL Live and NFL 32 on ESPN, where fans go for football.
Sports Center.
I'm Kevin Winter. Colin Kaepernick made his first career start for the San Francisco 49ers, a memorable one, not just for the way he played, but it's how he played and what his head coach Jim Harbaugh said post-game that might be creating a quarterback controversy in the Bay Area. Kaepernick, 16 of 23, 243 yards, a couple of touchdown passes in place of the concussed Alex Smith in the Niners' 32-7 rout of the Bears on Monday Night Football. After the game, Harbaugh was asked if Kaepernick would be a starting quarterback next week against the Saints, saying, quote, "I tend to go with the guy who has the hot hand." Not exactly an endorsement or a turn down, but the second-year coach praised the play of his second-year quarterback.
I thought Kyle did an outstanding job. Thought he did a great job, poised in the pocket, pushing the ball, throwing with accuracy. Did a nice job running the game plan. Everything he did was exemplar. Acquitted himself great. Very proud of him for that.
On the flip side, Jay Cutler out with the concussion for the Bears, so Chicago turns to backup Jason Campbell, who was not very good. 14 of 22, 170 yards, touchdown, 2 picks. He was sacked 6 times. 5.5 of them were credited to San Francisco's Aldon Smith. On to college basketball, top-ranked Indiana knocks off Georgia 66-53. Georgetown beating number 11 UCLA 78-70. Shabazz Muhammad played after sitting out the first 3 games with the Bruins due to NCAA violations. 15 points in 25 minutes. EA Sports, Maui Invitational, North Carolina hammers Mississippi State 95-49. Butler beats Marquette 72-71 on the buzzer beater. D2 Chaminade pulls off the upset. They take down Texas 86-73 for the Silver Swords. Their 7th win in 83 games, serving as the whole school of the tournament. New Mexico wins the Paradise Jam in St. Thomas 66-60 over number 21 in Connecticut. The Big Ten Conference adding its 13th and 14th members. Maryland Monday night made an official announcement. They're bolting the ACC. Also Monday night, Rutgers Board of Governors give they okay to accept the invitation from the Big Ten on Tuesday. The Toronto Sun reporting the Blue Jays are going to name John Gibbons as their new manager. Again, it'll be on Tuesday. NBA Clippers over the Spurs, 92-87. Overtime, Golden State beats Dallas, 105-101. Utah 102, Houston 91. Denver 97-92 victory over Memphis. Atlanta beats Orlando, 81-72. Charlotte a winner over Milwaukee, 102-98. Indiana 96, Washington 89. Ed Reed of the Ravens suspended 1 game for repeated violent hits.
A good one on Monday Night Football, and Mike will be the place to talk about it on Tuesday morning on ESPN Radio. Plus, Magic Johnson will tell us if he still thinks Phil Jackson is a better choice for the Lakers job than Mike D'Antoni. That's Tuesday. Mike and Mike, ESPN Radio and ESPNRadio.com.
Sports Center all night on ESPN Radio and ESPNRadio.com.
ESPN Radio fan feedback presented by 1-800-Flowers.com. Every 1-800-Flowers.com order is backed by their 100% smile guarantee. For special offers, go to 1-800-Flowers.com/ESPN.
Sports Center all night here on ESPN Radio. Glad you can make Sports Center all night part of your night. I'm Jay Reynolds. As you heard from Kevin Winter, the Niners rolling over the Bears in the Monday night matchup, but the score and the outcome of the game are apparently two entirely separate things.
Colin, you think you're going to be starting next week?
I don't know. I hope so.
Is Colin your starting quarterback going forward?
We'll see. I usually tend to go with the guy who's got the hot hand, and we got two quarterbacks that have got a hot hand. We'll make the decision when we have to make it.
Colin, considering that Alex seems likely that he'd be okay to play for next week, were you looking at this as a big opportunity, almost like a one-shot, not forever, but to show what you can do? You know?
Definitely. I wanted to come out and show what I was capable of, show that I could be a starter, and that's what I've been trying to prove since I've been in the league.
Ross said that he tends to stick with the hot hand. Do you feel like you're the hot hand right now for the 49ers?
I don't think one game can be called a hot hand.
Colin Kaepernick, 243 yards, pair of touchdowns in his first career start. Filling in for Alex Smith, who, of course, is out with a concussion. He leads San Francisco to a 32-7 rout of the Bears on Monday night. Afterwards, chatted with our Lisa Salters.
Colin, how did this compare to how you dreamed that your first NFL start would go?
It's everything I could ever wish for. It just feels great to be on the field.
Before the game, what were you feeling as far as nerves and butterflies?
I really wasn't too nervous. I've had a lot of time in this offense. My teammates were great around me, giving me support, telling me I would be just fine out here, just play like I can.
Who gave you the best advice coming into this game?
Probably my dad. My dad just said, stay calm, go out and play your game. And, I think that's what you really have to do when you're playing football.
How did you know, when did you know that you were kind of feeling it, that this was your night?
I think after the first drive, I felt really comfortable with what they were doing and what we had in our game plan. And things just kept rolling from there.
People always talk about the first 15. Take me through that as what you were trying to establish early just to get yourself in a rhythm.
We wanted to run the ball. We wanted to get some play actions, get some things blocked up. They have a great front four. Our offensive line did an amazing job blocking up front and helped us get this win.
Now, Colin, you think you're going to be starting next week?
I don't know. I hope so.
That's what his coach says. It's up in the air at this point between him and Alex Smith. Colin Kaepernick, for the record, had the best starting debut in terms of quarterback rating by any player over the last 5 seasons. He beats out the debut that Robert Griffin III had against the Saints earlier this season. Number 3 on the list is Matt Ryan in 2008. Aaron Rodgers had his debut with Green Bay in 2008. Number 5 on the list over the last 5 years, Tim Tebow, when he debuted in Denver. SportsCenter all night, ESPN Radio, ESPNRadio.com.
Play action fake. Leftwich wants to air it out. Throws it, and its pass is caught inside the 25. Tackled hard at the 23, and a flag comes in as Sanders pulls in that pass. Helmet to helmet. Ed Reed, the veteran out of Miami.
WDVE with the call there, and yes, Ravens safety Ed Reed suspended for 1 game by the NFL for what it says is repeated violations of the rules prohibiting hits to the head and neck area of defenseless players. Reed suspended for 3 violations over the course of the past 3 seasons, including that one, the shot to Steelers wide receiver Emmanuel Sanders in the Sunday night victory over Pittsburgh. However, ESPN analyst Tom Jackson.
When you think about Ed Reed's career, I have never thought of Ed Reed as one of those guys who hit improperly, a dirty player. He is, in fact, a living legend. If you're going to do this to Ed Reed, if you're going to make an example of Ed Reed like this, then you better do this across the board with everybody who is guilty of 3 hits like this. They need to be suspended if you're going to do this to the likes of Ed Reed.
ESPN's Adam Schefter says there is a process.
He has up to 3 days to appeal this discipline. The appeal would be expedited, and the hearing would be held this week in front of either Art Shell or Tay Cottrell, who have been jointly hired by the NFL and the NFLPA to hear the appeals. The NFLPA and the NFL jointly pay them, so they're hoping for an impartial hearing if that is the route that Ed Reed does wind up going. And one head coach texted a short time ago that by suspending Ed Reed, you really open up a can of worms that other players are going to have to be held to the same discipline and the same conduct, and that the league better be consistent on this front in the future.
As it stands now, however, Reed will miss Sunday's matchup against San Diego. SportsCenter all night. It's ESPN Radio. It's ESPNRadio.com. He is just 28 years old and just 3 years into his career as a full-time driver in the Sprint Cup Series in NASCAR. But now Brad Keselowski is a champion. Takes home the hardware this past weekend, becoming the third driver to accomplish the feat so soon. And you knew it would be a decent party if your main sponsor comes in a 30-pack.
You just did it. What's it like?
Pretty damn awesome. I got a little buzz going here. I've been drinking for a little bit, but it's been pretty good, man. I can't lie. I'm 6 foot tall, about 155 pounds. I'm wet right now, so I'm probably really only 150. Throughout my whole life, I've been told I'm not big enough, not fast enough, not strong enough. I don't have what it takes, and I've used that as a chip on my shoulders to carry me through my whole career.
I'm going to do a terrific show today because I'm good enough, I'm smart enough, and doggone it, people like me.
Brad Keselowski. He was fresh off his celebration. Well, don't know how fresh he was, but he was coming off his celebration on Monday, roaming the halls here at ESPN, and he joined Scott Van Pelt, Ryan Russillo here on ESPN Radio.
Dale Earnhardt, Jeff Gordon, you. Those are the three guys that have won this their third year in. To be mentioned with those two other names means what?
That means, boy, I need to win some more. Because, Jeff's got 4 championships, and, Dale had 7. So to have your name with those guys and only have 1 when they had 4 and 7 kind of feels like, well, I better get to work.
But that's obviously a very special company. And when we've talked to Rusty Wallace here on the show, obviously he has an affinity for the car, given that, the old blue deuce, as he always talks about. Like, I asked him, you win the series beneath this, you win the Nationwide, then you win this. He said this was always the next thing, the next logical thing. But would it be fair to say this soon is even a little ahead of schedule for you?
No, absolutely not. I never feel that way. I mean, I felt like if I could have done it last year, I would have. I don't look at it that way, man. I don't look at it that way, Scott. I think to myself, you put those efforts and those workloads in, and it works its way out. Now, I feel confident that we can continue to contend for the next few years to come. But I know that we could very easily catch all the wrong breaks with a team that's even stronger than what I have now and not win a championship. So, certainly we caught some good breaks. We caught a few bad breaks, but they were outweighed by the good ones, and we were in position at the end. But we had the team with the talent and work effort to be successful.
From the start of this year, you think back from Daytona, the journey all the way to this moment, sitting here with that football in your hands. Is there a moment from this season that you think, when you're an old man, you'll remember beyond anything else?
Well, I know what the good picture is, and the good picture is the 2 car, which was my car, and Jimmy Johnson's car, the 48 car, battling for the win at Texas side by side. And I don't know if you've seen this, but I hit Jimmy down the straightaway, and my car is like at this 30-degree yaw angle. It looked like a V between our 2 cars, and I'm like, that's sideways, I got the wheel turning to the right. And you can almost see like the intensity of the moment right there. And I was coming for the win for not the last race, but one towards the end of the season. And at that moment, you knew that we were all just putting in 100% trying to close out for this championship. And that, to me, is a sign of the commitment that both teams had to winning.
NASCAR Sprint Cup champ Brad Keselowski earlier here on ESPN Radio. Well, of course, Notre Dame now wants to avoid any kind of hangover from being elevated to number 1. They don't want to be the third straight number 1 to go down in as many weeks. How can they avoid that? We'll explore that next. SportsCenter all night. ESPN Radio, ESPNRadio.com.
Hey, this is Jared Max. And I'm Robin Lundberg. Coming up on Maxed Out of the Morning Tuesday, the Jets return from St. Louis. Rex Ryan said we only have 5 hours to celebrate this victory. Jets get ready for the Patriots Thursday night. We'll hear from the Jets coach as they prep for the Pats on Turkey Day. Maxed Out 5 to 6 a.m. on ESPN New York.
I didn't always watch football here at Buffalo Wild Wings.
Hey, buddy.
Hey.
Come on in.
Is it safe?
Yeah, man. Come on, let's watch the game. Careful when I bring out the snacks, though. No sudden movements.
Protect the football. Watch every game here. Buffalo Wild Wings. Wings, beer, sports. Celebrate more often by getting to Buffalo Wild Wings for Boneless Thursdays, where the weekend starts early with delicious, specially priced boneless wings all day. Find a location at BuffaloWildWings.com.
It's time to get winter ready. Dick's Sporting Goods has more of the best brands to keep you warm as the weather gets colder. The North Face, Columbia, Spyder, Burton, Copen, Marmot, Mountain Hardwear, and more. Dick's has the widest selection in styles and colors in men's, women's, and youth jackets and accessories. And don't forget to grab a new snowboard. Dick's carries the snow equipment you need. Before hitting the slopes, stop into Dick's Sporting Goods today. Every season starts at Dick's.
The NYPD is among the best law enforcement departments in the country. The NYPD offers a job with a future, a great place to serve, and a chance to advance. Visit NYPDRecruit.com or call 212-RECRUIT for current test schedules and filing fee information.
Now available. A brand new ESPN radio app, both for the iPad and iPhone. Not only can you listen live to your favorite ESPN radio shows from over 30 stations across the country, you can customize your own station with the best interviews and analysis of your favorite sports teams and players. Plus, if your show already started, you can rewind for up to an hour. The all-new ESPN radio app. It's sports for your ears. Trending now. No Jay Cutler, no Alex Smith tonight on Monday Night Football. Plus more conference realignment possible. It's What's Trending Now on ESPN Radio and ESPNradio.com. This is The Herd with Colin Cowherd.
The young people always make the same mistake in sports. You judge everything on wins and losses. It's not just that. It's called discernment. Tebow can win individual games. You can't build franchises around guys who are mechanically flawed and who can't make basic NFL throws. You're going to have to be so good everywhere else to win games, and no general manager, owner, or head coach wants to have to build a team that's so great everywhere else that a mechanically flawed quarterback can win. A lot of you young people just don't get this. Go ask your more successful older brother. It's not about talent. It's, am I willing to build a company around you? Cam Newton can win games. Do you want to build an organization around his persona and maturity? So when you're building an organization, a National Football League team, you're asking a lot of big questions that go beyond talent.
Colin Cowherd. Weekdays at 10 a.m. Eastern, 7 a.m. Pacific on ESPN Radio. Sports Center all night on ESPN Radio and ESPNradio.com.
Get your hands on a Subway steak melt today, like the tender, juicy steak and bacon melt.
We have an interesting weekend coming up, college football. That said, how much did you pay for gas the last time you filled up? I'm guessing it was more than $1.16. That's how much a gallon of gas cost the last time Notre Dame was number one in the nation. Bill Clinton was in the White House, and you could not get away from this song on the radio. Whitney Houston, Bill Clinton was in the White House. Beanie Babies were first introduced, and Mrs. Doubtfire was in movie theaters. 1993. Yep, Notre Dame was number one. But now, they are there again, thanks to what we saw this past weekend. Irish coach Brian Kelly, a guest on Mike and Mike earlier here on ESPN Radio.
Tell us about what you did that night as a couple of other games were on, Kansas State and Oregon.
Well, I don't normally, because we get such little time with the family. We usually go to dinner or have dinner at the house, and we'll throw the TV on and have it as a kind of a backdrop. But it turned into an interesting, evening, and certainly you're never pulling one way or the other. But I got to tell you, we needed a little help, obviously, because of the circumstances of the polling, and we got it. Now we got to take advantage of it.
Well, and here you go. So the last few weeks, teams that control their own destiny. It was Alabama a few weeks ago. Now, because of the Oregon loss, they're actually in that position again. But they had lost to Texas A&M. Oregon and K-State controlled their own destiny. They don't do it. Now you do. You and your team have a chance to control your own destiny. So what does that do to the preparation this week, and what you have to tell those players?
Well, our situation is a little different because it's the last game for us, so it's not something that we're going to have to live with week in and week out. We've got one game to play. It's our rival in USC. So the focus, the preparation, all those things will be squarely on not being number one and carrying the pressure of number one, but beating your rival USC. And we haven't done that regularly enough. So for us, it's strictly about the preparation that we've had during the year and the focus being on USC more than anything else.
You're all going out to L.A. this weekend, and, of course, you'll play a USC team that will be playing without its star quarterback in Matt Barkley, who unfortunately gets hurt, a sprained shoulder right near the end of their game against UCLA. How does that change what they do offensively, Brian?
Well, it's still going to be incumbent upon us to be on body against great players like, Wood and Lee and Red. They've got so many weapons. They're going to get they know they have to get the ball to those guys. So it's still going to be about tackling. It's still going to be about our ability to hold down a team that wants to run the football and play action pass. So certainly the loss of Barkley, an experienced player like that, no one wants to go into a rival game without him. But they're going to find a way to get the ball to their playmakers, and that's going to be the challenge for us.
Notre Dame coach Brian Kelly earlier here on ESPN Radio, where all guests appear via the Subway Fresh Take hotline. And jot it down, Notre Dame, USC, Saturday. You will see it on ABC. You'll hear it right here on ESPN Radio. And, of course, one of the interesting storylines as we approach this weekend is how these two teams find themselves in situations that are really the polar opposite of where they began the season. That's the issue we put to the guys at PTI, Michael Wilbon and Tony Kornheiser.
All right, Wilbon, bigger surprise heading into this weekend's game, Notre Dame at number 1 or USC unranked?
Tony, I admit, this is a tough choice for me because Notre Dame was 8-5 last year. They lost their last game of the year to Stanford, and they lost their bowl game. And, they weren't any factor coming in. You thought they would improve, and get better. But Southern Cal, I know a lot of us bought into the notion they could challenge Alabama and be one of the top teams in the country. I certainly bought into that notion. So to have them completely flip-flop, if you're asking me and you are to pick, I guess I'm going to say Notre Dame being number 1 because that hasn't happened in almost 20 years, 1993. I'm going to go with the Irish and give them some huge dap for being on the top spot.
I don't think it's as close as you think it is. I mean, I think it's Notre Dame in a walk, actually.
Really?
Because they haven't been close in such a long time. I mean, Ty Willingham, that ended in disaster. Charlie Weiss, that ended in disaster.
But those guys had good teams at different points.
One good team, maybe, but then it ended terribly, and it ended before its time in both cases. I think that Brian Kelly was seen as a screaming maniac, for the first time he had the team. I mean, I didn't see this coming at all, that they would be number 1. They play a very competitive schedule.
Yes, they do.
So, I mean, in USC's case, they're coming out of probation, and maybe they tend to overrate themselves all the time, although I bought in like you did. But I think Notre Dame's a much bigger deal.
Maybe we all tended to overrate USC and his coach, and maybe Brian Kelly, we ought to give some additional credit.
Yes, certainly.
That's a bell. We're done. Back to you.
If Notre Dame wins the game, of course, it's on to the BCS title game, and our Brent Musburger says, don't look past this one.
You go in, Colin, thinking that the Irish are going to take care of business, and I would say that Manti Te'o is a big reason why. When you've got senior leadership, they're apt to try and keep the heads on squarely on the target this week. Even though they've had a really horrendous season, and even though Matt Barkley is not going to be under center, there's going to be athletes on the field for USC. And you put the Trojans ahead with those 2 wide receivers, you give them some daylight, and we stumble upon a freshman quarterback who's got a big arm we don't know anything about. The Irish could be in trouble.
Brent Musburger, who will be, of course, doing the game on Saturday on ABC. It's also here on ESPN Radio. Sports Center all night, ESPN Radio, ESPNRadio.com. Back to the NFL. San Francisco with that dominating performance at home against the Bears en route to the Monday night win. Some Patriots were able to roll at home over the Colts on Sunday, but New England losing Rob Gronkowski to a broken forearm. That apparently happened while he was blocking on an extra point. Coach Bill Belichick.
I can just hear it, now, if somebody else is in at wing that wasn't used to playing there on the field goal team, and guy came around the edge and dove in there, and, somebody holder or kicker or somebody got torn up in a duel. Why was he in there? Why wouldn't you go with the same guy that's been doing it the whole game? And so, we can play that game all day. It's as long as you know what the results are, then, you always have the right argument.
Belichick also addressing the issue of the score on Monday, dismissing the comments about the Patriots running up the score on the Colts. Belichick on WEEI in Boston. So was Tom Brady. He was asked about being on the field without his top tight end going forward.
I mean, he's such a great player, and it sucks that he gets hurt, but it's part of this game. So he's got to do his best to get back as soon as possible, and we got to, go out there and win some games without him.
Gronkowski with surgery on Monday. The team has not given an estimate on how long he'll miss, but there will be a rather quick adjustment in time for Thursday's game against the Jets. Patriots at 7-3, leading the other three AFC East teams, including the Jets, by 3 games. Broncos running back Willis McGahee, torn ligament in his right knee. He's expected to miss the rest of the regular season, an MRI confirming that injury on Monday. The Broncos not planning at this point to put him on injured reserve, however. The Eagles losing running back LaShawn McCoy in the fourth quarter on Sunday because of a concussion. ESPN's John Clayton.
Well, LaShawn has a concussion. It's not as bad as Michael Vick's from a week ago. Of course, Michael Vick is still trying to get back this week, but like in all cases with concussions, it's going to be a day-by-day thing, seeing if an independent neurologist is going to clear him. And you get the feeling it's going to take a couple days. He was very knocked out after the game. And so there's a decent chance that he might be able to play. I guess this early in the week that you say that McCoy is questionable, that extra time is going to give him a chance on Monday to be there. But at this stage, they don't know for sure.
It's, of course, another blow to the Eagles' season. They're 3-7. They've lost 6 in a row. It would be a major surprise to see Andy Reid still coaching the team next season. But that said, sources have said we should not expect to see him fired this week. Oh, and don't expect to see him quit either.
I'm standing in front of the team and telling them that these are the things we need to do, one of which is to continue to battle. I think that'd be a cop-out. That's not how I see things. That's not the way I'm wired. We're going to keep battling and do it as a team. And I'm not going to tell the guys one thing and then do the other.
The Eagles return to the field next Monday when they face the Panthers in the Monday night game, which, of course, is on ESPN. This week on ESPN, we had a couple of teams with backup quarterbacks. It was called the Battle of the Backups. Didn't end that way, though, did it? We'll explain next. The Sports Center All Night continues. I'm Jay Reynolds. ESPN Radio, ESPNradio.com.
Do you have unfiled tax returns or owe the IRS or state more than $10,000? If you don't take action now, your tax problem is going to get worse, much worse. Seizure of property, bank levies, wage garnishments, and potential criminal prosecution. And if you owe the IRS back payroll taxes, chances are you will be visited at your home or business by an IRS agent. Don't become paralyzed by fear. Take action now. Call the experts at U.S. Tax Shield for help. Our team of experienced tax attorneys can get you protected, stop collections, and negotiate a permanent settlement with the IRS and state, potentially saving you thousands of dollars. At U.S. Tax Shield, our tax advisors will review your case for free, inform you of your rights, and give you a guaranteed quote. No games and no tricky upsells. That's why we have an A+ rating with the Better Business Bureau and thousands of satisfied clients. Put an end to your torment. Get protected. Get the Shield. Call U.S. Tax Shield now at 800-226-8184. That's 800-226-8184. 800-226-8184.
Jets head coach Rex Ryan, weekly on the Michael Kay Show.
Is it hard to believe, Rex, you're 4-6, you hadn't won a game in 35 days, but let's be honest, you are in the playoff hunt.
We're so far from even thinking about it right now, to be honest with you. We just have to get better. We're so backed up that that's all we can do. We can't even look at the other scenarios.
Jets head coach Rex Ryan every Monday at 5:15 on ESPN New York 98.7 FM.
Hi, it's Colin. Is Notre Dame the best team in the country? I don't think so, but they may end up playing for it. Brent Musburger, always interesting, weighs in. Mondays, Thundering Herd Podcast. Check it out. Free on iTunes. Free on Pod Center at ESPNradio.com.
College football on ESPN Radio and ESPNradio.com. The storyline is simple. If Notre Dame knocks off USC, they are heading to the national championship.
Fires over the middle towards the goal line. Touchdown!
For USC, they'd like nothing more than to provide the Irish with their first defeat. Number 1 Notre Dame at the USC Trojans. Saturday at 7 Eastern on ESPN Radio.
It's Mike and Bears quarterback Jay Cutler.
My wife is a crazy Bears fan, so I'm speaking for her. If you throw a pick this weekend, get out of the way.
Don't be a ball
player.
Get out of the way.
Just fall down is what you're saying.
Yes,
don't do it.
Run to the sideline. Actually, you realize the sideline.
You got my back in the backlash, or what happened?
Yes, I promise you I will. I said it was the right thing to do.
That's just what you want, Jay, is Greeny to have your back. Yeah.
By the way.
Exactly.
It's Mike in the morning on ESPN Radio and ESPNRadio.com.
This is The Herd with Colin Cowherd.
Halloween tonight, giving kids perky jerky. Yeah, I think kids would like jerky. Gabby, you're on our radio show. How old are you, honey?
I'm 10.
Okay, Gabby, what do you think of jerky and a protein shake for Halloween? Why not?
No. You have to hand out candy.
Gabby, candy gives you rotten teeth.
That's the point of brushing teeth.
What, I get a smart aleck? I wanted a kid.
Colin Cowherd.
I'll deliver the funny lines, Gabby.
Weekdays at 10 a.m. Eastern, 7 a.m. Pacific on ESPN Radio.
Hey, Dad.
Yeah.
You remember that ball game we went to a couple years ago?
Sure.
And how you didn't have enough cash for 2 hot dogs, so you walked with me on your shoulders until we found an ATM? And then when we got back to our seats, we never saw the hot dog guy again.
Well, I don't remember all that.
Yeah, that was an awesome game.
You never know which moments will be the ones they'll remember forever. So take time to be a dad today. Learn more at 1-877-4DAD-411 or visit fatherhood.gov.
Brought to you by the U.S. Department of Health and Human Services and the Ad Council.
10 Eastern on ESPN. Thursday, the Jets spend Thanksgiving with the Patriots. Coverage begins at 6:30. WEPN FM, WEPN HD1, New York. ESPN Radio Sports Center.
I'm Kevin Winters. Sometimes there's a reason they're called backups. Other times the backup just needs a chance. On the Monday Night Football, Colin Kaepernick threw 2 touchdown passes in place of the concussed Alex Smith and efficiently guided the San Francisco 49ers to a 32-7 rout of the Chicago Bears, who were without Jay Cutler because of a concussion as well. They started Jason Campbell, who threw for only 170 yards and picked off twice in the loss.
Tonight was probably the worst nightmare, but we just got to find a way. It's one game that we lost. We got to pick it back up next week, try to get back on the winning side of things, and our goals and everything is still set ahead of us. We got to start improving quickly. The games don't get any easier, they continue to get tougher.
Campbell sacked 6 times, 5.5 of them went to the Niners' Aldon Smith. After the game, Niners head coach Jim Harbaugh said of next week, when asked if Kaepernick was his starting quarterback, quote, "I tend to go with the guy who has the hot hand, and right now we have 2 quarterbacks with the hot hand." Other NFL news, the league suspending Ravens safety Ed Reed for 1 game for repeat violations of rules that prohibit head or neck area shots of a defensive player. Reed has 3 days to appeal. First Big Ben, now Byron Leftwich, 2 fractured ribs, meaning he's likely out of Sunday's game against Cleveland. Pittsburgh now going to turn to 37-year-old Charlie Batch. Steelers will work out Mike Kafka. They'll also work out Brian Hoyer on Tuesday. They're also expected to work out a free agent wide receiver, Plexico Burris, and sign him to a contract. College basketball, the Progressive Legends Classic in Brooklyn. Number 1, Indiana beats Georgia 66-53. They get Georgetown to the title game, which knocked off number 11 UCLA 78-70. Shabazz Muhammad, 15 points, 25 minutes. His first game of the season after being suspended. EA Sports Maui Invitational. Here we go again. D2 Chaminade pulls off the upset. They take down Texas 86-73 for Chaminade, just their 7th win in 83 games, serving as the host school. Butler a winner over Marquette, 72-71 at the buzzer. North Carolina hammers Mississippi State 95-49. Illinois has knocked off USC. The Illini get Chaminade. Big Ten adding schools 13 and 14. Maryland made it official on Monday. Rutgers expected to do it on Tuesday. Toronto Sun reporting the Blue Jays going to name John Gibbons as their new manager. Again, that'll happen Tuesday. Clippers beat the Spurs in the NBA 92-87. Golden State over Dallas 105-101 in OT. Utah 102. Houston 91. Denver win over Memphis 97-92. Atlanta 81. Orlando 72. Charlotte over Milwaukee 102-98.
Hi, it's Colin. Tuesday, Mike D'Antoni set to make his coaching debut. The Lakers. Former NBA head coach Flip Saunders stops by. Jim Mora, coach of the year in college football, playing in the Pac-12 championship. Tuesday in the Herd on ESPN Radio and ESPNRadio.com.
Will not lose ever.
The Robin Lundberg Show on ESPN New York, 98.7 FM.
At least the quarterback controversies have shipped out west for the time being. That being San Francisco with Colin Kaepernick tearing it up on Monday Night Football while Alex Smith watched. And since Mark Sanchez had his, one good game every 5 weeks or so, he gets another 3 or 4 weeks before there's any talk of Tim Tebow, unless he just goes out there and is awful on Thanksgiving Day. But that's an interesting game on Thanksgiving Day because not only is it Jets-Patriots, but in sports, whether you're a fan or even analyzing from afar, there is a tendency to rationalize, particularly with fans, right? There's a tendency to try to rationalize things a certain way, to look at things a certain way. How else can you explain the tendency of a fan to perhaps be so upset with the Jets last week and say their season is over and this team is terrible, tear it all apart and rebuild, to, I heard some people saying it today, hey, we just find a way to beat New England. We just find a way to beat New England, look at the rest of the schedule. So there you go, is rationalization. And at one point, you can take it to another level. You can take it to another level because at least a lot of the reporters did in asking questions. You can talk to the Jets about 2009 because, hey, after 10 games in 2009, their Jets were 4-6. How is it similar, GM Mike Tannenbaum?
You just want to keep yourself alive as long as possible. And, look, we were 4-6 a few years ago and things worked out, got to the championship game. But, every year is different. We got to win as many games. That's obviously not breaking news here. But we just want to give ourselves a chance, to the end here. And one thing with the sure week, it's tough. But here's what you do find out. It's almost like a mini bye, too. And Rex and I talked today about what we could do, looking at the schedule in terms of like, hey, we got the weekend, what can we use that as an opportunity, not only to play, Arizona and then Jacksonville, but like, what can we do to position ourselves the best way possible? So everything's getting ready for Thursday night, and, then we'll go from there.
So all of a sudden, because the Jets won one game against the Rams in St. Louis, it's 2009 again. It's 2009 again. Here, what was the hot song in 2009? J-Bo, find Black Eyed Peas, I Got a Feeling, because I think that was the number one song in 2009. Maybe we have a feeling that it is like 2009 around here, around the Jets. Mark Sanchez, does it remind him of them?
It's a similar situation, so hopefully we can, like we said, just get as many wins as possible, keep playing hard, continue to play smart and clean, really take care of the football. And, play well in all three phases, and we got a chance. Well, I think, things started to turn our way towards the end of the season. And, we understood the importance of taking care of the football. We ran the ball well down the stretch. We were efficient in the passing game. We're great on defense, special teams, those kind of things. So we really tightened up and played our best football towards the end of the year, so hopefully we can do the same.
It's not like they had a watershed moment where they then realized, oh, you know what, we shouldn't turn the ball over. No, that's not a good idea. Let's stop. Let's curtail the turnovers. They played better. They played better in 2009. But I got news for you. They also were better in 2009. They were a better team. That old Darrelle Revis guy? He was around. The running game was much more effective in that year. I mean, I'm just looking at 2009 right now, and I'm scrolling through, and I see a bunch of 100-yard games from Thomas Jones, not to mention some contributions from Leon Washington and Sean Green at times. The wide receiver core was obviously better then. Braylon Edwards was a big play target. Cotchery was a bit of a safety target for Mark Sanchez. But overall, it was just a better team. It was a better team in 2009. Not to say that the Jets can't win on Thanksgiving. I mean, certainly they can. Though you'd like to hear their coach say something other than he's winging it.
Right now, we're just winging. Right now, we're just, we're not worried. We can't. Obviously, we're going to focus on our opponent specific, but anything we do, we're just, we're behind and where we have to be, and we can only focus on ourselves and just, like I say, just find a way to punch us. We earned where we are, and we just got to find a way to punch our way out, and that's it. So,
I'm just kidding. I totally understand where Rex is coming from. I think Rex Ryan was a guy who was in a desperate situation last week, who knew, if they lost to St. Louis, it was going to be Armageddon. around the Jets team, facility, the media, everything, the Sanchez-Tebow dynamic, everything was going to be absolute Armageddon. And I don't think he's at the point where he all of a sudden has this revelation that the team is now contending or going to make it to the playoffs or any of that stuff. And he's not even doing the typical Rex Machismo stuff toward the Patriots.
I'm not even worried about tweaking New England or anybody else. It's to the point where no, we have to focus on just us.
And not 2009. And I'm not saying that the players are doing that. It's really not fair. They'd be putting words in their mouths. They're just answering questions. And it's like the dirty trick of the media. You ask a bunch of questions on one topic, and then guys give you sound bites on that topic, and then you run with it and say, so-and-so said this about that, when really they were just answering questions. But you look back to 2009 and think of the circumstances even then. You know, they lost to the Patriots in New England 31-14, but then they won 5 out of the next 6. However, 2 of the last 3, the last 2 games of the season, came against playoff contenders, playoff teams that pulled their starters. Remember, Peyton Manning played a half in that game and then sat out the second half. The next week, the Bengals, who the Jets eventually beat in the postseason, didn't play their starters. So I don't know if it's really a fair comparison to compare this team to 2009. Look, that's not the same team. There are some of the same parties, Rex Ryan and Mark Sanchez included, but that is years and years ago, and a wholly different roster, a different league, a different set of circumstances, and a big obstacle in New England right away on Thanksgiving Day. Do you see any chance of the Jets partying like it's 2009? 1-800-919-3776, 1-800-919-3776. I'm at Robin Lundberg on Twitter. That's ROBINLUNDBERG. Of course, I'm every Monday through Friday from 3 to 5. Then I join Jared Max from 5 to 6. And we roll up until Mike in the morning at 6 a.m. Plenty of other stuff to get to today. It's a big evaluation day because nobody played last night, but Mike D'Antoni, he may make his debut against the Nets tonight in Los Angeles. The Knicks, they get back going. Eli Manning talking about his tired arm. Is it in fact tired? And some news about the Yankees that isn't big news yet, but maybe. All that coming up. But are the Jets ready to party like it's 2009? ESPN New York, I almost said 1999. ESPN New York, 98.7 FM.
Let's go! Let's go! Coming off their win in St. Louis, the Jets can give themselves a shot at the playoffs if they start a run. Can they continue it with a win on Thanksgiving against New England?
I'm not even worried about tweaking New England or anybody else. We have to focus on just us.
Jets-Patriots coverage gets underway Thursday night at 6:30 on ESPN New York, 98.7 FM.
It's time to get winter ready. Dick's Sporting Goods has more of the best brands to keep you warm as the weather gets colder. The North Face, Columbia, Spyder, Burton, Copen, Marmot, Mountain Hardwear, and more. Dick's has the widest selection in styles and colors in men's, women's, and youth jackets and accessories. And don't forget to grab a new snowboard. Dick's carries the snow equipment you need. Before hitting the slopes, stop into Dick's Sporting Goods today. Every season starts at Dick's.
Clipping coupons. Standing in line at 4 a.m. Buying 5 to get 1 free. Maybe it's me, but I don't think it should be that hard to save money, which is why we made Geico.com so easy. Just a few clicks and you could be saving hundreds of dollars on your car insurance. And when you switch to Geico, you can do practically everything online. Report a claim, update your policy, even pay your bill. Click, bam, boom. Visit Geico.com today. Click, bam, boom. I'm rather fond of that one.
Norm Miller here, chairman of Interstate Batteries. Now, I don't mean to brag, but I recently learned auto technicians prefer Interstate Batteries 5-to-1 over any other battery. Oh, who am I kidding? Of course I mean to brag. 5-to-1, that's a landslide. All right, I'm done bragging. To find the dealer near you that prefers us, head to interstatebatteries.com. Interstate Batteries, outrageously dependable. And that's not bragging, it's just the truth.
Leslie French was hunkered down for a fight.
I was just at the dealership looking for a car.
Lured in by the enemy.
No, it was pretty cordial, but I did need a car loan fast.
There was no time.
I called Navy Federal Credit Union. A really nice guy approved me for a loan on the spot. Great rate, too.
Victory was hers.
Well, a convertible was mine.
4 million members, 4 million stories. From every military branch, DOD, and their families. NavyFederal.org. Federally insured by NCUA.
Mike and Lowe's want to give you a chance to improve your fantasy team. Visit ESPNradio.com each week to vote which player will earn the most fantasy points. Plus, find out how you could win in the Mike and Mike's Fantasy Team Builder Sweepstakes. One lucky grand prize winner will receive a trip for 4 to their choice of Chicago or L.A. to join the experts next August at an ESPN Fantasy Football Draft Party. Thanks to Lowe's. Never stop improving. No purchase necessary. Void where prohibited. Open to legal U.S. residents 21 and older. Sweepstakes ends December 30th. Official rules at ESPNradio.com.
This holiday season, spend less time shopping for a new Mercedes-Benz and more time for yourself. Announcing the Rally Motors Less is More event, where buying a new or certified pre-owned Mercedes-Benz has never been easier. At Rally, it's simple. You spend less time, less hassle, and less worrying when you purchase a Mercedes-Benz. And during this holiday season, you'll enjoy more incentives, more inventory, and more leasing and financing options. Don't settle for the status quo. Expect more. Rally Motors. View all specials online at RALLYEmotors.com.
Gotta get that. Gotta get that. Gotta get that. Gotta get that.
What is this, a song from 2009?
The Robin Lundberg Show on ESPN New York, 98.7 FM.
A lot of talk about 2009 with the Jets, and that cut that just played from Michael Kay's show in the promo there, I find that interesting. And I'm going to play that again because here's Rex Ryan, and he joins the Michael Kay show every Monday at 5:15. Here is Rex on the team being back in the playoff picture.
We're so far from even thinking about it right now, to be honest with you. We just have to get better, and we have to get better on the practice field, fix some things, correct some things, and then move forward. And that's it, because we're so backed up that's all we can do. We can't even look at the other scenarios.
Which is a far cry from what was it 2 weeks ago when Antonio Cromartie said that they were going to the playoffs, and Rex said I have no problem with him saying that. And obviously they've lost, I believe, 2 games since those comments. But it does give you a little insight into what Rex Ryan actually believes, I think, and what he's thinking. And he's not usually the kind of guy who wants to shy away from the tough talk no matter what the situation. I mean, a week ago, Rex said we're, what did he say? What's the cut where J-Bo, do you remember where he said something about we have a 2% chance? Well, we're coming for it, or something like that. He said something along those lines, and it's funny to hear Rex talk in a different way, because I think it shows you what he is feeling about the nature of the situation he's currently in, and also the nature of the opponent, and that being the New England Patriots, not wanting to talk up that whole situation too much going into that game against New England and the kind of team that they are, though they will get a benefit with Rob Gronkowski being out in that one. Though Tom Brady says it's just kind of fair in the way things go.
The Jets lose Revis for the season. They lose Santonio Holmes for the season. I mean, they got injuries. I mean, every team has injuries, and we've been dealing with them all season, and we've still got to go out there and be able to, do our job and execute.
Which is totally fair. Now, looking at 2009, it's so funny because, I called the Jets the store brand Jets yesterday. And what I meant by that is that they resembled the Jets from 2009 and 2010. They resembled them in the style of play that they used against the Rams, where they had really good defense and they had a running game and Sanchez was efficient without putting up gaudy numbers. Well, if you look at it, they, down the stretch in 2009, Mark Sanchez over the last 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7 weeks of the season only had one 200-yard passing game. One game where he threw for more than 200 yards. And I said the Jets are the store brand Jets because they can resemble those Jets from 2009 like they did on Sunday, where in a pinch it'll do. It's close enough, but they're not really of the quality of that team. And I think that's the biggest difference. I mean, if they can get a situation like they did against the Rams, where they can run the ball, which I don't know if they'll do against the Patriots, where they can pass the ball efficiently, which they may be able to do against the Patriots, though the Patriots might dare Sanchez into trying to beat them. If they can get the protection they got on Mark Sanchez the other day. You hear all this talk about Sanchez and his quarterback rating. Well, here's Rex on the amount of pressure he was receiving with Michael Kay and Don LaGreca.
No, I don't. But again, that's, we actually went into the game thinking we were going to have some more plays with Tim up, and they kind of surprised us with what they were doing defensively. It wasn't, we had talked about it, but wasn't something that we had specifically worked against. And I think that kind of set us back a little on running the Tebow Wildcat package. So we kind of put that on the back burner and then focused on our base offense.
I totally played the wrong audio there. I mean, that was about Tim Tebow. It was perhaps just fortuitous because, there is a Tebow quote. I have to get some Tebow stuff in there whenever you can. Here's Rex on Sanchez.
I think we all have to play at the top of our game. I don't think there's any doubt about that. We all have to perform there. I think sometimes when you look at like a quarterback rating, just target in specifically on the quarterback, but a lot goes into that. Obviously, the protections go into that. Receivers running the right route, catching the football. A lot of things go into it. Backs and protections, offensive line blocking. So I think that's more of a team thing than anything else. And clearly, he did an excellent job. I think the rating was like 118 or something like that. So I'd love to sign up for that type of day for sure.
Big reason that rating was 118 is because Sanchez was pressured on just 4 of 24 dropbacks. I mean, if you can get that kind of protection, most quarterbacks are going to look good. Not to take credit away from him for how he looked, but that's kind of the whole design of things. You want to make sure you protect your quarterback to that degree, as he was really not under pressure at all in that one. But fans, well, they'll rationalize their way into different ways of thinking, and 2009 is just one angle, and now you hear if we can just beat the Patriots, who knows where we can go, because you look at the schedule, and it's Cardinals at Jacksonville, at Tennessee, Chargers at Buffalo. The only problem with that being is the Jets belong in the same sentence with pretty much all those teams but the New England Patriots. J-Bo, you're a Jets fan. I know you've been kind of turned off by them the last several weeks, but have you rationalized any sort of situation where the Jets are getting themselves back into contention?
No, football season's still going on.
So you've moved on to your Nets?
I'm all about Nets right now. Jets season's over. I'm done.
Well, the Nets, they have a pretty good one tonight. You think there any chance they can stop the Lakers? I don't know if they can stop the Lakers offensively.
They can't stop the Lakers. They could only hope to keep up with the Lakers, so we'll see what happens.
So let me ask you this. If the Nets do beat the Lakers tonight, where are you currently thinking of the Nets and their quality?
I mean, they're middle of the pack, I guess, Eastern Conference right now. 4 or 5.
Rank these 3 teams in order. The New York Knicks, the Brooklyn Nets, and D'Antoni's Lakers. 1, 2, and 3.
Right now I'd have to go Knicks, Lakers, Nets.
And how do you think it's going to wind up?
Lakers, Knicks, Nets.
So you're going to keep your Nets at the bottom no matter what?
Yeah, but it's very close to the Knicks. It's not,
It's neck and neck.
Yeah.
Here's Mike D'Antoni on the Nets.
They're good. Anytime you have Darren Williams and Joe Johnson in the backcourt, they're formidable. Now they got Gerald Wallace healthy and Brook Lopez in the middle. They're good. They're a good basketball team. Avery does a good job.
Of course, the little subplot in that game is Dwight Howard and whether he was going to wind up on the Nets. I saw some quotes from Howard saying that if Darren Williams doesn't want to be friends with him because he gave up his leverage in that whole situation and didn't wind up on the Nets, that's not his problem, not his deal. And he was asked, of course, about Brooklyn and what could have been.
I'm in L.A. There's no need to talk about what could have happened. I'm happy with being here in L.A. Like I've said, the fans have always been great here. And, now that I'm on the team, the fans from day one, they've just been unbelievable, to me and to this team. So I'm just happy about that. really doesn't matter at this point. There's no need to talk about, like I said, the past, but I'm happy being a Laker. I think this is the best situation for me and what I need to move forward, and I'm going to continue to get better.
Continue to get better. I do believe the Lakers will continue to get better. I mean, the question I threw out before when the hiring was done, and, apologies to the Nets at the moment because they haven't quite played up to the level of the Knicks yet. That's coming up on Monday, and we'll see what the Nets do tonight. But it was, which team is going to be better at the end of the year, D'Antoni's Lakers or the New York Knicks? Because as of right now, the Knicks are, again, number one in the league in record. The Grizzlies lost that last night, so the Knicks now have the best winning percentage in the NBA. I'll still say the Lakers will be better by the end of the season simply because of the top of their roster. The Knicks are super deep, and they're super tough, and they're a gritty, good team, and I expect them to be a really good team all year. But I think the ceiling is a little bit higher for the Lakers, though they lack some perimeter athleticism, they lack some shooting, they lack some depth at the guard positions. But anytime you trot out Pau Gasol and Dwight Howard and Kobe Bryant and eventually Steve Nash, you're going to be in business. And when you go over those what could have been scenarios, I mean, that's a big what if. Like, what if Dwight Howard was in Brooklyn? I mean, that changes as big a deal as the Nets have become and as cool as they've become and as much as they've made themselves relevant when they were irrelevant before. If Dwight Howard was on that team, they'd not only be a good team, they'd be a foundational championship level team that could eventually get there. I don't know, as currently constructed, if they can ever put together a championship roster with the team that they have. They have a very good roster. They could be like what the Atlanta Hawks were for the last several years, getting into the second round of the playoffs. And perhaps I'm underselling them a little bit because they are very deep, they're very good. But that's kind of where I see the Nets ceiling. I see the Nets being near the top of the Eastern Conference in talent, being near the top of the Eastern Conference in record, but not quite being good enough to legitimately compete for the championship. I thought the same thing about the Knicks, however, and now I'm starting to reconsider that and putting them second at the moment to the Heat in the East. We'll see what happens with Boston as the season goes along. But the Lakers, just on pure talent, whether Mike D'Antoni was their coach, or I guess you can't say that because it didn't work out so well for Mike Brown. And in 4 of the 8 quarters since Mike D'Antoni was named head coach, they've scored more than 30 points. Eventually, I think they'll wind up being the class of that group, at least in that small little comparison, if not the Western Conference. I mean, I might pick them to come out of the West at the moment, even still. It's tough, though. It's wider. It's widened up a little bit. The NBA, a lot of times in going into the year, you kind of pinpoint these specific teams, and you say one of these teams is going to be the one that takes it. It's down to these 3 teams. Well, all of a sudden, where it was the Heat and the Celtics, everybody thought in the East with the Heat at the top. Now it's the Heat and the Celtics and the Knicks. And the Knicks have probably passed the Celtics. Now the Nets are starting to work their way up, and it's getting wider and wider. And in the West, it was the Lakers and the Thunder. Well, the Thunder are still up near the top, but they lost Harden. The Lakers struggled out of the gates, and now all of a sudden you got the Clippers, who look like they're for real, and teams like Memphis, who look like they're for real. So should be an awesome, awesome NBA season. Some news from the Yankees that I think some fans might actually find a tad bit disturbing, and it has nothing to do with any players on the roster. That's coming up next. Robin Lundberg Show, ESPN New York, 98.7 FM.
Mike and Mike in the morning.
Against the Patriots, so they always play tough. Short week, no Gronkowski. If the Jets win, you'll look at the rest of their schedule. I'm not saying I'm talking playoffs yet, but the reality is it ain't over. Beat New England, and there's a heartbeat.
Mike and Mike, mornings at 6. ESPN New York, 98.7 FM.
I didn't always watch football here at Buffalo Wild Wings.
Hey, buddy.
Hey.
Come on in.
Is it safe?
Yeah, man. Come on, let's watch the game. Careful when I bring out the snacks, though. No sudden movements.
Protect the football. Watch every game here. Buffalo Wild Wings. Wings, beer, sports. Celebrate more often by getting to Buffalo Wild Wings for Boneless Thursdays, where the weekend starts early with delicious, specially priced boneless wings all day. Find a location at BuffaloWildWings.com.
If you've got a business, you qualify for the official Mike and Mike office stimulus package. When you move from your office into a gorgeous Regis office, not only will you save a fortune, you'll get 2 months absolutely free.
Your Regis office comes beautifully furnished in a prestigious building. You get a receptionist, meeting rooms, and state-of-the-art video conferencing with no long-term lease. And you get 2 months free by mentioning Mike and Mike. All you have to do is call 1-800-OFFICES. That's 1-800-OFFICES.
The NYPD is among the best law enforcement departments in the country. The NYPD offers a job with a future, a great place to serve, and a chance to advance. Visit NYPDRecruit.com or call 212-RECRUIT for current test schedules and filing fee information.
A good one on Monday Night Football, and Mike will be the place to talk about it on Tuesday morning on ESPN Radio. Plus, Magic Johnson will tell us if he still thinks Phil Jackson is a better choice for the Lakers job than Mike D'Antoni. That's Tuesday. Mike and Mike, ESPN Radio and ESPNRadio.com.
An ESPN Radio Extra Point with Colin Cowherd.
It's the 2 most shocking stories in college football. USC is shockingly bad, and Notre Dame is shockingly good. Where I really notice the difference with these two teams, USC doesn't do the little things right. Notre Dame does virtually all the little things right. And what Notre Dame has, which I never considered, 29 seniors. Folks, that's a huge number. You don't win all those close games just by coaching. You got to have guys in that locker room who believe in each other. When new coaches come in, some seniors rise, some flush out. Kelly flushed out a couple of guys that were problematic. He kept the good guys, made them better. And Notre Dame, in my opinion, wins Saturday, plays for the national title. Nobody is more shocked than I am.
Tomorrow, give thanks for a marquee matchup, served up NBA style.
Oh, beautiful move. Ain't going all the way to Jordan.
2 Western Conference title contenders collide at the high-flying Cliffs land in raucous Oklahoma City. Which dynamic duo will shine the brightest in this NBA Wednesday showdown? Clippers Thunder at 7:30 Eastern, presented by State Farm. It all starts with Kia NBA Countdown at 7 tomorrow on ESPN.
Now available. A brand new ESPN Radio app, both for the iPad and iPhone. Not only can you listen live to your favorite ESPN radio shows from over 30 stations across the country, you can customize your own station with the best interviews and analysis of your favorite sports teams and players. Plus, if your show already started, you can rewind for up to an hour. The all-new ESPN Radio app. It's sports for your ears.
I'm Robin Lundberg with this New York Sports Center. Rex Ryan is not interested in tweaking the Patriots this week, just focused on his team.
I'm not even worried about tweaking New England or anybody else. It's to the point where no, we have to focus on just us.
Thanksgiving night, the Patriots will be without Rob Gronkowski, who underwent surgery on his broken forearm Monday, out 4 to 6 weeks. Eli Manning continues to deny reports that he has a tired arm, says he feels good coming off the bye. Last night on Monday Night Football, Colin Kaepernick's arm certainly wasn't tired, as he led the 49ers to a shellacking of the Bears, 32-7. Baltimore Ravens safety Ed Reed has been suspended a game for an illegal hit. Plexico Burress expected to visit the Steelers. In the NBA, the Clippers beat the Spurs and the Nuggets beat the Grizzlies. This puts the Knicks on top for the league's best record. Knicks visit the Hornets tonight at 8 o'clock. You can hear that game right here on ESPN New York 98.7 FM. The Nets are in L.A., expected to be Mike D'Antoni's debut. Rutgers reportedly joining Maryland, moving to the Big Ten Conference. And the New York Times reports that News Corp is getting set to purchase 49% of the Yes Network.
The Robin Lundberg Show on ESPN New York, 98.7 FM.
So with all this talk about 2009 and the Jets getting back to 2009, I was just wondering, what do you think has a better chance of happening? The Jets repeating 2009 or the Knicks repeating 1999? Getting to the NBA Finals in 1999? What do you think has a better chance of happening? The Jets making a run to the playoffs and getting back to the AFC title game like 2009, or the Knicks making a run like they've been doing and getting to the NBA Finals a la 1999? 1-800-919-3776, 1-800-919-3776. Going to get into some strange news regarding the Yankees in just a second. First, Stuart in Brooklyn. Stuart.
Morning, Robin.
Hey, man.
How are you?
Good.
The Jets going back to 2009 or the Knicks going back to 1999?
Yeah, what's got a better chance of happening?
Knicks going back to 1999.
Even with Miami in the East?
Yeah, there's a good possibility. They just have to. It would be a difficult task, Robin, but it's possible because, like you say, anything can happen in the NBA. And it would be good for the city. And the Jets going back to 2009, like you just said, the product is not there. The team that they had in 2009 was a lot better than this one. Don't you agree?
Oh, yeah. No doubt about it.
This is not even close.
I said that this is the store brand Jets.
Yeah, the store brand that Rex likes to put up there and say, oh, we got to reset. Yeah, and now he's downplaying this week.
It's kind of weird, right?
It's weird. It's like him not wanting to tweak Uncle Bill. Come on. Him not tweaking Uncle Bill. Uncle Bill must be saying, what's wrong with Rex? He's not tweaking us. And they're not going to, as far as them winning the game, they have a shot. There's no tight ends out there. But Brady, Uncle Tom will figure out a way to get the ball downfield, and they'll have the running game, and the Jets can't run against them. So Sanchez is going to have to go and beat him with the pass. And who knows if he's going to have a second consecutive game of where he's going to be efficient and have no major breakdowns.
Well, there you go. You like to call everybody Uncle, huh, Stuart? Brendan in Long Island. Brendan.
Yes, I'm calling. I wanted to make a point. I think that the Knicks definitely have a better shot at repeating what they did in 1999 over the Jets repeating what they did in 2009. And as a Knicks fan, I mean, this is exciting, seeing how good they are again. Finally you could actually rely on your team when you put the game on every night, and rely on them to get a win for you.
Yeah, Brendan, let me ask you this, because I totally agree with what you're saying. Don't you have this feeling like it's just inevitable that and I don't want to jinx them or anything, but I don't really believe in that sort of thing. But don't you find it's kind of inevitable that the Knicks will just go to New Orleans and win that game?
I know. And, like you said, you don't want to jinx anything yet, but, they have all the pieces. They need a three ball out of nowhere, to bring Novak in, even though he hasn't been as great as he has, this season than he was last season, the end of the season. But, they got all the pieces. You got Chandler in the middle there with defense. I mean, this is the real team. Give Melo the ball now, late in the game, and you rely him, and he's playing his heart out, too. He's playing like he's in college again. I love the Knicks. I love the Knicks what they're doing this year. Thanks for letting me get on the air.
No problem, man. Nixon and Lake Success. That sounds like a good place. Nixon, what's up, man?
Yeah, it's a pretty decent place. I just came from shopping. How you doing, man?
I'm all right. Where are we shopping at this time?
Believe it or not, Pathmark. My wife had me getting some stuff for Thanksgiving, so I figured I'd go out when there's nobody in the store. And just
good call, man. It's smart. And, it coincides with this show, so you're a total winner.
Yeah, well, I don't miss the show.
Oh, awesome, man. Thank you.
I refuse to miss the show. Long story short, I just want to say, you just asked the question. I'm going to agree with Brendan that just got off. I'm going to say the Knicks, but I'm going to say the Knicks because the Knicks have a real coach. That's the reason I'm going with the Knicks.
So you think D'Antoni's not going to work in L.A.?
I'm not going to say that D'Antoni's not going to work in L.A. I think he's going to be successful, but here's what I meant. Mike is going to be a better coach for the Knicks than Rex has been a coach for the Jets because Mike knows when to keep his mouth shut. And his players will do the talking for him. Whereas Jets, Rex talks, and then his players don't do anything to back up any of the stuff that comes out of his mouth. He's gotten better this year, but for the most part, it's always been that. Same old Jets.
There you go. All right, thanks for listening, man. Good luck with the shopping.
Thanks, buddy. I'm done.
I'll be by myself on Thanksgiving, so save some
man,
for me.
I would invite you over, man, but I've got a whole house full of people,
I'm cool, man.
They're not gonna help me clean or anything,
I gotta do a show anyway. From
all right, take care.
I'll be on 3 to 6 or 6:30 or something like that on Thanksgiving Day. So no worries about the invite. Anyway, he's talking about the coaches here on ESPN New York 98.7 FM. And the point I've made a bunch is I think Mike D'Antoni will work out for the Lakers for the same reason he didn't work out for the Knicks. Mike Woodson's the right fit for the Knicks because Mike Woodson is the kind of guy who is going to get on Carmelo Anthony. And Mike D'Antoni and J.R. Smith. And Mike D'Antoni's not that kind of guy. And Kobe Bryant, from all accounts, keeps saying things like, we like the fact that he stays out of the way and he lets us play ball. And a player I knew on the Knicks, used to tell me Mike D'Antoni was his favorite, but he was a player's coach almost to a fault at times because he just expected guys to do the right things and kind of let them coach themselves. I think that will work in L.A. where it didn't work here in New York, and everybody will be better off. Mike Woodson, Carmelo Anthony, Mike D'Antoni, the Lakers, etc., etc. You know who might not be better off in the near future is the New York Yankees. You see this report where the New York Yankees, apparently Rupert Murdoch is getting set, according to the New York Times, to purchase, or at least News Corp, his company, to purchase 49% of the Yes Network. Now, it doesn't seem like that big a deal, obviously, but that's essentially half, and there's reports within the report that it could go up to as much as 80%, and Wallace Matthews, does a great job just illustrating all the different little bits of smoke that have surrounded a possible sale of the New York Yankees. Make sure you check out the column on ESPNNewYork.com. And, he just goes into detail about the fact that the Yankees are saying on the surface that this is just shareholders wanting to cash in on their investment, Goldman Sachs doing what they do and selling off things for profit. However, Murdoch could get a chance to buy the controlling share of the Yes Network. And it goes on about Hal Steinbrenner and how he's never been the kind of baseball guy or fiercely competitive guy that his dad George Steinbrenner was, and how he was a number cruncher is what he's really always been good at. I mean, there's even quotes attributed to Hal in the article where he says that's always been his specialty and his passion, which is balancing sheets and things of that nature. And if you look at the team, that's kind of the way it's been. He's already asked Brian Cashman to cut the payroll way down. And a lot of people complain about the new Yankees, starting with the new stadium, how it feels like a big corporate entity, right? Just makes you think, could the New York Yankees eventually say yes to selling the team outside of the Steinbrenner name? Because after all,
everyone has a price.
That's what talks. And I could see it. I could eventually see the Yankees kind of becoming what everyone says they are at times, this corporate soulless entity without a face, whether it's the stadium, whether it's the way the players go out there and don't necessarily hustle. I don't think that's the case. I think that's made up fan and media talk. But just the stereotypes that are starting to become part of the Yankees, where they're not the same team anymore. They're not the kind of team that they were during their glory core 4 years. And now they may not even be owned by the same family that has become synonymous with them down the line. Just something to think about. Get into that a little bit more later. The question that's been on the table recently is, who has a better chance of repeating what happened in a year that ended in 9? The Jets in 2009, as Mark Sanchez has asked whether he's reminded of that season.
It's a similar situation, so hopefully we can, like we said, just get as many wins as possible, keep playing hard, continue to play smart and clean, really take care of the football, and play well in all three phases, and we got a chance.
Of course, that's when the Jets went from 4-6 to 9-7 in the AFC Championship game. Do they have a better chance of repeating 2009 than the Knicks do of 1999 and getting back to the NBA Finals? 1-800-919-3776, 1-800-919-3776. And there's a quarterback controversy to get into. Luckily, it's not here. Robin Lundberg Show, ESPN New York, 98.7 FM.
Listen. Hi, it's Colin. Is Notre Dame the best team in the country? I don't think so, but they may end up playing for it. Brent Musburger, always interesting, weighs in. Mondays, Thun Ring Herd Podcast. Check it out. Free on iTunes. Free on Pod Center at ESPNRadio.com.
trending now. No Jay Cutler, no Alex Smith tonight on Monday Night Football. Plus more conference realignment possible. It's What's Trending Now on ESPN Radio and ESPNRadio.com. Last week on The Sporting Life on ESPN Radio. Outside the Lines explored new information about brain trauma in the NFL.
If the NFL takes the position that they didn't know that concussions can cause total disability, permanent brain injury in 1999, that evidence trumps anything they say.
Plus the story of William Gay, who was just 7 years old when his mother was killed by his stepfather.
I didn't care what anybody told me at that point. I just was in denial, just enraged.
Then we learned of the most explosive tight end in the NFL and the moment that defined him.
I will not tolerate players that think it's about them when it's about the team.
E60 profiled Vernon Davis, the NFL's Renaissance man.
Everything, every thought, every emotion that I had about my mother, I turned into a positive by playing football.
Download this and every edition of The Sporting Life on iTunes and on ESPNRadio.com.
It's Mike and the commissioner of the NFL, Roger Goodell.
You've made so many changes. You've done so many things to try and make the game safer, some of which have led to my partner here yelling and screaming that you're going too far. And yet, in a given week, you see quarterbacks, Cutler and Smith and Vick and Roethlisberger going down. How do you gauge success with regard to player safety?
Well, Mike, I think the big thing is, what we see is progress. The changes that we're making are effective, but we're not declaring victory. There's still work to be done. We still have to make changes in our game, whether it's rules or equipment, but the awareness has never been higher. What we saw this past weekend, as unfortunate as it is having those injuries, they represented progress because those players left the game. They did not return to play. They're getting the proper care. Just maybe a few years ago, that wouldn't have even occurred. And I think that's what we're focusing on. How do we continue to make progress in this area? And there's no simple answer to a complex problem.
It's Mike and Mike in the morning, weekdays on ESPN Radio and ESPNRadio.com.
This is The Herd with Colin Cowherd.
Everybody loves Alex Smith. Everybody hates Mark Sanchez, but they're essentially the same quarterback. The truth is their careers are inverted. Sanchez got to AFC championships early, has struggled late. Alex struggled early, success late. And what it proves is we're in a now society. Whatever's happening now is the truth.
This is The Herd. Weekdays at 10 a.m. Eastern, 7 a.m. Pacific on ESPN Radio and ESPNRadio.com.
Get your daily dose of NFL insight all week long on ESPN. Tune in to NFL Live weekdays at 4 Eastern for real-time coverage from Trey Wingo and the best analysts in the business.
With the receivers that he has, he can make a lot of plays in the passing game.
Then at 6 on ESPN2, Susie and Mort break down every story from around the league on NFL 32.
This is the team in the AFC to beat.
NFL Live and NFL 32 on ESPN, where fans go for football.
The traditional light bulb, a groundbreaking invention in 1879. It's time we switch to longer-lasting Energy Star light bulbs. They're more efficient than the old bulbs, like a text message is more efficient than a carrier pigeon. And they cut down on our energy costs. Because in our own groundbreaking age, we deserve a light bulb that saves us some cash. Saving energy saves you money. Learn more at EnergySavers.gov. Brought to you by the U.S. Department of Energy and the Ad Council.
The Robin Lundberg Show on ESPN New York, 98.7 FM.
So, asking what has a better chance of happening here on the Robin Lundberg Show, which is every Monday through Friday from 3 to 5 a.m. And then, of course, I'm on with Jared Max out in the morning from 5 to 6, leading in to Mike and Mike in the morning. Asking what has a better chance of happening, the Jets repeating 2009 or the Knicks repeating 1999, since everybody kept asking the Jets about 2009 yesterday at their press conferences. By the way, somebody who might know something about the Jets is in studio with Mike and Mike at 9:15, that being Eric Mangini. Also interesting guest for them today, 9 o'clock, Magic Johnson, who they will ask whether he is still against the Mike D'Antoni hiring, as he was vehemently against it for a while. And 6:45 a.m., Vinny Testaverde. So some Jets stuff, some basketball stuff with a Knicks tie-in as well. Dylan _ Francie tweets in at me. Knicks going back to 99, definitely. The Jets are nowhere near as good as 2009. That seems to be the consensus. Let me see if I can get a dissenting opinion. Mark in Jersey. Mark.
What's going on, man?
Hey, how are you?
Good, how are you?
I'm terrific. All right, you can go ahead, man. Talk.
So, I think it would be the Jets, just because of the simple fact that their schedule is not as hard once they get past the Patriots on Thursday. Now, I mean, if they can get their stuff together on defense, and they stick with Sanchez and stop playing Tebow because he's not a real quarterback, I feel that the Jets should be able to make the playoffs. You really think the Jets should be able to make the playoffs? They should be able to. Now, if they actually do, that's another question.
So let's play the schedule game, okay? I'll just give you the win against New England, all right? You get the win against New England, and all of a sudden the Jets are 5-6. So you think they would win, Cardinals, Jacksonville, Tennessee, Chargers, Buffalo, all those games essentially? I mean, they'd still have to win basically all those games to get in the playoffs. At worst, they could lose a game. Yeah. Now let's say they finish 9-7 like they did in 2009. That's still not that bad in the AFC, especially with all these 4-6 teams in the AFC. Well, there's a bunch of 4-6 teams that are right there with the Jets, including the Bills and the Dolphins in the division. The Chargers, I believe, are 4-6. Now the Bengals are 5-5, and Pittsburgh is the other wild card team along with the Bengals at the moment, and they should get in as a wild card. I suppose it's plausible, but again, I'll explain again in a little bit how I think it's rationalization is really what it comes down to. Eric in Jersey. Eric.
Yes. Good morning. How are you?
What's up, Eric?
I think that the 99 Knicks have a better chance of going further into the playoffs than the Jets.
You mean the Knicks have a better chance of repeating 99?
Yeah, repeating 99, definitely. With the team that's put together and the coaching, Rex Ryan is a defensive coach. He is a defensive coach, and he has too much of a big mouth in the New York media. You have to produce in New York. The team that New York has put together is scrappy, and they're playing. They're playing around Carmelo, which he was brought in for.
No, I mean, they are playing around Carmelo. And, I think we've gotten so simplistic in our analysis of the Knicks, or at least a lot of people have. It's not all about Carmelo Anthony, guys. Like, that's what every story now is about Carmelo Anthony and how Carmelo is bought in and everything has changed because of it. Sure, that helps. It helps that Carmelo's playing a more well-rounded game, and it's gone from a negative defensively to probably a plus defensively thus far this year. But look at the team that was in the postseason last year, and look at the team that's playing now. I mean, Mike Bibby was the worst player in the NBA last year, and he was starting for the Knicks in their backcourt. The Jeremy Lin situation, that's going to be something that's going to be followed all year, of course, and it'll be something that there'll be a referendum on at some point. But forget about Jeremy Lin because he wasn't playing in the playoffs last year. Stoudemire was in and out of the lineup. Now the Knicks, instead of that, have this backcourt with Raymond Felton and Jason Kidd, which is leagues better than Mike Bibby. They also have Melo fully healthy. They have him playing consistently in one spot where he has the whole side of the court to operate on, that whole left block to operate on. They've added depth in the front court as well. They're just a better team overall, and they're getting it done offensively, defensively on both ends. And it's not all Carmelo Anthony. He deserves a ton of credit, but it's not like some switch flipped in Carmelo, and that made the Knicks from a mediocre team into a great team. It doesn't happen that simplistically. Some other topics going on around the world or around the United States, whatever demo we want to search for. It doesn't matter our geographic location. Let me just point so you fire the sound and stop talking.
Trending topics with Robin Lundberg.
J-Bo, what's up first?
First, we have, I can't even say, Kaepernick?
Kaepernick, yeah, Colin Kaepernick. Quarterback controversy that was never to be here in New York because the Jets don't want to even give Tim Tebow a look. Meanwhile, Alex Smith concussed and Kaepernick, who really ran the Wildcat on the Jets earlier this year, if you recall, he goes in and just lights it up on Monday Night Football. And Coach Harbaugh seemed to leave the door open, or more than leave the door open, open the door for him to be the starter going forward, saying he would go with the hot hand. And I find it tough to blame him. This is a weird situation. It's a delicate situation because Alex Smith has played well enough to get them into the NFC Championship game a year ago. But I would kind of compare Alex Smith to Mark Sanchez, where Alex Smith has had success and he has done a decent job at times, and I think he's a little bit better than Mark Sanchez has been. But he's not the kind of guy that is going to be dynamic and win games for you when he is forced into that situation. And Kaepernick seemed like he may be able to be that guy. He sure got me a lot more fantasy points from Vernon Davis than Alex Smith, a quarterback, had over the last several weeks. But this is going to be an interesting storyline to see how it plays out. However, a guy in his first career start doing that to the Bears, nothing to sneeze at.
Next we have Maryland and Rutgers.
Maryland and Rutgers both going to the Big Ten. Maryland announced it today. Rutgers expected to announce it. Maryland announced it yesterday. Rutgers expected to announce it today. I went to Maryland. It's kind of weird because you always take pride in being in the ACC and all those great basketball schools and the whole rivalry with those teams and playing them and going to the ACC tournament. However, on the bright side, it is difficult to beat Duke in North Carolina. So I guess there's that.
Next, we have Plaxico.
Plaxico Burress expected to work out for the Pittsburgh Steelers today, and it's been reported, Adam Schefter with that report, but it's been reported that the Steelers would not bring him in if they didn't expect to sign him. So it's an interesting choice considering he had a pass there, and I don't know if anything's the same. They're not running the same offense or anything like that. He is still 6'5", and that makes him a red zone target. It's one of the reasons I thought he had a little bit of a value for the Jets last year is that he was a red zone target. But however, all the numbers say that his statistical output as far as his, yards per catch and advanced yards per catch stats were simply not there.
Next we have Beckham.
David Beckham announced that he is going to play his final game for the Galaxy on December 1st. And the broader point there is he was the guy, the one star that kind of came over, even though he's more a star in name than he is as a player at this point. But it just illustrates to you how bereft of talent the MLS is. I mean, it's like the NBA D-League or AAA baseball or the CFL or something like that. And it's one of the reasons I think soccer has had trouble gaining traction consistently in the U.S. because everybody knows the European leagues are where the best players play, and there's not one league that you can point to a la the NBA, the NFL, MLB, et cetera, et cetera.
And last we have Twinkies.
Well, apparently there was this mediation agreement reached with Hostess and maybe Twinkies, and Hostess aren't going out of business after all after that talk at the end of last week. Did anybody really eat Hostess? I mean, I think that's like more nostalgia, right, that they were all upset about that? When's the last time you ate a Twinkie?
I honestly don't know. It was probably grammar school. But as soon as I heard the news about Twinkies, I was thinking of the cupcakes and the brownies and stuff I used to eat when I was a kid. I'm like, where do I find these? I need to buy them.
But I remember watching the whole thing, and this isn't from Zombieland or anything, but insects won't even eat Twinkies. You could just leave a Twinkie right here. I could leave it right here, and it would just stay.
Because they have little brains. They don't know.
The insects? You think that's what it is? Or they're like, this is not actually food. This is product, and it's going to do harmful thing to our little insect bodies. We're not the fine-oiled machines that human beings are. We can't take putting this trash into ourselves. That's probably more the case. Look, that's trending topics for today, but a topic that is going to be prevalent all week is Jets-Patriots here on the Robin Lundberg Show, ESPN New York, 98.7 FM. And Jets fans have already gone and started doing it. And people and analysts and everybody have started doing it, and that's rationalizing. And oftentimes we do that as fans. When you're rooting for something, you can talk yourself into it happening in a variety of ways. And what may transpire in order to allow it to happen, starting with a win over the Patriots. But the problem with that is, I'm not even sure Rex Ryan believes it. You hear that next. ESPN New York, 98.7 FM.
Hey, this is Jared Max.
And I'm Robin Lundberg.
Coming up on Maxed Out of the Morning Tuesday, the Jets return from St. Louis. Rex Ryan said we only have 5 hours to celebrate this victory. Jets get ready for the Patriots Thursday night. We'll hear from the Jets coach as they prep for the Pats on Turkey Day. Maxed Out 5 to 6 a.m. on ESPN New York.
It's time to get winter ready. Dick's Sporting Goods has more of the best brands to keep you warm as the weather gets colder. The North Face, Columbia, Spyder, Burton, Copen, Marmot, Mountain Hardwear, and more. Dick's has the widest selection in styles and colors in men's, women's, and youth jackets and accessories. And don't forget to grab a new snowboard. Dick's carries the snow equipment you need. Before hitting the slopes, stop into Dick's Sporting Goods today. Every season starts at Dick's.
Mike and Lowe's want to give you a chance to improve your fantasy team. Visit ESPNradio.com each week to vote which player will earn the most fantasy points. Plus, find out how you could win in the Mike and Mike's Fantasy Team Builder Sweepstakes. One lucky grand prize winner will receive a trip for 4 to their choice of Chicago or L.A. to join the experts next August at an ESPN Fantasy Football Draft Party. Thanks to Lowe's, never stop improving. No purchase necessary. Void where prohibited. Open to legal U.S. residents 21 and older. Sweepstakes ends December 30th. Official rules at ESPNradio.com.
NBA versus college is always a great debate this time of the year. There's no debating where you go to grab the seat you want when you want to go to a basketball game. Just head on over to StubHub, where you can find the best basketball tickets for you, whether you prefer the pros or the fresh talent and rivalries of the college court. Even better, you can get rewarded on every eligible purchase when you sign up for StubHub Fan Rewards before you buy. Yet another reason millions of fans use StubHub for their basketball tickets every month.
StubHub! College football on ESPN Radio and ESPNradio.com. The storyline is simple. If Notre Dame knocks off USC, they are heading to the national championship.
Fires over the middle towards the goal line. Touchdown!
For USC, they'd like nothing more than to provide the Irish with their first defeat. Number 1 Notre Dame at the USC Trojans. Saturday at 7 Eastern on ESPN Radio.
Is Sears. Exclusions apply. See store for details.
Thursday, the Jets spend Thanksgiving with the Patriots. Coverage begins at 6:30. WEPN FM, WEPN HD1, new ESPN Radio Sports Center.
I'm Kevin Winter. The battle of the backup quarterbacks in San Francisco Monday night had one proving why he was a backup and another proving he could be a starter.
Kaepernick, 3-step drop, pulls off, looking, pulls the ball down, rolling to his left, throws to the back of the end zone. Touchdown, 49ers. Michael Crabtree. Kaepernick there used his strength, legs to extend the play.
Ted Robinson with the call. KNBR, one of 2 touchdown passes on the night for Kaepernick. The Niners steamroll the Bears 32-7. Kaepernick 16 of 23, 243 yards. And when asked after the game who his starting quarterback was going forward, Niners head coach Jim Harbaugh said,
usually tend to go with the guy who's got the hot hand, and we got 2 quarterbacks that have got a hot hand.
Not exactly squashing a potential quarterback controversy, and someone who knows what one looks like in San Francisco. Former Niners quarterback and now ESPN NFL analyst Steve Young.
It gives me the shivers for what Jim Harbaugh is basically saying. The gauntlet is thrown down. Colin Kaepernick, in my mind, from watching that, I would say that he wants Colin Kaepernick to play.
As for the Bears, Jason Campbell got the start in place of the concussed Jay Cutler, and Campbell was not so good. 2 picks, 170 yards passing. He was sacked 6 times, 5.5 coming from Aldon Smith. The Bears have lost back-to-back games. Other NFL news, the league suspending Baltimore Ravens safety Ed Reed for 1 game for repeated violations of player safety rules. Ed Reed has 3 days to appeal. Byron Leftwich, 2 fractured ribs. That means he's likely not going to play against Cleveland. 37-year-old Charlie Batch going Sunday for the Steelers. They will work out about Kafka and Brian Hoyer on Tuesday. Broncos running back Willis McGahee gone 6 to 8 weeks. He's got a torn MCL. to the college hardwood. Number 1, Indiana beat Georgia 66-53 in the Progressive Legends Classic. They get Georgetown coming up in the title game. Hoyas beating number 11 UCLA 78-70. Chaminade does it again. Only their 7th win ever at the Maui Sports Invitational, but they take down Texas 86-73. Chaminade, a D2 school. Butler beats Marquette on a buzzer beater 72-71. By the way, Chaminade gets Illinois. North Carolina hammers Mississippi State 95-49. Blue Jays, according to the Toronto Sun, going to have John Gibbons as their new manager. Second time around. NBA Clippers over the Spurs 92-87. Meanwhile, Denver has the 97-92 win over Memphis. Utah 102. Houston 91. Golden State beating Dallas in overtime 105-101.
Hi, it's Colin. Tuesday, Mike D'Antoni set to make his coaching debut. The Lakers, former NBA head coach Flip Saunders stops by. Jim Mora, coach of the year in college football, playing in the Pac-12 championship. Tuesday in the Herd on ESPN Radio and ESPNRadio.com.
Will not lose ever. The Robin Lundberg Show on ESPN New York, 98.7 FM.
The quarterback controversy shifts west, and it's nice to, as much as I've been hard on Mark Sanchez, it's nice to not talk about Sanchez versus Tebow for a few days, since there's other topics within the Jets season and the Jets Patriots at the moment. And the quarterback controversy I'm referring to, of course, Alex Smith and Colin Kaepernick, which kind of reminds me of Sanchez in a way, because what is Alex Smith? He's like he's how Mark Sanchez would play in a perfect world, right? They're similar in a sense. He's how Mark Sanchez would play in a perfect world, and he still has enough limitations where Harbaugh is considering making a change to a more dynamic player in Kaepernick after one game. But, you can't sneeze at what he did to the Bears defense. It'll be interesting to see how that situation is rationalized by Harbaugh as the week goes on. Speaking of rationalization here on the Robin Lundberg Show, ESPN New York 98.7 FM, fans have a tendency to rationalize things. It's natural. When you want something to be, you then construct a scenario in your mind as to how it is going to be. For instance, last year in the postseason, I was around some Knicks fans who were delusional enough to rationalize a way they could come back against the Heat after they took Game 4 and the confetti came down at the Garden, snapping that, playoff losing streak. Rationalizing, Amari's coming back, he's getting healthier, and, we got to win, and that monkey's off our, just rationalizing the entire situation. Even last year this past fall, the Yankees fans were somehow rationalizing coming back from 3-0 down to the Tigers, 3-0 down. They were seeing how it would line up. Well, if this happens, CC Sabathia could pitch in Game 7. I know it didn't work out exactly that way, but that was the talk, because fans can rationalize their way into anything that they want to see happen. And I think that's starting to happen with the Jets fans now. And I'm not saying it's a bad thing. I'm not criticizing anyone. I'm really not. Because you want your team to do well, and you want to have something to root for. Or else what's the point? Why do you just want to pack your bags in at a certain point? And there is a scenario where the Jets can turn their season around. And you rationalize your way to how that can happen, which is, first you got to get a win over the Patriots, a game that Rex Ryan's just kind of going to wing.
Right now, we're just winging. Right now, we're just, we're not worried. We can't, obviously, we're going to focus on our opponent specific, but anything we do, we're just, we're behind and where we have to be, and we can only focus on ourselves and just, like I say, just find a way to punch us. We earned where we are, and we just got to find a way to punch our way out, and that's it. So,
he's been saying a lot lately. So here's how you rationalize it. They beat the Patriots, right? And then you look at the schedule, and it's the Cardinals and the Jaguars and the Titans and the Chargers and the Bills. Hey, they could win some of those games. The only problem is the only team that the Jets don't belong in the same sentence with out of those that I just listed is the Patriots. And I don't think Rex Ryan even believes necessarily as much as he's relieved. Listen to Rex going into the Seahawks game after Cromartie said that the team will make the playoffs.
I know Crow had some comments about, we're going to make the playoffs and all that. And I feel as an entire, football team that we should all feel like that. I think we do feel like that.
That sounded like Rex, right? That sounded like Rex. And then even after the Seahawks game, even after that loss, he still was holding on to the little bit of a chance and backing it up with some Rex Ryan type of talk.
It's about a 2% chance of making the playoffs or something like that when you're, with the record that we have. But again, we're going to take that shot. I know one thing. There's not one quit in any of these guys. There is no chance of that. We're gonna get after it and find a way to get better. And we've been working at it and been working our tails off. It's just it just hasn't gone our way yet.
That was Rex before the whole Daily News article controversy last week. And what I think that did was it put Rex's alarms up, his antennas up, because he knew if the Jets lost to the Rams on Sunday, it was going to be total chaos and Armageddon. I mean, it was just going to be, everything was going to totally explode, where he would have probably had to make a move at quarterback. There would have been talk about him possibly losing his job. Mike Tannenbaum, not that this talk won't continue later, but it would have all reached a height. It would have all reached a crescendo if they had lost to the Rams. And that's why I think Rex just kind of sounds relieved right now, rather than believing that the Jets are going to go out there and turn this whole thing around. I mean, starting by not stirring things up with the Patriots.
I'm not even worried about tweaking New England or anybody else. It's to the point where no, we have to focus on just us.
And then about being back in the playoff picture.
We are so far from even thinking about it right now, to be honest with you. We just have to get better, and we have to get better on the practice field, fix some things, correct some things, and then move forward. And that's it, because we're so backed up that's all we can do. We can't even look at the other scenarios.
Maybe they can after a win over the Patriots that people are starting to give them. But the thing is, with that game against New England, they do have a better shot with Rob Gronkowski out. Look, Rob Gronkowski is third all-time in touchdown catches amongst players in their third year to Jerry Rice and to Randy Moss. But even if they were to win that game, are the Jets good enough to go through the rest of the schedule and put themselves in a playoff position? Are they good enough? I mean, people keep hearkening back to 2009, including asking Mark Sanchez about it.
It's a similar situation, so hopefully we can, like we said, just get as many wins as possible, keep playing hard, continue to play smart and clean, really take care of the football, and, play well in all three phases, and we got a chance.
Now, when I say Rex Ryan was relieved, perhaps that is a sense that can be pervasive over the entire team, and they play a little bit looser and not concerned about all the noise that's been going on. But I just don't think they are of the quality. You can rationalize the schedule. You can rationalize a win over the Patriots, but you can't rationalize away the roster, the quarterback, the running backs, the lack of Darrelle Revis, which hurts over the long term, the special teams play, all that stuff. So the comparison to 2009, it doesn't really work for me because this is the store brand version of that team. That's the analogy I've been using. They can look like the 2009 and 2010 teams at times, like they did against the Rams, where they run it effectively, where Sanchez is efficient, where the defense plays well. And it does the job in a pinch, but it's not really of the quality of those teams. Do you think there's a chance that the Jets party like it's 2009? 1-800-919-3776, 1-800-919-3776, at Robin Lundberg on Twitter. That's ROBINLUNDBERG. Eli Manning, he says he's feeling good and ready to go. Mike D'Antoni, he may make his debut tonight against the Brooklyn Nets. And a comparison between the Knicks and the Nets, or the Knicks and the Nets and the Lakers, and maybe the Knicks and the Jets as well. I'm just totally making things convoluted now. ESPN New York, 98.7 FM.
Let's go! Coming off off their win in St. Louis, the Jets can give themselves a shot at the playoffs if they start a run. Can they continue it with a win on Thanksgiving against New England?
I'm not even worried about tweaking New England or anybody else. We have to focus on just us.
Jets-Patriots coverage gets underway Thursday night at 6:30 on ESPN New York 98.7 FM.
I didn't always watch football here at Buffalo Wild Wings.
Hey, buddy.
Hey.
Come on in.
Is it safe?
Yeah, man. Come on, let's watch the game. Careful when I bring out the snacks, though. No sudden movements.
Protect the football. Watch every game here. Buffalo Wild Wings. Wings, beer, sports. Celebrate more often by getting to Buffalo Wild Wings for Boneless Thursdays, where the weekend starts early with delicious, specially priced boneless wings all day. Find a location at BuffaloWildWings.com.
Hi, it's Colin. 1-800-Flowers.com knows that Thanksgiving is a special time to spend with family and friends. That's why they've created beautiful centerpieces that bring smiles to your Thanksgiving celebration. They're amazing. 1-800-Flowers.com Thanksgiving Harvest Centerpiece was created just for this holiday. It's a handcrafted autumn centerpiece. Has a bounty of roses, sunflowers, lilies, and more. Sending this gift brings warmth to any room and color to any Thanksgiving celebration, even if you can't be there in person. For a limited time, when you order the Thanksgiving Harvest Centerpiece from 1-800-Flowers.com. Use my name and you'll receive a free upgrade to a larger centerpiece for just $29.99, a $10 savings. That means more beautiful flowers and a larger centerpiece for free. Plus, it's available for same-day delivery. How sweet is that? Don't wait. Order it now. A Thanksgiving arrangement nobody will soon forget. Go to 1-800-Flowers.com from your desktop or mobile device. Click on the radio mic upper right side, enter Colin. That's 1-800-Flowers.com, enter Colin, or call 1-800-Flowers and mention my name.
Norm Miller here, chairman of Interstate Batteries. Now, I don't mean to brag, but I recently learned auto technicians prefer Interstate Batteries 5-to-1 over any other battery. Oh, who am I kidding? Of course I mean to brag. 5-to-1, that's a landslide. All right, I'm done bragging. To find the dealer near you that prefers us, head to interstatebatteries.com. Interstate Batteries, outrageously dependable. And that's not bragging, it's just the truth.
Leslie French was hunkered down for a fight.
I was just at the dealership looking for a car.
Lured in by the enemy.
No, it was pretty cordial, but I did need a car loan fast.
There was no time.
I called Navy Federal Credit Union. A really nice guy approved me for a loan on the spot. Great rate, too.
Victory was hers.
Well, a convertible was mine.
4 million members, 4 million stories. From every military branch, DOD, and their families. NavyFederal.org. Federally insured by NCUA.
The NYPD is among the best law enforcement departments in the country. The NYPD offers a job with a future, a great place to serve, and a chance to advance. Visit NYPDRecruit.com or call 212-RECRUIT for current test schedules and filing fee information.
It's a top 20 doubleheader in the ACC Big Ten Challenge. The best squads in the country prepare to battle. First, explosive C.J. Leslie leads NC State as they face off with Michigan in its dynamic backcourt. Then Roy Williams and the Tar Heels face a steep test against Cody Zeller and number 1 Indiana. The ACC Big Ten Challenge, NC State versus Michigan at 7:30 Eastern, UNC Indiana at 9:30, tonight on ESPN.
A good one on Monday Night Football, and Mike and Mike will be the place to talk about it on Tuesday morning on ESPN Radio. Plus, Magic Johnson will tell us if he still thinks Phil Jackson is a better choice for the Lakers job than Mike D'Antoni. That's Tuesday. Mike and Mike, ESPN Radio and ESPNRadio.com.
Now available. A brand new ESPN Radio app, both for the iPad and iPhone. Not only can you listen live to your favorite ESPN radio shows from over 30 stations across the country, you can customize your own station with the best interviews and analysis of your favorite sports teams and players. Plus, if your show already started, you can rewind for up to an hour. The all-new ESPN Radio app. It's sports for your ears.
Shine bright like a diamond. Shine bright like a diamond.
The Robin Lundberg Show on ESPN New York, 98.7 FM.
This might be the Jets' moment to bask in the glow, to shine bright like a diamond after coming off a good win, a good performance against the Rams, one that saw Mark Sanchez only pressured on 4 of 24 dropbacks. That shows you probably why he had an efficient a game as he did in that one. And, of course, then it started where people begin rationalizing the situations for the Jets and how they can get themselves back into the playoff picture, and even hearkening back to 2009 when the Jets were 4-6 and finished 9-7. And one of those people is Mike Tannenbaum.
You just want to keep yourself alive as long as possible. And, look, we were 4-6 a few years ago and things worked out, got to the championship game. But, every year is different. We got to win as many games. That's obviously not breaking news here. But we just want to give ourselves a chance, to the end here. And one thing with the sure week, it's tough. But here's what you do find out. It's almost like a mini bye, too. And Rex and I talked today about what we could do, looking at the schedule in terms of like, hey, we got the weekend, what can we use that as an opportunity, not only to play, Arizona and then Jacksonville, but look, what can we do to position ourselves the best way possible? So everything's getting ready for Thursday night, and, then we'll go from there.
Well, the difference between now and 2009 is that it's not 2009. That it's a totally different team. And the Jets were a better team in 2009, a more well-rounded team than they are now. And also, if you look at the schedule, when the Jets were 4-6 in 2009, the last two games they won were against Indianapolis and against Cincinnati. And Indianapolis pulled Peyton Manning and the starters in the second half of that game. And the Bengals didn't play to win that game, as they had already locked up a postseason berth. That made the Jets' road a little easier. Then the Jets did beat the Bengals the next week before beating the Chargers and eventually losing to the Colts in the conference championship game. So those circumstances won't bring themselves up again because the Jets are going up against teams like the Titans, the Chargers, and the Bills. None of those teams are going to be resting starters for the playoffs at this point. So I don't really think there's much chance that the Jets repeat 2009. In fact, in the last hour, I was asking what has a better chance of happening, the Jets repeating 2009 or the Knicks repeating 1999. 1-800-919-3776. Mark in the Bronx. Mark.
Good morning, Robin.
Hey, man.
Yeah, I'm not one of those fans going to rationalize. Yeah. They're not going. I don't think they're going to make the playoffs. You cannot beat New England by managing the game. Yeah, but you know what I'm thinking. So many quarterbacks getting knocked out around the league, and Sanchez still standing. It's frustrating, you know what I'm saying?
Well, we don't want to go that far, Mark. I know what you're getting at there, Mark. I understand what you're getting at, where you see guys go down, and Mark Sanchez is tough. You don't want to wish anybody to get hurt, and you don't want that to be the circumstances in which you see a switch at the quarterback position. But to Mark Sanchez's credit, he's always been very tough. He takes shots, and he gets right back up, and it's clear Rex Ryan is fiercely loyal to Mark Sanchez. I've said loyal to a fault. I know Sanchez had a good game last weekend, but the evidence is overwhelming. The body of work is overwhelming in the opposite direction on Mark Sanchez. It simply is. I mean, there's really no way to look at it statistically where he comes out on top. And going back to 2009, even looking at that season, when they reeled off those wins, here were Sanchez's passing yards down the stretch: 136, 154, 104. I don't even see the other one because Kellen Clemens threw for more yards. 106, 63. There was a 226 in there as well. I mean, the situation has to be perfect. It has to be optimal. If he could do what he did last weekend, where he's totally protected, where you have a running game, where he can play action, and where the defense is dominant, sure, he can get the job done. But so can almost everybody in those situations. And you ain't going to get that situation too often. Even though he could have another nice day passing the ball because New England's pass defense is not very strong, and they allow a lot of yardage through the air. The difference being is they can shut down the run, so they may force Mark Sanchez into beating them. And that may have been his best game or his second best game of the season against the Patriots as far as just airing the ball out. Mark Sanchez against the Patriots threw for 328 yards in that overtime loss in Foxborough. So it's not crazy to say that the Jets beat the Patriots. I mean, that's not the crazy part of the whole scenario. Because you do even still look at their schedule, which to me is crazy, thinking the Jets beat the Patriots and then beat the Cardinals and then beat the Jaguars and then beat the Titans and then beat the Chargers and then beat the Bills, or at least beat all those teams but one. Because the Jets belong in the mix with those teams. They're better.